All right, everybody, welcome to Foo Gaming. You're watching Foo Gaming Live. I'm being joined by Bob. What's up, Bob?
Hello, hello.
All right, check. All right, just running a couple of checks over here. Check. All right, sorry, guys, if you can hear a bunch of chainsawing outside of our house. There's some people cutting a tree down, all right?
Our neighbors have decided that at 2:34 on a Saturday afternoon, that is the time. That is the time to do this.
That is the time to cut down freaking trees, right, guys? Cut down some freaking trees right now. Yes. All right, so today we're going to be talking about, well, I forgot to put the topic on the screen. This is what it is right here, people. 1 second. Got to put some music on. Got to do it. We're doing it in a big way, people. This is Foo Gaming, all right? Haven't done one of these in a while. Later today, we'll be doing some scary stories. We're going to be doing a scary story, but we're not going to get too much into that because Bob's on a, she's got to go do some stuff. But we are going to be doing a scary story later today. Sorry we couldn't do one yesterday. We had some stuff to do, all right? Okay, so there's the intro. Rage culture. What do you think about rage culture, Bob?
I think it's mostly pointless. It's very distracting and deeply irritating.
That's it?
Yeah, it's purposeless. And I'm brought again to Shakespeare. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. And that's just what it is.
Yes. Well, I mean, I feel like a lot of people in this country, they're going on and on about shit they know nothing about. And that's kind of, I feel like that's what rage culture is. Mm-hmm. Somebody gets a nugget in their head and they just want to go and bitch. Like, people like to bitch. Like, I know there's a lot of kind of protesting we do on this channel, but that stuff is thought out. You know, those are real things that we think about outside of the show. I feel like a lot of these people on the internet, they're trying to create content. And they know that people have an interest for this kind of raging. They like to rage about things they know nothing about. And so once they see there's any kind of topic, they're just going to go and they're going to throw some gasoline on that fire. So right now, today, what we're having, or in the last week, I've been seeing this, a lot of bitching about this Xbox raising the prices on their Game Pass. People just crying all day long. There's like a million videos out here talking about, is Xbox dead? And they just go on and on and on and on, just fucking crying all day long. I mean, the shit to me is just sickening. Look at this. Xbox Game Pass is dead. Corporate greed. Right? Corporate greed. No, bro, it's called business. It's called business. And then you see the poster there, right? 50% increase. It's $10, bro. It's $10. I know the 50 looks better than the 10, right, guys? Of course. That's what you call a little corny rage bait. And this dumbass fucking face he does there. People, this guy, Angry Joe, I mean, look, literally in the title of his video, angry, right? This is what he does. It's part of his little gimmick. They got another guy, it gets worse. And dumbass, stupid ass thumbnail, right?
I just don't understand. Well, I do understand, actually.
The Xbox Game Pass situation is getting ugly.
Is that people feel entitled to other people's labor for free. Yeah. Right? They think that because the initial investment in the development of the game has been recouped, theoretically, that it should just be a free commercial product forever.
Just gonna bring up your mic.
So the problem with that is that it's not a static object, right? Any and all of these games, probably many of them, still have teams actively working on them. They are taking up server space. They are taking up assets. They are having teams that are marketing them and managing them and organizing them and upgrading them and debugging them, right? All of those people need to be paid. Microsoft is a company that has to pay its employees and should pay its employees a hopefully living wage. So when these fools out here are caterwauling about having to pay to, like, honestly, what? They're paying less than 1/3 of a cent per game if they have the Ultimate Pass?
I mean, look.
Like, it's silly.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
They like to hate things. These fucking people, they just love to hate shit without any real understanding of anything. Like, they don't care. They pick a target and then they're all rageful. The same thing happened a couple of years ago with the PS4 and the Xbox One X. These people come out and they're like, I hate Xbox, I hate it. It's all the way to the point that the thing actually didn't sell anywhere near to the previous generation. And the reason they got all this fake rage is because they were told that Xbox was going to do DRM. Funny part about it is, guess what? Instead of buying an Xbox, they bought a PS5. Right? Not a PS4 at the time. It was a PS4. This was the Xbox One. So they bought a PS4, and guess what the PS4 did, Bob?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say DRM.
They did DRM. But I hate Xbox because they were thinking of doing DRM. PlayStation is better. Even though they did DRM. And they continue to do DRM. Guess what, Bob? PS5 came out. Xbox ain't selling as well as it did. Because it's just not selling the way it did the 360 sold. The 360 sold very well. People loved it, right? And so now they don't really buy it anymore because they got the little nugget in their head that I'm supposed to hate the Xbox and I'm going to buy PlayStation because it's got, I don't know, trannies as their leading women in their games. I don't know.
They're leading thems.
Social justice warrior games. I mean, amazing. Way better than Halo or Gears of War, right? But they just love that PlayStation and hate that Xbox. So this generation, these guys all went out, the ones that hated Xbox, and they bought themselves a PlayStation 5 that's all DRM. But you want to know the funny part, Bob?
What?
That these fucking people, for the most part, they bought digital only PlayStation 5s. So they just love the DRM.
Yeah. And they all have...
And they bought all their games digitally. So obviously they did this the previous generation. The numbers are saying, from the numbers I've seen, is that the majority of purchases of games on the PlayStation platform are all digital. So they hated DRM and they hated the Xbox because they were going to do DRM, but now they openly support DRM and don't give a fuck. So, sorry, before I let you go, Bob. These people all over the internet right now are saying Xbox is dead, and they're talking about how they've all have canceled their subscriptions and all that. But are they gonna stop playing Call of Duty, Bob? You think?
Probably not.
They're gonna stop playing Call of Duty? But I mean, come on. These are the same motherfuckers.
This is the Super Mario fan club over here. Okay, they're not. I don't. They're
think
playing Legends of Zelda and Super Mario.
So. That's a totally. I think that audience is very different for the most part. I'm talking about mostly about these. These are basically what I'm talking about is rage culture.
I don't know, man.
I'm looking people that hate immigration because they've been told they should hate immigration.
I'm looking at this.
Know why they're angry.
This lineup over here of these crybabies. They all look a little like fans of the playground. I'm gonna be honest.
They do. But look, so we got over here. We're gonna look
like I hope that somebody might need to look into their hard drive, see what's in there.
Oh, we know what's in there.
Maybe they don't get to live too close to a school.
Bunch of anime porn. All right, so look, you see over here, guys? Look, Xbox did it again. Oh, and you got a crab there with money in its hand.
That's from
Xbox,
SpongeBob.
Awful response. It's so over. And they just basically recycle the same dumbass shit. The Xbox Game Pass situation just got worse. I'm just looking for clicks.
But the thing is,
yikes. Yeah.
They are being platformed by an algorithm that favors angry reacts. Like, we know that. We know that social media across most platforms, whether that is Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube.
Yeah.
If you do the angry react, if you do something that's going to make people pissed off, you are going to get platformed and ranked higher in the algorithm than if you're like, hey, let's have a calm, open-minded, even exchange of ideas. Like, they don't want that. They want people angry. And when that's at an institutional level, and it's a global or universal institutional edict that making people angry and stoking that divisiveness is the policy. Like, I think that we need to have kind of a deeper conversation about what's going on here and who benefits from that.
One of the things I'd like to see is for people to actually fucking think, because once again, these people are all angry. Like, I actually had a friend, he told me, he asked me what console you should buy. This was during the time of the PS4 and Xbox One. And I told him buy an Xbox. He said, well, doesn't that have DRM? It's like, yeah, it does. And guess what? He bought a PS4 and guess what the PS4 has? DRM. So like, bro, like, look, if you hate DRM, then you shouldn't have supported either system.
Yep.
Why did you buy a PS4, then you fucking idiot?
Walk your happy ass over to the thrift store and purchase some games, but it can't be anything new because the new game discs don't actually have a game on them.
Well, some of them
it's
do.
Just an access code so that you can download
and
the game.
No one cared about that. No one cared about that. These fucking people, they're crying about $10. A $10 increase.
Yeah.
And yet they don't give a shit when Nintendo's over here charging $90 for games. Like Bob said, they have literal carts with no game on the cart. Nothing. And people didn't get bent out of shape over that shit. This is what I said years ago. I've been saying all the gaming videos for the most part in this channel, I talked about DRM nonstop. That's all I cared about was DRM. Like, I don't care about this. Actually, I have Game Pass Ultimate, and I'm not gonna cancel it because I know there's value.
Because
there.
You're not an idiot.
There's value there, and at asking $30 for that actually isn't much.
And you know
it
what?
Isn't that much. If you look at the competition, Sony, they're charging basically it's 18 something. It's basically $20. They're charging $20 for trash.
You know what would be funny?
Service.
If someone at I should be part of the Microsoft marketing department because I'm petty. And what I would do is I would go and find these people and I would actually look up their accounts. Because I bet you these people didn't actually cancel their subscription.
Oh, you know they're all full of shit.
So I would look up their account and I'd be like, this you?
I heard a dude...
Re-upping?
I heard a dude the other day, he called this egregious. This price increase of $10.
Tell me you don't know the definition of a word you're trying to use to sound smart without telling me you don't know the definition of a word you're trying to use to sound smart.
Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? I mean, bro, look, they're giving you a crazy value. The fact that they were charging what they were charging before was just they were just being, they're being good to their customers. And I think a $10 increase isn't that bad. Now, if it keeps going up and up and up and up and up, then that'd be a problem. But I think the thing to really be angry about is the fact that you own nothing. You don't own any of your games.
It's going to flex with the market. So realistically, if the market continues to bear fruit, it's going to continue to increase. And that's just real life, right? Think about Netflix. Yeah. I don't have Netflix, but I know that when Netflix first came out, it was a lot less expensive than it is now.
We have a subscription to Netflix, Bob.
We do?
Yes, we do.
Why?
Because we're going to use it to watch films on our projector that's outside of our house.
Oh. Okay, well, I stand corrected. We apparently have a Netflix subscription.
Yes.
But all the same, all of these subscription services, as the value increases and their competition decreases, the cost of their service is going to continue to increase, right? So it is unrealistic to say, well, Apple can charge $2,400 for essentially exactly the same phone in a slightly different form factor.
Yeah.
But Game Pass, which has constantly updating and renewing content that is accessible, can't change their pricing structure.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just silliness.
We believe in free markets. It's a fucking free market. I think it's pathetic when you got grown-ass men on the internet crying about a $10 increase on a product. This is what you do, guys. If you're unhappy with it, then you unsubscribe. Why are you going on the internet and crying about this pricing? All right, so Bob's going away, people.
I shall be back.
She will be back. All right, thanks for joining us, Bob. I'm gonna go over a couple of little details of this cry fest that's happening on the internet. And I think a lot of it has to do with people not putting things into perspective, and also people just kind of liking to just rage about things. Like I said, Sony.
They're dishonest.
All right, see you later, Bob. Okay. All right, and it's just people being very dishonest. That's really what it is. A lot of fanboys, again, going back to the 8th, I think it was the 8th gen, you had the PS4 and the Xbox One. It's people fucking crying all day about DRM, but then they go out and buy a PlayStation 4, which had DRM. If you hate DRM, motherfucker, you don't buy either system. You don't buy the PlayStation or the other one. And if you also really hate DRM, you definitely don't buy your games on Steam. Because those are all DRM. You own none of them. You don't own anything. And that should make you that's the thing that should really get people pissed off. The fact that you got Nintendo out there that has the nerve to charge $90 for a fucking Mario Kart game and all whatever bullshit they're putting out there. $90 and you don't even own it. You're getting a license. That's what you're getting. You're getting a license. And if they want, and this actually happened to me on the PlayStation platform, I purchased tons of games from Sony, right? And so I modified I had a Sony Vita and I modified it. So Sony, they put out an update and they're like, hey, you need to download this update. It's mandatory. And I was like, no, fuck no, I'm not going to do that because I'm running software on my system. And if I put that on there, it's going to turn off the software I have on there. So what happened is I didn't put the update in there. So what they did is they took all the software I purchased and took it away from me. Once again, people, I purchased it. I put my money into that. I spent probably hundreds and hundreds of dollars into the software, and they took it off from me. That's a good old Sony there. All right? This is what should get people angry. Another thing there's people crying about $10, but guess what? In order to play your games on your PlayStation or Xbox or Steam, you need access to the internet. So now you got to go pay your internet bill every month just so that you can play a game that you spent fucking $90 on. Right? In order to access that material that you purchased, you need an internet plan. Okay? And internet plans are a lot more than $10. Okay? So that's some real bullshit, because I know that people, and I've been saying this on the channel for a while now, in the gaming portion of our channel. I've been saying this for a long time. The standards are not going up. They're getting lower. The standards have been getting lowered for over 10 years now in gaming. Okay? And it's been getting dumbed down for a while. That's fact. The games not made nowadays are just really, really dumbed down compared to shit people were playing in the 90s. Okay? A lot dumbed down. All right, so Bob's in the comment section. Bob, don't be looking at your phone while you're driving, okay? Don't do that. All right, so I got to put her on the Discord since she could talk in the show while she's on the road, since she's not staring at comments. Don't be texting, Bob, while you're driving. All right, people. I know, it's a little bit of a hoodism. I'm over here like, don't text while you're driving, Bob. All right, so now I lost my point because I'm looking at the damn comments, all right? 1 second, let me see if the phone thing works in the show. Oh, nice, that's nice. That looks really good. It doesn't, sorry, people, that's kind of weird phone with no screen on it. One moment, please. All right, so once again, you got a bunch of crybabies with their mindless complaining. Shit's annoying. Really, really annoying. 1 second. So we're gonna study some of these complainers online and go through these arguments they're putting out there, which really aren't arguments. We're gonna try to put things into perspective. But before we do that, people, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the greatest channel on demand. You're watching Food Gaming Live. While I fix the phone. One second, please. All right, so I can see the chat sort of. Not exactly the right orientation of the phone. This phone doesn't want to work. Give 1 second, people. I'm going to try to fix this shit real quick. Anyway, I'll have to fix that later on. All right, so I'll have to fix that later. I was trying to fix the chat just so you guys know I could see the chat screen. We got Dark in there. What's up, Dark? I'm back up on too many games that I own and emulate that I honestly would be wasting money on Game Pass. Yeah, man. We're going to go through some of this shit because this shit just disgusts me because these fucking people just don't know business. This reminds me of those same people that they hate Dana White. They just hate Dana White in combat sports. The people... I mean, this goes more towards what I'm going to say. It goes obviously towards our sports segment of the channel. A lot of people crying about this, the TKO acquisition or the merger between Zuffa. I think it's called Zuffa, the name of the company. It's Zuffa. It's this Riyadh Season and this other company. They and the UFC, they had a merger, and so now they have like a super company, and everyone was crying about it because they're talking about the Muhammad Ali Act and how fighter pay is going to go down. But the thing is that it has to go down in order for these guys to make some money, because boxing is a sport that was kind of it was 100% on the decline, and this had everything to do with these ungrateful fighters that use the fucking sport like their little piggy bank. And they made all this money and they gave nothing back to the sport. I have there's a fighter named Shakur Stevenson. This guy came out recently, literally said that he doesn't have to be exciting. He says fighters don't have to be exciting. All right, well, that's great for the sport, and I would hope they would cut you out. That's like saying video games don't have to be fun, right? That's like what happened when Death Stranding came out, and all these different game developers or reviewers came out, these apologists, and they came out and said that, who says games have to be fun? You know, they just say anything to kind of like let these guys get off the hook, right? All right, so we're going to be watching this guy over here who's going to tell us about why Xbox is so evil for being a business. All right, let's hear this guy. Genius over here.
Which is
and again, this goes more towards the rage culture, because that's really what this shit is. It's just a bunch of cornballs on the internet or wherever who have these really stupid ideas, who don't know shit about business, who don't live in reality. They're very similar to the people who, you know, think that women have dicks, and they don't know this, but they're basically the same person as the ones that think women have dicks, and you know, businesses are just charities. And that immigration doesn't need to exist. In that case, you know, if you don't believe in borders, then just let anyone into your house. Just take the doors off your house, because who cares? Just let anybody into your house. If you have a problem with that, or if you're not okay with having removing all the doors in your house and just letting anyone in, then obviously you're for immigration. Now, if you're not for immigration, then just take the locks off your doors at least, right? If you're anti-immigration, then at least take the locks off your windows and your doors. All right?
Raising the prices to Xbox Game Pass today.
I'm going to go back just a second, because, again, this is what these guys do, and they're people make me want to throw up, because they say a lot of shit. They don't actually analyze anything. They just want to rage for the sake of raging. Last time I'm going to say it, today... These fucking people cried all day about Xbox having DRM, to the point that they went on the internet and for years called you a fucking idiot for buying an Xbox, right? But then these same fucking retards were playing on a PlayStation 4, which is full of DRM. And these dumb motherfuckers proceeded to go buy a PS5, which is all full of DRM. So why the fuck do you still hate the Xbox when the Xbox has the same DRM that the PlayStation has? And actually... It has DRM to a lesser degree, because I know for a fact I can play Halo on Steam without any internet connection. I can just play it. But you know what doesn't work? Spider-Man, Uncharted, Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone. You try to play any of these games without an internet check-in every fucking time you turn that game on, it doesn't work. Okay? This is the kind of extreme DRM that Sony has going on. But people love Sony, even though these motherfuckers don't invest nothing in gaming. Nothing. They're literally, they got, what are they, on the 15th re-release of Last of Us 1? I mean, where the fuck are these guys' games? They're like, oh, well, Ghost of Tsushima came out the other day. Well, it came out. Is it on the PSN? Is it there day one on PSN? Because I know that PSN shit people cost like $20. Where's Ghost of Tsushima on there? The new one. Where's Spider-Man 2 on that service? There you go, right? There's the value difference. On Xbox, there's a difference, right, guys? You go and you spend that $30 and there's a difference. A big difference. Day one releases. That's why there's a pay difference between I don't even think it's $20. I think they have a $10, a $15, and a $30. That's it. The $30 is the premium. That's where you get all the stuff. Now, if you don't like it, then you just don't pay for it. No one's forcing you into getting this. But dudes around just cry all day. How dare you? This is like the equivalent of going into a bakery and they raise the price of their muffins and these guys are out there fucking crying. Say, okay, sweet little cupcake. You're crying because a business brought up the price of their fucking stuff? Then don't buy it. But you're going to go out and cry? You think they're going to change? I really hope they don't change any of this pricing. Just because people fucking crying.
So
now I'll tell you this. My biggest issue is the fact that I cannot own my software nowadays. I can't own the games I purchase. This is why I refuse to buy any of the software in the store. I just get it on Game Pass. That's it. I'm done. Unless it's old software. I'm only buying old software. Because I know the standard's been going down for a long time and people, they don't notice this shit. Like, look, the standard on an Xbox 360 is that you take your disc, you put it in the system, boom, the game just starts. The moment that the PS4 came out and the Xbox One, And that shit, you had to install it and watch it install for like 2 hours, 3 hours. I knew that there was some shit going on. And what they're doing was that they were basically, they were conditioning you to be okay with the idea of installing software, right? And you're waiting and waiting for it to install. That's to get you used to the idea of having a complete digital future, right? Where you install everything. That's it. Because there's no reason why they should have taken out your ability to just put the disc in and it just plays. On the 360, you could install your software. It was optional, right? But they had another option where you would just put the disc in the system and it would just start. Because that was the standard for over 20 years. Back when you had an Atari, guys would take that fucking cartridge and slam it in the system and boom, the game would just start instantly. The NES, you put the game in, boom, it just starts instantly. Even the PlayStation and the Saturn and all that, yeah, they had load screens that were seconds long, but you would put the disc in, boom, it would just start. You put a Game Boy, you put the game in, boom, it just starts, right? PSP, Xbox 360. The one where this kind of installing shit started when I saw it was on the PlayStation 3. That's when it started. Xbox didn't do that. So no one gave a no one gave a fuck when they started making it where you got to install everything. That's when boggles my mind. Like, how did you let them change that standard? So of course, what I said earlier is that the standards are going down as we go through this gaming, this whole thing, the development of gaming. Gaming is really, even though there's probably more players, the standards are lower and they just keep getting lower. That's the thing. But once again, going back to DRM, which is again another drop in standards, because back in the day you would buy a fucking cartridge, whatever game you bought, even Xbox 360 and PS3, you own that software. That stuff just works. You don't need an internet connection to play that shit. It just all works. Okay? Nowadays we have DRM. So, dude, if these people are not going to complain about the fact that they literally need an internet plan in order to play the shit that they purchased, then why the fuck are you complaining about a $10 increase, right, on a product from a company that has the enormous overhead that is committed to giving you loads of content? Because keep in mind, these guys are committed to giving you loads of content. Sony is not. This is why when you go look at Sony's service, that shit is $18 a month, taxes and all that shit, basically $20. They want to go and say, oh, it's 18, whatever. No, bro, it's $20, okay? It's $20 a month, and you motherfuckers are not committed to it at all. That's why I'm seeing you guys don't even have 2-year-old first-party games on that service. And you guys over here, I saw this video over here, this guy's crying. They're saying we're going to have the new software on there within 12 months. And you got to keep in mind, this is in the $10 tier, the $10 and $15 tier. So you're still going to get these newer games, right? They're just not the day one. If you want the day one shit, you get the $30 plan. And there's no difference between that shit and cable TV, people. Actually, there is a difference, because on cable TV, you get the movies months after they come out, right? This thing, you get it the day it comes out, right? That's the difference. This is very similar to a tiered system from cable TV. On cable TV, you had different plans. You had one tier, this tier, that, blah, blah. You get the other one that got 20 different HBOs on it. The other one got Cinemax, Showtime, blah, blah. Different packages. This is what they're getting this from. This is from the TV model. What the gaming is doing right now. It's from a TV model. There's nothing new about the shit. So, bro, if you're not crying about your cable TV plan, then why the fuck you crying about this? Guys all over the internet saying Xbox is dead. A $10 increase. Don't buy it, bro. Don't buy it. Get the lower tier, right? Get the lower tier. But look, this guy got one of those fucking plaques in the background, right? Because he's such a good influencer, even though the shit he says is just garbage. Let's listen to this guy. He's a genius. Watch.
Microsoft announced some changes.
Microsoft announced some changes. The guy's very smug. I saw this like 2 days ago. I was like, this guy's just gotta say it, fucking idiot.
Read raising the prices to Xbox Game Pass today, and it completely blew up the entire internet.
Boom.
This was what they posted. And
what it did is it got a bunch of these rage culture retards to make videos. Yeah, completely uninformed and not comparing anything else in the market, or bouncing this up against anything else in reality. Now we're just going to go and say, it's a price increase. Oh, this is uncalled for. I said it earlier. This guy, actually, I'm going to name the guy's name. This guy is actually a big Xbox influencer. His name is Colt Eastwood. This guy calls this price increase egregious. He should look, just not to be rude, but you should look up the definition of that word, because this definitely is not that word, okay? It's not egregious. If it was egregious, it would be what Sony does, where they go and they pull features from titles, from games like Uncharted. I actually have a video talking about this, where they literally pulled features out of these titles and charged the same price as when they were first released. So I'll give you one example. Sony put out this supposed 4K version of Uncharted 4, right? The collection. They pulled out both the online mode, and they also pulled out the co-op, right? And then also, if you go back to the other collection they had before that, they had what they called the Nathan Drake collection. They pulled the online, the co-op, the 3D features. They pulled like everything out of these games, people. And they were charging the same price as when it first came out. No one called that shit egregious. There was no problem with that at all, right? That you're going to charge the same price as this is an inferior product, yet you're charging the same price as the superior product, right? Which would be the first release. Anyway, let's just listen to this shit.
At the time, I haven't refreshed it, but at the time it was 7,000 likes to 20,000 dislikes. Let's refresh, see where it's at right now.
All right, so was this a commercial? I was watching this. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a commercial. Came on. They had this guy, this Dreamcast guy in here earlier. I watched Dated earlier. I saw one of his videos earlier, and he was going on and on about the pricing, on and on and on. And I just think it's just crazy. It's just ridiculous the way these people just. It's like, bro, look, if you don't want it, don't buy it. That's all there is to it. But don't tell me that a company doesn't have the right to change their fucking prices. Do you not believe in a free market?
Hey, everyone.
7,000 likes, 26,000 dislikes. So the likes did not go up at all, which is very curious. It didn't even go up by 100.
Well, give me 1 second,
Almost
guys.
feels like those are botted likes that just got shut off. That's very strange. But regardless of that, let's listen. Maybe we need to give them a chance, guys. See what they say.
Sorry, guys. This fucking shit
Hey,
is all
everyone.
out of whack.
Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade.
That woman has a very deep voice. She's got to call that out. Give me 1 second, people. This is really fucking annoying me right now. I have a screen here that's completely out of whack. I know it's a bit weird. Sorry, guys. Yeah, this shit is all messed up. I don't know. I had yeah, see the screen? This is all incorrect in its aspect ratio. Okay, so I'm gonna fix that real quick. Sorry, guys. I know it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. It's just the way it is in this life of weirdness. Right? How you guys doing today? All right? 1 second. Just going to fix this real quick. The illusion has been broken. I know. It sucks. I hate when the illusion gets broken. My weird virtual cell phone that I created. All right. Remember to subscribe, people, while I'm fixing the cell phone. Okay? Okay, that sort of looks okay, I guess. It'd probably be nice if it was the other direction. See if I can fix that, sort of. See if I get the whole screen in here. Nope, still doesn't have the whole screen in there. That is so awesome. Okay. You know what I should have done? I probably shouldn't have done it the way I just did it. Anyway. Because now that it's all sideways. I don't want it sideways. Maybe I'll do this. Give me 1 second. I think I know how to fix it. I'll just have to flip my phone around. Phone hand. It's going to look a bit odd. I know. It's kind of odd that I'm doing this right on the spot. So if you turn this phone sideways, that's really weird to hold the phone. It's kind of odd to hold the phone like that, right? There you go. Wow. Nice. Yep. That's a bit weird. It really is. Okay. I don't think people usually hold their phones like that. Right? It's like the bizarro upside down world. Wait, let me do it again because I'm a slightly OCD people. I don't like weird screens that are upside down like this. Drives me a bit crazy. Okay, let's see if we do it this way. We're gonna flip this frown upside down. Okay, there you go. Boom. Now that looks a little better, right? It makes a little more sense. I'll have to fix this again later, which is awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can read some of the comments now because I couldn't read it a second ago. Okay, so we got Dark in there. Okay, we got Dark. It says that whole thing with needing an internet connection to play offline is fucking annoying. Dark, that's beyond annoying. They've literally taken away your ability to own what you purchase. This is why I say if buying is not owning, then pirating is not stealing. Exactly. That's the way I said it, and I've actually told some of my followers on this platform to do that, right? Okay, so now we're going to watch this douchebag over here. He's going to break this down for us, right?
Fine upgrade.
Okay, so, the smug laughing, define upgrade. Okay, let's hear this.
See what they say.
Hey everyone, Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade.
Define upgrade.
I'm going to define it right now. Actually, she's going to define it because this is an advertisement. The upgrade is that there's more software. There's more content being brought to Game Pass. As far as I know, they said something like 500 games. And then also, you always got to keep in mind, these guys are committed to bringing more value to their platform so that people keep subscribing to it. Unlike Sony, who brings basically no value at all to their $20 a month program. Their PSN, whatever you call it, PS Plus, they bring no value to that. So it is priced correctly, right? I think it's overpriced. I think $20 is too much to ask for PSN. And some people would say, well, it's got 700 games. It's like, well, lots of shovelware, and then hundreds of those titles on there are literally streaming titles that look like shit, right? They look like garbage and they play like garbage. They have themselves a very, really, really shitty online subscription service. So you get access to like less than 720p PS3 games that you're streaming. It's like, that's pathetic. That's the bulk of their software on there is just old shit and shovelware. They charge you they have the nerve to charge $20 for that, and no one has a problem. Then you go to the Xbox by comparison. You can get the $10 plan, the $15 plan, or the $30 plan. The $30 plan is filled with day one releases. That alone is a reason to get it. And once again, going into this new shitty world of gaming where there's DRM and you don't own your software, I feel like it's a better option to just treat it like a rental than it is to purchase it. Because what's the point of purchasing it when you don't own it?
See that wallet over there? Now you give us more money. Congratulations.
He figured out what business is about. Wow, what a genius. That's what business is, you fucking idiot. It's about making more money. That's what business is. Maybe I'm pretty sure he doesn't own a business. Look, he got a chair with googly eyes on it.
It's been upgraded.
We've listened to your feedback, and now you have even...
This is the way leftards debate things or break things down. They do fake laughs. Anytime you talk to some idiot who doesn't know how to think, they're just going to put laughy faces all over. Like if it's in a comment form, they're going to put laughy faces, or they're going to type LOL, because that's their way of actually communicating, I guess. It's just this level of like, they're just smug. That's what they are. They're smug, and they think they know everything, right? That's really what it is. They just think they know everything. And they're also afraid of being perceived as being stupid. So they just do this little fake laugh, which makes them think like they're superior in some way. I've seen it many, many times. It makes me literally want to punch people in the beep. Not in the beep. I mean face. I said beep, which makes it sound like I want to punch them in their wiener.
more freedom to choose how you play the game.
That's a deep voice, just gotta say. That's a very deep voice. She's kind of feminine looking, but those hands are a little big. But whatever.
That's bullshit. If you listen,
All right, sorry guys. Let's really hear this, because we're gonna hear some of the complaining that these guys make for content. Complaining.
Freedom to choose how you play the games you want.
that's bullshit. If you listen to the feedback, you would lower the price and add more games. Or at least...
Isn't that like the most dumbest, most fucking ridiculous thing ever? It's like dumbass. They're a business. Do you not understand what the fuck a business is? So he comes over here, right? And they say that we're listening to feedback. We're listening to the fans. This dumb motherfucker over here, this idiot obviously you see on the left side at the lower part of the screen. He's over here like, if you listen to us, you would lower the prices and add more games. And how does that serve a business? That's like saying, well, look, if the pizzeria shop listened to its customers, it would add more meatballs and spaghetti and lower your prices. You know that's a good recipe for going out of business, right? That's a good way to go out of business. And this dumb motherfucker doesn't know how business works. Of course, the customer is going to say, I want more for less. That's a given, right? The only problem is that's not how businesses work, right? Now, they're not footing the bill. They're not footing the bill for what's being supplied. Again, you have these guys here who are footing the bill for all this. Obviously, that's what you do in business. You put money in order to make money. But when you're going out and you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on, these guys have literally spent billions upon billions of dollars. They just bought Activision for somewhere around $70 billion. That's a huge acquisition, right? That's a lot of money. And then they went out and they bought all this other stuff. And now they're having to create the software, right? In order to feed this Game Pass. They need a lot of capital to do that in order to keep this content going and keep themselves in business and making a good amount of money. Because they got to make money, people. These guys are, they made $5 billion. Yeah, but just Call of Duty alone costs hundreds of millions to put together, to create it. All right. So for you to say they need to drop their prices while they're having to fund these enormous AAA projects is fucking retarded. And it just shows how retarded you are. Why don't you just lower your prices? And how are they supposed to fund all their projects, you dumbass? Maybe they could just do what Sony does and just live on PS4 games, right? A bunch of fucking fake ass remasters, right? Horizon Zero Dawn, the new remaster, which actually really doesn't even look better in some ways. It doesn't even look as good as the PS4 version. And they're charging you fucking what, $80 for that? $70 for that shit? They got this trash service it's like an afterthought, and they have the nerve to charge $20 for it. You know, this Game Pass shit is everything for Xbox now. That's Xbox, right? It's branched out. It's everywhere. And so they need capital to fund that. And obviously they're a business and they want to make money back. They need security. They need security and they want to make a good amount of money. What's wrong with making money? It's called business, you dumb motherfucker.
Lower the price and leave the amount of games the same. You did none of that. You just raised the price.
What's up, Bulb?
How can you
just raised the price?
say that as a bold-faced lie? How can you say we listened to your feedback? That's such a bullshit.
We listened to your feedback. You didn't lick our balls and tuck us in at night. I mean, come on. You didn't make us muffins. Like, bro, come on. Yeah, as they say, the customer, I guess, the customer's always right. But actually, the customer sometimes isn't. You know, sometimes the customer's kind of retarded, like this guy in the corner there.
Corporate line.
Here's a look at what's new and what's changing. First off, you might have noticed some changes to the plan names. Xbox Game Pass Core is now Xbox Game Pass Essential.
So, hey, by the way, try to keep up with these name changes, which is what they do to try to trick people, confuse people, so that you.
Oh yeah, it's super duper confusing. They're literally making this video as a way of informing their consumer. It's super confusing. Okay.
Can't do direct comparisons with Google searches over history because the names aren't the same and it convolutes what even anything was. They do this on purpose to confuse you as to what used to cost what. So they can't be like, oh, it's.
Yeah, you might go back and say it's more expensive now. Well, guess what? The Xbox is more expensive now. The PlayStation is more expensive now. They brought up those prices, right? So you would think that they would bring up these prices as well. Right? Well, they can only bring up the console prices. Well, going back to Nintendo, they've raised the prices of their software. They literally have games on the Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo Switch 2, that look like Xbox 360 games, and those games cost $90. But no one got a problem with that, right? You're going to have a problem with these guys putting out AAA titles that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to produce on day one, and they let you play. I mean, obviously you purchase it. So it's not really, I guess it's not really well, they are kind of letting you play it because believe it or not, if they wanted to, they don't have to allow you to play these games in Game Pass. They could just say, they could do what Sony's doing and say, we're not going to put Call of Duty in Game Pass. We're not putting Doom in there. We're not putting anything day and date. We'll be putting them in there like Sony does. We'll put them in there in 5 years, right? You'll get access to these games in 5 years on your Game Pass subscription. They could do that. They should probably turn around and say, you know what? We're not going to have a higher tier system. We're going to have it where it's $10, but it's only got 5 games on the service, right? Just 5 games, and we're never going to bring any of our AAA games. You could just buy those at full price for $70 a pop. Actually, we're not going to sell them for $70. We're going to follow Nintendo's lead, and we're going to sell them for $90 each. We do know people love Call of Duty, So now it's $90. Because we know that Call of Duty costs a lot more to produce than Super Mario Kart. I'll let you know that.
Gone up over 50% in 2 years. You can't even do that anymore.
Xbox Game Pass.
Actually, no, over 100% in 2 years. Wasn't it 14.9?
They want to go and these dudes want to get all bent out of shape. You got to keep in mind, once again, let's look at the landscape. Sony's service is garbage and they charge $20 for it. Xbox's service is exceptionally good. So what they did is they raised it because it's got more value than Sony's $20 product. Does that not make sense? When you go out and you buy a television, you have the lower tier and then you have the higher tier. Higher tier TVs usually cost more money. Yes, they do. They cost more money because they cost more to develop. That's one of the things. Unless you're getting ripped off from a company like Sony that'll sell you a piece of shit TV for a price that's more expensive than a much lower cost TV that actually might be not only competitive, but might be in some ways better than a high-end Sony television. I've experienced this. I got many televisions. And I see the Sony shit. Stuff sometimes look like garbage. I know TCL TVs. Some of those TCL TVs make these Sony TVs look like trash. And the TCL TVs are like hundreds of dollars less. What's up, Walker?
99 and now it's 29.99. That's 100%. That's
it's saying 100%. These motherfuckers just like to juice shit up. There's a $10 difference, people. They have the ultimate plan. It's $10 more. I have ultimate. I had it and I paid it when it was lower cost. The only reason I'm keeping it is because it's got value. Obviously, they got to keep that value in order for you to want to have the higher tier. But this is what always happens. This is what cable TV does. This is what every company does this, right? And you have to understand, going back to the overhead. These guys have an enormous overhead. Okay. Now I'm not too cool with all the AI shit they're doing now, but it's just to cut down their overhead, but also make more money, which is kind of fucked up. But they're all doing this now. But these guys do have a giant overhead because they are committed to Game Pass. Sony is not committed to their streaming to their live service. They're really not. This shit is an afterthought. They don't put any games on their day and date. You have to go and buy all those for $90 or whatever. And once again, you don't own any of it. That's what I say. Look, if I don't own it, then I ain't buying it. That's it. And the sick part is that in the end, that's what they want. So I won't be shocked if we see in the next generation that all games are $90. If you go to the store, they're going to be $90. So they're going to push, and Xbox is totally fine with this, with $90 games. Because what it's going to do is it's going to push you towards these subscription services. And I said this like over 2 years ago on this show we do here, right? On Food TV, on the Real Food TV. I have a video I made over 2 years ago talking about gaming and saying that this was going to happen. That these prices are going to go up and that they're going to push towards these subscription models. The difference between Sony and Microsoft is that Microsoft is ahead of the curve. They know where it's going. They're ahead of that fucking curve. So they're pushing towards this ecosystem. And as much as these guys say, oh, the Xbox is dead, just shut the fuck up. Because you're not going to stop buying Call of Duty, you fucking... I mean, look, if you do stop buying Call of Duty, I'll respect you. All right? I respect that. And if you're against DRM and you hate Xbox because of DRM, then why the fuck do you own a PlayStation? Okay? Those people who are okay, that hate Xbox because of DRM, but you own a PlayStation, you're a fucking idiot.
It's 100%. That's crazy.
Standard is now Xbox Game Pass Premium, and Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is still Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
What? Why would you change the names?
We explored other names, but
Xbox Game Pass.
All right, so the guy's gonna complain about everything, right? All right, hello, Bob. What's up, Bob? We got the 1818. Hello, Foo. All right. 2 different times I bought expensive Sony equipment that turned out to be trash. No 3 different times. Yeah, I mean, I like Sony. I mean, I liked the culture of them initially. They're not as good as they used to be. They really disgust me, their practices, because what they do is they shit on the competition, and then they create like a culture of hate around the competition. This is what they did with the PlayStation 4. They did it with the PS3 as well. But they just really sold it a lot during the PS4, where you had like literal thousands of people on there on the social media and on the internet just bombarding Xbox fans with just basically shitting all over them. The gaming media was a part of it as well, pushing this culture of, if you don't own a PlayStation, then you're a moron. This is what they do. I guess you could say in a way it's like identity politics, right? You know, the Xbox is cooler than the PlayStation in my book. It is, but they didn't want you to think that. They wanted you to think it's garbage and that you should be playing The Last of Us because it's cool as playing a I don't know, big ass butch dyke who beats the shit out of zombies with her bare hands. I don't know, Sony, you kind of lost me on that one. It's kind of stupid. But I will play Last of Us 2 on this channel, just saying. I'm gonna play. I like the first one. Second one, I mean, talk about a fucking train wreck, right? But yeah, I did like Sony as a kid growing up. I enjoyed the PlayStation 1. I liked to a certain degree the PS2. I thought the games looked kind of fucked up. They look kind of shitty. I prefer the Xbox, the original Xbox, over the PS2. But Sony did have a lot of software because they had a grip on the industry, which was a shame because I think if the Xbox would have got the games that Sony PS2 got, they would have looked 10 times better. But once again, going back to Sony, they engaged in really dirty practices, and they would literally pay these developers to make the Xbox versions of these PS2 games inferior. You have a piece of hardware in the Xbox that was way beyond the PS2, but they would do dirty dealings behind the scenes to make these games look worse on the Xbox. And what's funny is they did this before these guys really talk about projecting. When Microsoft was going to buy Call of Duty or Activision, these guys, Sony, went to the Foreign Trade Commission and they said they were afraid that the Xbox was going to do certain things in order to make these Call of Duty games look worse on the PlayStation 5. And in reality, what they were doing there is they were projecting, because this is what Sony's been doing for a long time. And because I remember when Metal Gear Solid 2 came out, it was on the PS2 and it ran great. It ran good, very good. Then it came to the original Xbox and it ran like shit. And I'm going to guess why is because even back then, these guys were dealing with these kind of dirty practices where they get these Japanese developers. You know, they're a Japanese company and they're probably like, hey, can you make it run like shit on the Xbox so that we look better by comparison? This is what Sony does. That's the kind of company they are. But these guys, this dude here, I say this because I'll put money that this fucking cornball here that made this video is probably shitting on Xbox, but he's gonna go have all these gameplay videos of a Sony. Oh, it's the new Ghost of Tsushima, and they're gonna suck Sony's dick all day long. Yet they are one of the most dirty companies around. Sony.
Awesome. Too Fast, Too Furious. Oh my god, this is so cringe.
They didn't work out. Of course, a lot more is changing than just the names. We've expanded all Xbox Game Pass plans to give you more games and more ways to play and more rewards than ever.
Do you think that this girl plays video games at all, by the way, guys? Like, at all?
I mean, does it really matter if she plays video games? It's like, look, if she's a saleswoman, that's what she is. That's like saying that, look, guys, look, we see this doctor. He's selling psych meds, but does he even take these products, guys? Do you think he takes psych meds? look, this guy's selling cancer drugs, right, guys? She's selling cancer drugs, but do you think she even takes cancer drugs? I mean, who the fuck cares if she plays video games? She's selling this product. She's reading a teleprompter. Who gives a shit? Okay?
Honest question.
Honest, guys, do you think she even plays video games? Honest question. Who gives a shit?
Let's look at the upgrades to the plans one by one. First up, Essential, formerly known as Core. This plan is expanding to give you more.
She's like, I'm just so excited. I have the fakest smile while I'm talking. This is cringe.
Ways to play, including PC.
You know what's cringe? Cringe is thinking that a saleswoman in a pre-prepared speech is going to be like what? What does he want her to be? Angry? She's why isn't she not angry? I mean, she's smiling because she's selling a product that's supposed to make you happy, right? Or engage you. You know, where you're not bored, you're having fun.
And cloud gaming.
Yay.
Previously, Core was primarily for console, but Essential now lets you play games on Xbox console, PC, and cloud.
Okay, there you go, people. There's more for the same, pretty much the same price. How much is Core? What, $10? So, people, I never just so you know, I didn't see this whole video, but that's actually a good thing. They're giving you titles from the PC, the cloud, and the console. Guess what? Back before this whole thing, you didn't get PC games, right? It was all separate. Now they're bringing features into the lower tier that were in the upper tier. So back when I was spending, I think it was like $15 to $20 for Ultimate. Now they're bringing Ultimate features into the lower tiers. And this guy, he's going to complain? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Okay, so what about the people that just used it for console? Now they need to pay more money to access things that they're not using it for. How is that an upgrade again?
It's an upgrade, dumb motherfucker, because it has more games in it. They gave you cloud, PC games, and console. All three, regardless. Okay? Of what you're just spending that one rate, and they're adding more value to it.
That means you have the freedom to stream and play on any supported device. And with cloud gaming, that includes a lot of devices. We're also expanding.
I don't know if they had that. I don't know all the tiers because I always got the Ultimate package. That's the thing. But from what I remember, you didn't have the PC stuff on anything other than the Ultimate package. That's why I got it, because I own a PC. I do some PC gaming. And I just thought, hey, I'll just get the full package where I can get my console stuff and my PC stuff. But now I'm seeing that they're bringing it to all the different tiers, which is a good thing.
Game library, so you get access to over. We're all.
They have a toaster.
Yeah, it's called a joke.
MetaQuest 3, MetaQuest 2, laptop.
He don't even look. This is how amazing this guy is. He has a fucking platinum plaque behind him. He doesn't even know the difference between the MetaQuest 3 and the MetaQuest 3. This right here is the MetaQuest 3, and this over here is what's called the MetaQuest 3. That's not the MetaQuest 2. So the guy don't even know technology.
Tablet.
Just saying.
Tablet, laptop. This is literally, you break it down. Oh, it even says underneath the toaster, not a supported device. So they're
yeah. What's funny is people are so stupid that they have to write that in there. That is not a supported device. And people, you saw it on the screen. It's a toaster. It's a toaster that looks like an Xbox. All right. So Dark in the comments says, I recently got Medal of Honor European Assault. Laugh out loud. Is that a PS2 game? Some of these old games, I don't know why that heart is blocking that. Let me see. I can see with your message there. What is this? Some of these old games I never tried, so we'll be trying them out later.
Adding things in to make it seem like you can do it on so many things. It's like, no, it's literally a tablet or your laptop. That's it.
It's literally any device that streams stuff. So that could be a PC, a cell phone, a MetaQuest. I own a MetaQuest, people. That's cool. That if I don't want to buy the higher tier $30 Xbox thing, Game Pass, then now I have streaming features on the lower tier, which allows me to stream those to my MetaQuest for less money. So I'm saving money and getting higher tier functionality. And what's the problem with that? I don't know, but this guy's a rage culture guy, like all the other idiots on the internet. Not everybody, not everyone's a fucking retard. But this guy's just going to nitpick and make everything into a negative, because that's what they do.
That's it.
Also expanding the game library, so you get access to over 50 games. And of course, you still get online multiplayer, so you can keep playing with your squad.
Oh.
Look. So he's going to complain about that. You got to keep in mind, people, like when I was a kid, they didn't have services like this. Every fucking game I got, I had to cherish it. I was growing up in Brooklyn. We would go to like the fucked up like Arabic stores in Fifth Avenue in Brooklyn. It's a mostly Spanish area. Those dudes would be selling you these fucking games like crazy overpriced because Nintendo didn't have like set pricing. So these guys could sell you games for like $80. I remember I got a copy of Mortal Kombat and this thing was $80. I cherished that. I was like, I took care of it. I would dust the game off, like polish it and be like, I'd put it up on a mantle and all that. I would treat it like a precious little gem. Nowadays, motherfuckers get 50 games. They're like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. What the fuck is this trash? These guys are all entitled. That's what it is. People are entitled in every way nowadays.
The thing that you get to do for free.
They don't even care about a fucking deal. They're like, I got a deal. I need more of a deal. Can I have this for free? Give it to me for free. If you don't, fuck you.
PC by default. Thanks for including that as part of the paid plan.
Another upgrade is
Wait, let's see to hear this genius again.
By default. Thanks for
keep playing with your squad.
Oh, the thing you get to do for free on PC by default. Thanks for including that as
Why don't you just go buy a fucking PC then, right? Just go get a PC. He's talking about the online. About, well, on PC I can get it for free. But also, well, on PC they're not putting all these features in. You're not getting all these features on a PC. Now, one thing I would like on the Xbox is if they gave you a plan that you don't get anything. All you get is the ability to play your games online. It shouldn't even be a plan. You create a profile and you just get to play the games online. And that's it. But I don't know what other stuff they're doing behind the scenes. I mean, these servers they're using have to be paid for. A lot of this stuff you do on your Xbox goes to a data center, and so they're saving all this stuff. When you go on Xbox, that shit's going into like a hard drive and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know what kind of overhead they have there, but I assume they have an overhead, right? They have to literally save all your information like forever. I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of these streaming sites will take this information and delete it that you have. They'll delete it. These guys, they got shit on there, people. When I got an Xbox 360, I still got stuff on the Xbox Live service from when I initially bought a 360 back in 2005. They've kept that stuff that long. So they got an overhead there, okay? So maybe that's why they can't just give you free internet. Well, they probably could, but you would have no connection to anything. They could maybe do that, right? No stats, nothing like that. You just go on your and play some online games. That's it. That's one thing they should bring in.
part of the paid plan.
Another upgrade is that Essential
The
now
PC, you get to go and play your games online for free. In some cases, there's some games that you have to pay to play, but you're not getting a bunch of features. You know, it's just bare bones. That's all it is.
includes in-game benefits for some of the biggest games like League of Legends, Call of Duty Warzone, and Overwatch 2. And with Essential, you can earn up to 25,000 rewards points a year.
What does that even mean? Who cares? Make it cost less. I see what they're doing with this, by the way. They're trying to make it a system where they force you into their ecosystem and spend all your time just playing that, and they'll reward you with points that you can redeem to maybe get a few dollars off every month if you keep going back to it.
Actually, they don't, people. This guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. A lot of these points you get are actually real world. You can use them in the real world. You can literally buy cards and buy food. Like, you could buy food in the real world. I'm not saying mana. You can go out and buy like a Panera card. I've actually purchased Amazon gift cards with the stuff I get from the Xbox. Like right now I have like $50 in my Xbox thing. These guys send me a notification every few weeks and say, hey, you have this amount of points, redeem it. And I go and I've redeemed $50 gift cards from Xbox. I didn't do anything but play games, and they gave me basically gave me money. Now, the one thing I don't like about it is that you can't turn it into like a, I don't think you can take it and turn it into like a actual cash, but you can take it and go out and buy like points cards from like, you could buy like gift cards with the stuff they give you, with the points they give you. You could buy like an Amazon gift card and buy actual stuff from Walmart. You can go like buy fucking chicken or buy your dinner with the shit you got from playing video games. I think that's pretty crazy. But once again, you know, a guy like this and all the other rage culture motherfuckers are just going to cry about everything.
That's messed up.
That's disgusting.
That's messed up.
I'm getting money from playing video games. That's fucking disgusting. I hate this. Hey guys, hey YouTube, give me more money. Like, right? This is how this motherfucker gets money from this shit, right? You see him sitting there with a dumbass chair with googly eyes on it.
Instead of just having an affordable price, they're just like, no, you know what? We're going to force you.
Yeah, $30 is not affordable. Look, dude, if you can't pay $30, then you got other issues you got to think about outside of video games, right? It's an affordable price.
To be hooked into this matrix. And
Also, people, once again, they have a tiered system. He doesn't have to get this shit. If you want to play games and all that, just go buy the game in the store. You don't need Game Pass. You don't have to have any of these tiers. They don't force you into that. Now, the one thing I have a problem with is if I go and I buy Call of Duty and I want to play it online, I got to give them another $10, right? In order to get that just to have the low tier. The low tier, I think, is about $10. And I got to pay them to play fucking Call of Duty online. What the F? What the F? But they don't say anything about that probably because Sony does the same thing. They do the same. Same thing. Actually, PlayStation 3 had free online. You know that? They had free online. But guess what? All of Sony's, basically all their first party games, none of them go online anymore. Now you go on the Xbox side, I can play Gears of War 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. Literally the first Gears of War still goes online. The first one, the second one, all those games go online. Go on the PlayStation and see how many matches of Killzone you could play online. Killzone 2 doesn't go online. Uncharted doesn't go online. None of their games go online anymore. None of them. Okay? That's a big problem because I actually enjoyed some of those Sony games online and they've just discontinued all the onlines. So if it means I have to pay like a little price in order to play those games online and to continue them to be online and have a community, I'm fine with giving them a little money. Toss them a little money for that, right? To keep those servers going. But a guy like this probably would never do that, right? He don't give a shit. And I know some people will say, well, you can go on PC and get software and still play those games online. But guess what? Those games don't have any community. Like I remember I connected my Xbox to my PC, right? And I ran some certain kind of software in order to allow me to play like the original Halo online and Halo 2 online on the OG Xbox, right? And so I found some servers, people running online, and I played Halo online, on the OG Xbox. It was cool. It was cool, but it wasn't what it used to be, right? Because back in the day, those lobbies were packed. Now it's just got a couple of people in there. Right? It's not the same.
Our ecosystem.
Just by playing the games you love. You can redeem your points for Xbox gift cards.
Hold on.
What's going on, guys?
All right, what's going on, guys?
Gym area.
Oh, well, my God, bro. What is this? What are you trying to do? Make money over here? You got advertisements running? What the fuck? That's disgusting, you greedy motherfucker. All right, let's see this again. We're just analyzing some of this rage culture bullshit, people.
Guys, they are advertising a $1.25 Xbox.
Guys, guess what? I have $50 gift cards that I purchased using the Xbox. And they send me notifications. Say, by the way, you have thousands of points that you have not redeemed yet. Right? And I go in there, I'm like, oh shit, I can buy a bunch of games from literally playing games. I can now play more games without paying.
Gift card. How generous of them after doubling the price in 2 years to be giving.
Once again, people, look, the guy's just full of shit. I'm gonna shut his video down in a second. This whole thing about doubling a price, once again, these people like to rage and they like to juice shit up. The dude's like a really, like, you know, there's some women that do this. They kind of try to juice things up that really aren't a big deal, right? So he's over here. Oh, they doubled the price in 2 years. It's like, okay, well, I know initially I bought an Xbox Series X and the shit cost $500. Now it's going up by what? It's going up by a good amount of money. I think it's like over $100 more. I think both these systems went up by like $100. That's kind of crazy, I think, right? These guys brought up the price by $10. All right, but he'll say over 2 years, yeah, it's not a big deal, but if anything, what happened is that their focus wasn't on Game Pass the way it is now. They're putting big bucks into the service. So now they're trying to recoup some of that, right? This company put down just for the acquisition of Activision was over $70 billion. So they're trying to make that money back and then start making money. I guess they're trying to accelerate it. But if it was not fair, then I would say, maybe I'd say some things similar to what he's saying. But I think actually they were underpricing Game Pass, the Ultimate. They were underpricing it. $20 or $15 for that package was underpriced. If you look at the market, because if you look at the market, you look at Sony, you see what they're doing and what Nintendo's doing, but mostly Sony, because I think Sony's really, they're both kind of in the same space. They're kind of going neck and neck or toe for toe, even though I think in many ways, Xbox has completely dominated those guys. People will say, oh, look, well, the console sales. Look at the software. That's what I said. Look at the software. If Xbox wanted, they could just pull all their software off of the PlayStation. And I think really, if they want to play rough like Sony likes to play, they probably should do that. They say, you know what, guys? No more Doom on Sony. No more nothing. These guys got so much software, it's insane. They could just pull all of it off a Sony system, right? But they want to play nice. They want to play nice. That's what it is.
Back $1.25. In 2025, I think you might be able to buy a candy bar for that price.
It doesn't make any sense as even analyzing that. That shit you can get money from. Just the fact you're getting money from playing video games is just crazy. But I mean, once again, the guys complain about everything. This guy says that the lady sounds like Bob. I don't think that lady sounds like Bob. Bob has a much lighter voice than that woman. That woman's voice kind of sounds kind of deep. What is this? I was the same. Any game I bought, I took care of. I wouldn't even like letting my friends I stopped lending games to my friends a long time ago. Actually, some of my fake friends, because if you grow up in the hood, everyone's got a fucking cousin that borrowed your games, right? That was the big excuse. Oh, I lent it to my cousin. And then you never see your fucking game again, right? Where's your cousin? Everyone had a cousin, and they were always lending the games to their cousin. And then their cousin would go rob them, right? The people, I tell you, people in the hood, a lot of people are fucking garbage. It's got to be honest. Garbage people. And when that shit would happen, I would just not even be friends with these people anymore. I'd be like, get the fuck away from me. Like, I don't even know how many fake friends I had in the hood. They go and I'd lend them my, I think in good faith, I would say, oh, I mean, we're all like friends. And I would lend them my games or a game. And they would go and say, oh, I gave it to my cousin. And their cousin goes and fucking pockets the thing. It's like, yeah, that's bullshit. I hate you. Right? Okay, back to the video.
At a store that has them at $1.25. I've seen them go higher than that. But wow. Thank you, Microsoft, for your generosity.
To get new games.
Wow, thank you, Microsoft, for giving me money. How dare you? Right? And again, the cards they build. I've literally purchased $50. Not purchased, no purchase, just redeemed. I've redeemed $50 gift cards from Xbox and purchased things not on their service. I purchased stuff on Amazon or wherever else. You can buy stuff outside of their ecosystem. They're giving you this. They don't have to give you anything. That's the thing. Imagine going to a store, any store, McDonald's. McDonald's going to give me fucking money for buying hamburgers, right? And then they're going to give me money. I'm going to complain. That's what I told you. The entitlement is fucking crazy.
Add-ons, and more. So if you've got your eye on some DLC, you can spend points to bring home the bundle.
So on top of the money that you're already spending, you can spend some of your points and then also more.
I'm just going to skip a little because we're going to get out of this video. I'm just showing off that this guy's just a fucking idiot. Wait, give me one moment. I want to see how many views this motherfucker got. Okay, this guy in 2 days got 28,000 views. I don't have a single video that has 28,000 views. Nothing. And these motherfuckers come out with the dumbest hot takes ever. And they somehow get that many views in 2 days. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You get the rest of the stuff on top of the money you're already spending.
Next up, Premium, formerly known as Standard.
Formerly known as Standard. Okay, so the Premium, now then they have Ultimate. Okay, so this is the middle tier, right?
While Standard was built with console players in mind, Premium was built with everyone in mind. So we're giving you more ways to play with this one.
So this is the one that they think the majority of people are going to get, I guess, if they want a good amount of features.
With games on Xbox console.
You guys notice something really valuable that is severely lacking from this info advertisement?
Is that JT Smash? What do you mean? Who's JT Smash? Is that JT Smash? Is that the name of this guy's channel? Give me a second. This is. I don't know who it is, man. I don't know if it's JT Smash. I have no idea.
That they're pushing out there. Where's the money, Lebowski? How come you're not telling us what it costs here? Oh, I think I know. The reason's twofold. One, you're really embarrassed because you know it's about.
Give me 1 second. Give me one second.
Two,
Sorry, people,
you
something pops
know
up on the
this
screen.
video is going to be played in multiple different languages.
1 second.
And you want to be able to manipulate the price in different regions for lower income areas and higher income areas so you can maximize your profits.
Oh my!
Curious.
Look how dumb that guy sounds. He says they're going to adjust their pricing in different regions. You know, that's just business, people. You know that? If you, in Manhattan, the prices are very different in Manhattan than other parts of New York. New York State, they don't have the same prices in every region. And so this guy's complaining about adjusting prices. Well, in that case, then let's do this. Let's have people in a lower income area pay the same prices as wealthy people in Manhattan. Let's just do that then. Now this guy has a problem with adjusting pricing? Well, in that case, look, the prices for consoles are and games is sky high in Canada. So let's just make it the same for everyone in every country, right? The same pricing. We'll have it'll be the same price in Canada as it is it'll be the same price in the Philippines, right? Where people have less money as it is in the US, right? Let's just do that. I mean, now the guys just complain about everything. And there's nothing here. His whole point is just to complain about every fucking thing here. Right? That's what it is. Like I told you, this is the definition of rage culture. These are like these people where they have this dumb nugget in their head and they'll say like, America's super duper racist. Everything's racist. And then you tell them this point, these many things that aren't racist. And they'll say, fuck you. What are you, racist? That's how they work.
Video is going to be played in multiple different languages, and you want to be able to manipulate the price in different regions for lower income areas and higher income areas.
Oh my God, you want to lower the prices in lower income areas and make it affordable? How dare you?
So you can maximize your profits. Curious.
Oh my, curious, you're trying to make the system affordable in lower income areas so then you can make money. What he doesn't understand is that they can literally make it the same price and say, well, only the wealthy people in that area will be able to purchase it. He doesn't understand that when you adjust your pricing for something like a game console, which costs a certain amount of money to actually manufacture, they might actually be losing money in these lower income areas in order to bust into that market, to get into that market. And then they make it back on software sales, possibly, right? Maybe they make it back that way. But once again, if they adjust their prices and lower them in a lower income area, they're taking a chance on initially losing lots of money and possibly not recuperating that money. Okay. And that's one of the reasons to raise the prices in other areas, right? It's certain things like Game Pass, for example, it gives them more of a safety net, right? So they can make a good amount of money. And another thing about the Xbox is that they do reinvest a lot of this money into software development. And they are putting a lot of money into software development. You're talking about billions. What the fuck is Sony doing? Spider-Man 18, the Wolverine. I mean, how many fucking garbage games these guys are going to put out? I saw this Wolverine game Sony showed the other day. To me, it looks like garbage. It's just some reskinned Spider-Man game. That's all it is. It's like a Batman clone, but with blood. Okay? This shit, they're not breaking new ground with these games that these guys are making.
Curious.
PC and cloud. You heard that right. PC and cloud are coming to premium. With premium.
Wow.
PC and cloud were on premium, but I think it was a higher price. I think it was over 20. I think now it's like $15. I think that's how much it cost. I mean, but what doesn't make sense about this advertisement is that they literally just said that PC is coming to the first tier, the lower tier. So, okay, so it's just a no-brainer that it would come to the second to top, to the middle tier, right? But, okay.
Wow. Stop hiring obnoxious people. I got to play that again. That was so bad.
I like how he's saying obnoxious people coming from this guy.
That right. PC and cloud are coming to premium.
It's moments like this. I love what I do, guys. I really do. But it's moments like this where I step back and I'm just like, what are we doing here? What even is this?
You got to be real. I don't even know what the fuck he's laughing about. Yeah, PC's coming to. I mean, it didn't make any sense. It's poor writing because again, it's already in the first tier. So if you imagine they said, "Oh, no PC in the middle tier," We're just not going to put PC in there. It's like, what? But why did you put it in the lower cost one then? We just thought you didn't need it.
What the fuck are we doing here? We have an obvious DEI hire that doesn't play games, that is a terrible actress, that is shoving horrific shit down your throat, telling you, don't ask questions, just consume product.
This guy's just like making shit up. Give him 1 second. I'm going to see what's the name of this guy's channel. His name of his channel is, Smash JT. What is it? What, people smashing him? It doesn't shock me. I'm pretty sure people probably do smash him.
Yeah, Microsoft. Let us know how this works out for you in the long run.
With Premium, you get access to over 200 games. And when a new game is published...
The guy's going to be like, fuck that, what the fuck? I have access to 200 games. Fuck that, I'll buy them all. I'll buy all those. You know, back in the day, people, when they had this thing called Blockbuster Video, you know how much it would cost to rent out 200 video games? You know the amount of money you would have spent? No joke, Blockbuster Video towards the very end, they were doing like, I think it was like 8-day rentals for like $14. That's what they did. They would force you into that. You could not get a 1-day rental. They made them all like 8-day rentals, and they were $15 for one piece of content. I remember one time, I think I rented the game Black. It's a first-person shooter. And I think that thing was like $15 for that. Right? And if you miss your date bringing it back, they charge you more. So over $15, late fees, right? And then they also, I think if you didn't bring it back or was damaged, you might get even more fees. These guys that you got here, you got over 200 games for what? $15 a month? $14? Oh my God, it's disgusting. I'm being ripped off.
Xbox, it'll be added to the Premium library within 1 year of launch.
Within 1 year? Oh, how
This one's really funny. Look, he complains about this. I'm gonna go through this guy's page in a minute and really look at what the fuck content this trash bag has on there.
Within 1 year?
I'm just calling him a trash bag because I think he's very dishonest.
1 year of launch.
All right. Sorry, guys. I keep going back. I want to hear what she says here.
Within 1 year of launch.
Okay. Sorry. This is not working out the way I wanted to.
Access to over 200 games. And when a new game is published by Xbox, it'll be added to the Premium library within 1 year of launch.
Within 1 year? Oh, how generous of you. So Xbox, Microsoft's Xbox, the company that runs this program, if the game comes from that company, they might let you play that game within a year of it launching.
Look at him, he laughs. You see how dumb he is? This guy's beyond retarded. He's way beyond retarded.
On their own program in their own ecosystem.
Their own program, their own ecosystem. People, there's this thing called Valve, right? They do this thing called Steam. It's one of the biggest services in the world. They have this game called Half-Life Alyx. You know that you have to purchase that game from their platform. I haven't seen it on any other platform. It might be on Sony. They might have brought it over there. But that game came out, people, on one of the biggest streaming services, if not the biggest in the world. And guess what? They gave you no option to actually play that game on a subscription plan for what? $10, $15? $15 a month, right? Like a subscription service. They didn't put it on there ever. Okay? You also got the competition. Sony, right? They have a $20 a month service. You know what they don't have on that? Day one access to their biggest games. Their first party games. You don't have any access to that. They're putting games on there that have been out for years. They have Spider-Man 2, right? I looked the other day on their service. I might gloss through it in a few minutes, maybe, on their website. PSN. They don't have any day and date access. When they put out Ghost of Tsushima 18, you don't get access to that. They might actually never put it on their service. Right now, at least these guys set a standard, right? They're telling you, okay, within 1 year, we're going to put our content, Call of Duty, whatever, into Game Pass. And that's for the middle tier, right? When you get the top tier, you get it the same day. But in the case of like a guy like this, well, if you don't like it and you don't like what they're doing, then just go and spend $70, $80 on that piece of content if you want it the same day. This is just an option for people that don't want to spend $70 for every game. They just want to, and maybe they play lots of games. I get Game Pass for many reasons. I like even though nowadays I don't play as many games as I would like, but I have access to this stuff. So whenever I want, if I sit down, I want to play a game, it's nice to be able to play like the newest games that just came out, right? They're just there. They're just there. That's fun. That's cool. That's cool. And I do it and I pay for the Game Pass. I don't really think too much of it. When I heard it was an increase of $10, I was like, well, that's fair. That's fair. That's why I think it's crazy when I see all these people crying all over the place. Well, what other company's giving you access to their biggest titles on day one? All right. So this guy's over here crying because the middle tier isn't giving you the biggest, the latest and greatest, right? Well, that's what the top tier is for now, right? But they're not saying they're not going to give it to you. They're saying that within a year of its release. All right. That's like the highest amount of time, right? That it won't be on this service. They're saying within a year, which means maybe it might be there sooner, right? Whenever they like, but it's gonna no later than 1 year. Okay. Once again, going back to Sony, they have multiple games that have come out that they've put out, and many of those games are not on their service. And they may never be there, okay? They may never be there, that software.
What a bunch of shitheads.
What a bunch of shitheads. What a fucking entitled piece of trash. Why didn't you make a video game, you dumb white shirt wearing motherfucker? He looks like he looks dirty as hell, this guy.
Premium also now offers the same in-game benefits for some of the biggest games. So you can instantly unlock characters, cosmetics, and more.
So things that are available in the game from the get-go that are held back, now if you pay money extra, you get those from the get-go. Man, isn't gaming great in 2025, guys? Also, is this a dude or a chick? I can't tell.
Is this a dude or a chick? I mean, if you like Sony, you definitely shouldn't be crying about that if you like the PlayStation. It looks like an anime dude. I don't know if you know this dude, but metrosexuals is very common in anime. It's been happening for what? For, I don't know, 50 years? I don't know. As long as anime's been around, dude, they've had that metrosexual, girly looking men. I mean, have you ever played Final Fantasy? It's one of the biggest games on the Sony platform. It's a lot of girly looking guys in there.
I think it's a dude from the arm, but
More. Looking good.
That's the new Sony lead in the new Last of Us. That's a woman. That's a woman.
yeah,
With Premium,
I bet you'd say that.
you can play and earn up to 50,000 rewards points a year. Plus, you get access to exclusive quests, and you get twice the points when you buy games and add-ons. So you'll have even more ways to earn rewards.
I can't do this.
Finally, let's take a look at Ultimate. The best
He's
thing
like,
about
he's like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I mean, me buying games and playing games might actually give me money that allows me to buy more games. That's just disgusting. I don't want that. Take that out. Take that away. I don't want that. I can spend more money from my pocket and buy games. I don't need you to give me $50 or $100. Okay. All right. Well, so that I could go buy more games. That's a terrible thing, right? For people on a budget, right? They got their kid, they're paying for Game Pass every month, every month, and then they're given money in order to go buy more games. It's like, oh, whoa, wow, that's terrible. I hate that. They should get rid of that.
Ultimate is that you can play new games on day one. That includes games like Call of Duty Black Ops 7, The Outer Worlds 2, and High on Life 2. But now, the best is getting even better. Ultimate subscribers will get access to over 75 day one games a year.
Guys,
that's some fucking bullshit. Guys, let me complain right now. Over 75 day one games a year. Day one games. So games the day they fucking come out. 75 games. You know how much money you would have to spend to get all those games at $70 a pop, right? There's a lot of people out there, people that play a lot of video games. Some people might be able to finish 5 games in a month, maybe more. Maybe they don't even watch movies or anything. They just mostly play games, or they don't read much or whatever. They spend a lot of time playing games. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of savings. Some people, they might be able to finish off 10 games or more a year.
they could say you have access to over 1 million games a year. If the only amount of time you have to play say the Outer Worlds or Call of Duty is allotted to, because let's be honest, people that are doing it for Call of Duty are maybe playing one or two other games outside of that, but they're really doing it to get Call of Duty for the lowest price possible. And then long term, they're paying more for the game because they could have just bought it up front. But regardless, they're not playing 75 games. They're playing maybe 2 or 3. Maybe. Most people
then just go out and buy the 2 or 3. That's it. No one's forcing you into the service, you dumb fuck. You just go out and you buy those games, right? You just buy them. That's it. And you buy those 3 games, maybe they're $70 a pop. You want them day one, they're going to be around $70 each. So those 3 games you purchased, they're going to come to around the same price as a year subscription of Game Pass, right? And I would say that would be fair if we actually owned our software, if you actually own your software. But yeah, in the long run, you're going to save more money, I guess, if you want to continuously play those games. And they're not going to remove them from the service, right? Obviously, if you own them, there's no service to remove them from. So there you go. You'll save money. But this isn't about that. This is more like Netflix, right? Netflix, you don't own any of that. Any of those films on Netflix. You just buy into Netflix. You have it there. And when you want to watch a movie, you watch it, right? And the same with Game Pass. If you want, you can get Game Pass and just unsubscribe. Get it for a month, unsubscribe. And then when you see another game come out, you subscribe. Another $30. You play through the game, you unsubscribe. You get it for a month. There you go. Who says you have to have Game Pass for a whole year? It's $30, right? $30, boom. You don't even need to spend the 30, but if you want to get the stuff day and date, the day it comes out, you spend the $30, you play through Call of Duty for an entire fucking month or play through whatever you're going to play, and then you unsubscribe from it. It's that easy. That's $30. And if you don't subscribe to Game Pass ever again, you've spent $30 in order to get an experience with a title that is $70 in the store. You spend $30. I guess it's an okay trade-off. You don't own it, so it's kind of sucks. But if anybody remembers video rentals or game rentals from Blockbuster, like I said earlier, they were around $14, and that was for 8 days. They're giving you access to a game that just came out day and date for $30, and not a game. You get access to hundreds of games for an entire month for $30.
just get it for one game and don't realize that they should.
It's not their fault that you're getting it for one game, but I'd say that's another option. I think Xbox, what they should do is they should have another tier where maybe you spend $5 and you're able to play Call of Duty whatever for a day, right? Like old game rentals, right? You rent it out, you spend $5 and you play through the single player or whatever, multiplayer, whatever you want to play, and then you get access to it for 2 days. That would be another way to do this. And instead of getting access to hundreds of games, you get access to one game. I think that would be an interesting. Maybe, yeah. I think 5 would be okay for that, right? $5.
That game. but regardless, the problem with this is, and I found this out like every time I play a game, is there's so many games I want to play. The problem is there's only so much time in a day. You cannot play.
Is that their problem? Is that their problem that you don't have enough time? That's like saying, "Oh, look, I got this bundle from cable TV for all this TV plan that's fucking $50 a month, right? And it's got HBO 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Showtime, all that. It's got literal thousands of movies on it. I can't watch all these movies this month. I can't watch. This is a ripoff. I just want to watch one movie." It's like, then why'd you get the plan? But no one complains, right? No one complains about that. Do you get it? Because when you get home, when you have the time, you'll be able to watch HBO 17, 18, 19, ESPN 4, and all that other stuff.
All 75 games to completion every single month. That's impossible. You might get maybe 1 or 2 if you have a life and a family or a career. You might get through 1 a month, maybe. So
this is a grade. The price is fair.
For?
I'm just showing this people because this is kind of, in a way, this goes outside of gaming. This is what I call rage culture. It's really what it is. It's just people that love to complain about everything. They never put anything into perspective, and they don't want to. This is, in a lot of ways, this is what your hardcore leftists are. They're a bunch of crying little bitches, and they just fucking cry about everything. I'm going to watch a couple more of these little videos because I'm seeing this shit all over the internet now, and it annoys the fuck out of me. seeing it because it's so entitled. It's just pure entitlement.
With Ultimate, you'll now have access to Ubisoft Plus Classics in addition to EA Play.
And the guy nods his head like, what the fuck? You're giving me more value? How dare you? What the fuck? I'm angry.
Hey guys, you get to play
Hey guys, you get to play more games.
Assassin's Creed, the OG.
Which is incredibly dishonest. You see that you get to play Assassin's Creed, the OG. Ubisoft Plus Classics, people, is packed full of games. There's loads of games in there. It ain't just Assassin's Creed, the OG. It's a lot of software in there.
And Madden, yay.
And then he says, and Madden. You get to play everything that's on the EA Play. And Madden, you get to play Assassin's Creed, the OG, and Madden. Right? You get to play a lot more than just Madden. You get that huge collection of EA games that they have in there. So you're not only getting access to PC games and the Xbox catalog, loads of games in there, day one releases, but then you got this Ubisoft shit and the EA thing in there as well. That's a lot of software. That's like getting a cable TV plan, right? Like once again going to that. You spend what, $50 a month, because some of these cable TV plans are kind of expensive. They might be more than $50. You get access to all these channels and all this. It's like, yeah, man, yeah, HBO. You get The Sopranos and I don't know, Sex in the City. Even though you have hundreds of other channels, right? That dude's just dishonest and just fucking fake. That's why it just makes me want to throw up when I see these people. But every time I go on YouTube, because, I make content on here, I have to see these. I see this shit all over the place. These kind of idiots like this. He's doing laughs and all that. Like, what are you even saying, you dumb motherfucker? Like, you're just completely dishonest.
Ubisoft Plus Classics, those are all the same games that go on sale for 95% off every time there's a Steam sale. Why would anyone even look at this as a benefit? Be like,
it's part of the bundle, you dumb fuck. Right? There's probably films on HBO when you get your subscription that you can buy at Walmart for $1. But at least when you buy them from Walmart, you fucking own them. Guess what you don't have on Steam? Ownership. You don't own nothing on Steam. None of those games do you own. And this is why when I see all these people crying about $10 and they try to pretend like they're social justice warriors, but you didn't give a shit when they took away your ownership. Again, when that fucking Xbox came out there and they had DRM, everybody pretended like they cared. But then they went and they bought themselves a PlayStation, which was full of DRM. And to this day, they're still buying PlayStations that are 100% DRM. So again, the rage culture cries and cries and cries, and they'll point fingers at the other guy, but then they'll give in. It's like, oh, I'm anti-rape, but in this case, I'm gonna rape. This is the kind of people these people are. They're like, again, they're like the left. Or in some ways, or I call them right-tards. They'll go over there and they'll say, oh my God, look, the left, they got fucking cancel culture. It's disgusting. It's un-American. But then they'll come out and they'll start canceling people. Now you'll have it on, they'll start doing it. But look, if you're against it, you're against it. It doesn't matter what company does it. So they all hate the Xbox for DRM, but then the motherfuckers went out and bought themselves a PlayStation. And then they went and they bought games from Steam, which are all DRM. Okay? The dudes are fake. That's what they are. And in this case, they're fake again because they're going to go and cry all day about Xbox and all that. But your dumbass still went and bought Call of Duty on your PS5. Guess who owns Call of Duty? Xbox.
Great. Okay, thanks. The games that cost 25 cents each, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, again, all the guy's going to do is just downplay, just shit on everything they do. That Ubisoft thing is filled with games. I looked at it yesterday. It's got new software in there, too. That Classics is new software in there. The shit you got to buy, some of the titles they have in there, I think, are like $30 or more. Some of the shit is like $50, $60. So again, this motherfucker got a what do you call it? He got like one of these platinum plaques from YouTube, and all he does is fucking lie. He's just a fucking rage baiting piece of shit. That's what he is. That's why anything that this lady's going to say in this advertisement, he's going to shit on any of it. Any of it.
And
they'll put the new whatever game. They'll make a new Oblivion game or something. They'll put that shit in their day and date. This guy will say, that's just more RPGs. We don't need any more of those.
Fortnite Crew will be added in November. In total, Ultimate gives you
Okay.
access to over 400 games playable on X.
Again, you could have over 1 million. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we know it doesn't matter because you're just going to complain about everything like a little bitch.
They're trying to sell people on the idea of look at the infinite amount of games you can play here, thinking that you will play them. You don't.
No, you know what they should do? They should just throw Call of Duty in there and say, yeah, you can get access to Call of Duty. It's $30. You get no other games. No, nothing else bundled in. Just Call of Duty. Oh, you get access for $30. They can just do that. They can do whatever they want. He's acting like he doesn't want value, bro. Let me tell you this, retard. What's his name again? What's this guy's name again? Let's talk to this. Let's hear this retard. His name is Retard. No, it's called Smash JT. Look, they put 400 games in there, bro. You know what that means? That means you have a lot of pickings. So if you don't have enough time to play, more than one game or two games, you still get access to over 400. So that's a lot of options. So if you have a household that has more than one person in it, each one of those people might want to play these games. If you have a large house and you got maybe you have a lot of gamers in it, right? The marketing term, you have people that like games. If you got like a couple of kids, you got maybe your wife, maybe yourself, maybe you play one game, maybe you play 2 games a month. Now you have pickings between this large selection of games, right? That's kind of cool to be able to do that. That's just like cable TV. You switch through the stations. Now you found something that, I'm in the mood to watch this right now. You got lots of options. I mean, what would the alternative be there, retard? What, they put 5 games in it? Do you want 5 games for $30 a month? No, they gave you over 400 for $30 a month. But that's a problem too. There's too many options. I hate it.
You don't. I promise you, you won't.
Xbox console, PC.
I promise you won't be able to play over 400 games a month. I promise you. It's like no, that's a no-brainer, you dumb motherfucker. No one has the time. I think 400 games would be more than the amount of hours there is in a month. Okay? No one's going to play 400 games in a month.
Cloud. And when you stream games with cloud gaming, Ultimate gives you our best quality with the shortest wait time.
This is why they hate games like Silksong and indie developers coming out with amazing games for 20 or 30 bucks.
Well, that's funny, right? They hate indie developers. You want to know what's funny? If you spend $20 in your Xbox, there's this thing called dev mode, which literally turns your Xbox into a development system. These guys are the people that started this indie thing on consoles, people. Back over 20 years ago, I think it was about 20 years ago, the Xbox had this thing. You had the ability to get, I forget the name of it exactly, but they gave indie developers the ability to transform their Xbox 360 into a dev unit to create indie games. This was one of their biggest things. I think it was called XNA, XNL, something like that. And they were literally pushing indie development. They created software that they invested loads of money into developing. Right now on the Xbox, you have the dev mode, which costs $20, which turns your Xbox into a dev unit. So you can make games on your Xbox. You can do that. These guys invested money and they think about indie development. They helped it. They nurture it. And they support indie developers. They were the first ones. Sony was not doing this. They were really one of the first ones to do this. Back again with the Xbox 360, they had loads of indie developed titles on there. Loads of them. So for this guy to come over here and pretend that these guys aren't for the indie developers, just dishonest. Maybe he's just ignorant. That's what it is. Right? What's up, Sobers? What's DRM? DRM is, what do you call it? Digital rights management. I think that's what it is. It's a way of these companies being able to, basically nowadays, it's used as a way for you not to have ownership. But it's a way for them to get maximum profit, right? The maximum amount of money. So they know if you've purchased the title or not. That's really what it is. It doesn't allow you to own a piece of software if you didn't purchase it. It cuts away piracy. It's one of the best ways to end piracy is to have digital rights management, right? And so they do it, but they've done it at the detriment of the consumer. I'm completely against DRM. I understand the idea behind it, but when you have these online check-ins and all that, now I can't own my software anymore. I purchase things. Like, look, if you're going to have DRM on there, I guess it's yours, right? It's your intellectual property. You got to lower the cost of that. You cannot ask somebody to spend $90 on a piece of software that they don't own. That's fucking crazy.
Because it really throws a wrench into the, hey, pay $30+ a month for our service and you'll get access to a game that costs $30 or $20 or $50 that a game you'll keep forever.
To round out the package,
The guy don't even make any fucking sense at all. The Xbox is filled with indie developed titles. They're all over the service. I don't think buying a $5 game on Xbox is going to interrupt the sales of Call of Duty. So again, the guy's got a platinum plaque, but he's got a retarded brain.
you get the same in-game benefits you're used to. And with Ultimate, you can play and earn up to 100,000 rewards points a year.
Okay, what does that mean? That means nothing.
That's 4 times.
Look, he doesn't understand it, so it means nothing. What does that mean? That means nothing. You imagine you have like a person who's like some Asian person they're speaking to in, Asian language. He's like, what does that mean? That means nothing. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything, you dumb fuck. They're basically giving you money. That's it, for playing games. They're rewards. And you can use that and redeem that for things. And I like I told you, in the real world, I've gotten points from them. And I've actually used this to buy things in the real world.
The points you get with Essential. So now you know what's new with Xbox Game Pass Essential, Premium, and Ultimate. All 3 plans are designed to give you more value, more rewards, and more ways to play than ever before.
This is so bad. So bad. Like,
It is pretty bad, but he's worse.
it might have been a little bit better if there was like a voiceover, but having her on screen shaking her head and talking with that really
This dude just despises women. That's really what it is, I think. He's like, oh my God, a pretty woman. I don't want to see a woman. Disgusting. He's just thinking about strangling her the whole time.
cringe smile. It's not working. It's not working.
And
It's
however you
not
like
working.
to
He wants a fucking jacked up dude, maybe.
play, Xbox Game Pass has a plan that's right for you.
I don't know. Her voice is kind of deep. Just gotta say it. I don't know.
This is how we play now.
Gun to your head. You have no choice. This is how you play now.
You have no choice. No one's forcing you to buy this. No one's forcing you to buy this, you dumb fuck. No one. Gun to your head. You just don't pay for it. That's it. You don't like it, don't pay for it. But I think the pricing on this is completely fair. I think Sony's service is absolute garbage. $20 a month for dog shit. They looked at Sony's shit and they said, bro, you know what? We're offering a lot more value here. We need to bring the price up. Boom. That's it. They did it. And I don't think it's egregious or unfair. It's their software. It's their company. I don't like DRM or, I don't like DRM at all. I'm not into it. But these dumb fucks, like this dumb motherfucker laughing in that little screen there, he's probably totally fine with it. I bet you he's not made a single video about DRM. But this is the cool thing to talk about. So this is what they're all doing. They're all bitching about this, right?
Don't like it? Don't buy it.
Exactly, you dumbass. Exactly. You don't like it? Don't buy it. Now you get it, stupid ass.
So I had to do a little bit more research on that. I was like, what even is the point system on here? 4 times with Ultimate, 2 times with Premium. Join Game Pass, get started. Where are the prices? Holy. They're actively working to not include what it costs anywhere on here. That's crazy.
I think he literally just passed it. He just passed it.
Anywhere on.
Let me see. I'm gonna have to freeze it. This is take your rewards.
That's crazy.
He's gonna gloss over this. They're giving you money. You can make up to $100 a year fucking playing video games. They just give you money. They don't have to give you any money, people. They don't.
Easy. They talk about the money you can get back. They talk about a credit card you can apply for.
I'm gonna go do a little bit of homework here. This guy's sorry, people. I've been analyzing this video. I think this guy is just unbearable. I don't know who the fuck is subscribing to him, but that's what people do. A bunch of entitled retards. Let's see this right now, just real quick. See if I can zoom into this. It says here, the guy at the top says, they listened and then proceeded to ignore everything they heard. Okay, what did you hear? This is what the people said. We want everything for free. You're not giving us everything for free, so we hate you. Right? Let's go buy a PlayStation, asshole. Go do that. Go spend $70 for a fucking tranny simulator. Okay? Well, Xbox, you're getting an upgrade to boycott. They're going to boycott them for raising their prices in their own company. Boycott, in quotation, status. We've listened to your feedback and decided to cancel our Game Pass memberships. And who does that hurt? Not them. They don't give a fuck. You're just one of many. These people, they're going to say, we canceled our a Game Pass subscription. So how are you going to play Call of Duty, bro? You're going to go buy it for $70? Because we know you're not going to stop playing Call of Duty, right? The best comment I saw was, when I asked for a return to the 360 era, I didn't mean 360 a year. They raised it by $10. But they want to go and to juice it up, they'll show you that number, right? But guess what? Sony's piece of shit thing is $200 a year, okay? It's just an extra $10. Now, again, when they want to juice it up, they'll throw you this number. But no one ever said you need to have Game Pass for an entire year. You can have it for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. And you can cancel it whatever the fuck you like. So if you just want to play that one game, Call of Duty, for a week or a month, you spend what? $30. You play it for a whole month and you unsubscribe. There you go. How much is that a year if you only had it for 1 month? That's $30. Not $360. That's $30. $30 for a year? Guys, no one's playing games on Xbox anymore. Any suggestions? Xbox, jack the price up on our hardware and Game Pass. Well, these idiots don't understand, this dumb motherfucker, another dumb one, is that Game Pass is on PC. It's on the PC. Game Pass is everywhere. I guess he missed that whole thing about Xbox everywhere. I guess they don't know this thing about how Xbox eventually is going to be pulling Call of Duty off of PlayStation. Phil Spencer, the president of Xbox, said this. He says, we're giving them 10 years. They can't replace it. That's their problem. So, and this was the big thing with the Foreign Trade Commission, is that they're super corrupt. And so Sony paid them off in order to kind of strong arm a private business into, I don't know if they're they're private. They basically strong armed the Xbox into putting Call of Duty on the PlayStation, to still put it there. Because in reality, look, if Sony would have bought Activision, I'll tell you, in 2 seconds, they would have pulled Call of Duty off of the Xbox. Right now, Sony is literally paying developers not to put their games on the Xbox. Okay? This is why you didn't see Final Fantasy on there, Final Fantasy VII, for years, which is completely disgusting practices. But this is the company that these motherfuckers like, Sony, who goes and pulls games from other gamers, but then they shit on a company that's giving you this huge value. Right? Once again, you go get PSN, Sony's not putting shit of their first party stuff on that PSN outside of this old stuff. Right? You can go and play a game that's 6 years old. They're like, oh, look, it's $20 a month and you get access to a game that's 8 years old, 10 years old. Right? These guys are going day and date. The same day that Call of Duty comes out, it's on there. Okay? Sony's not doing that. I just went on their service yesterday. They don't even have Spider-Man 2 on there. That shit came out years ago. At this point, I think that came out like 2-3 years ago. It's still not on there. They just put out this new Ghost of Tsushima game on PlayStation, right? Where the fuck is that? That's not on PSN. And that may never be on PSN. That's the way Sony rolls. But these guys don't complain, but they'll go plunk down their $20 a month for that turd. Okay? Sometimes in life, they raise the prices of things when the value is higher. So with these guys, they look at the landscape and they see that they have a superior product to the competition. Now, why would they charge it identical to the competition when they have a better product? And also, you got to think, there's a huge overhead for Call of Duty. Gigantic, right? Those games are over $100 million productions. So, if you give people access to play your game that costs you hundreds of millions of dollars to produce, and you go give them access to it for what, $10, $30, and they go and they're like, I just want to play the single player. Now they go in there and they spend $30 and they play through the whole thing for $30, right? Now what happens to your money? We'll just imagine what, 1 million people, maybe 2 million, 3 million. They just want to play the single player. So you open it up where they can access that material for $30. Now, guess what? Games now, the acceptable price for most people, I guess. Some idiots just pay $90 for fucking Mario Kart. But Call of Duty is usually $70 now. That you can thank Sony for that too, people. Because guess what? The Xbox was still selling games for $60. Sony decided we need to now charge $70. That's what they started. So now they can come in there, since they've normalized the $70 pricing. Now Xbox can come in there, they charge $70 for Call of Duty, right? So we'll cut off $30, right? That's $50, right? Right? $50. So if they allow 3 million people to access Call of Duty who only wanted the single player, they access that material for $50 less. That's a lot of money to lose, okay? So they're raising the prices. So for you to access that, it is $30. That's how you access it. So you gotta, these guys gotta understand, that's a lot of risk. That's a lot of risk to take. Just the simple fact they did that, it's kind of respectable, because you don't see Sony doing that at all. Again, there's no day and date on the Sony platform. There's none. Okay? There's none. So for the people that cry over that $10 is fucking insane. That $10, that's just really, really crazy. Okay? Because there's a lot of people that they don't give a shit about Call of Duty Online. They just want to access that single player. So when they allow those people to get that for $30, they're putting a lot of money. They're taking a lot of money off that table. Xbox is. Now they guys are gonna cry about the shit. You know what Xbox could do? They could just say, no, we're not offering these first day games at all. You can go. Well, we're gonna leave it off our service. They'll do what Sony does. Well, they might put it on their service, or they might not. The thing is with Xbox is, one of the problems with them is they're usually honest with their consumer. Where Sony, what they do is they just fucking lie to your face. That's what they do. These guys come out and they straight up say, well, we'll have the new titles on the middle tier within the first year. The guy's crying about that shit, right? Sony doesn't give you any guarantee of anything. They don't lay out anything. They put out this $20 a month product and they don't tell you anything about what they're doing with it. They just put games on there willy-nilly whenever the fuck they feel like. They're like, oh, you might get Spider-Man 2 in 3 years. Imagine if they told you that. You're going to get Spider-Man 2 on your service in 3 years from now, 4 years, right? Because I looked on there. That Spider-Man 2 shit ain't on there. It's still not on there. That's the way they roll. But they have the nerve to want people to pay $20 for this shit. They give them no notice of what the fuck's going on, right? Even back in the day on these cable TV channels, they would tell you that, oh, look, that new movie's coming to HBO Max in March, right? They'd actually tell you. These guys don't tell you shit. Sony's got one of the most disorganized subscription services around. The shit is just absolute garbage. All right? Let's see. This Microsoft guys, no one's playing games on. I think I read that already. Jack the price up. Yes, exactly. Because you have multiple $100 million production, and you have enormous overhead. They want to make money. They're a business. They want to make money. And they want what's fair. And I think that pricing actually is, in ways, I think it's a fair pricing. Right? Now, if I can own my games and I just want to play Call of Duty, then I would just go buy it for $70. But you also got to keep in mind that you need to now, since you don't own your software, now you need a cable TV plan. Which that would be the reason I would be. This is what people should be screaming about. The fact that you don't own anything anymore. But they want to cry about this nothing, this bullshit. You're not unhappy that you own nothing? That you need to go out and buy a fucking cable TV plan in order to play the shit you spent $90 on? No joke, that's a reality. You see these idiots right now, they're buying Mario Kart on a Nintendo Switch. Guess what? They need to access the internet in order to play that fucking $90 game. That's stupid. That's beyond stupid. And that shows whoever's buying that, you're fucking retarded. Any person that buys that shit for $90, you are retarded. Anybody that, for the most part, I don't even buy games anymore. I really don't buy them unless they're dirt cheap. I refuse to spend $70, even $70 on a game. I just don't do it. The last game I purchased, I think, was for a high price, was Half-Life Alyx on the Steam, because there was nowhere else and I wanted to play it for my VR headset. That's the last one, $60. And I feel like that was too much because I don't own it. So why? You guys want to own your software? There's a software on the PC, a software company, a ecosystem. It's called GOG. They're good. They're good because GOG actually, they're all about preserving games, preserving older games, and there's newer games in there too. But it's about ownership. There's no DRM. They have a no DRM policy. That's what they are. That's what that's all about. And that's what's good about the Xbox, because guess what? The next Xbox is actually supporting many different storefronts, unlike Sony. They're not. But from what I hear, rumor is, not just rumor, this is a fact, that the next Xbox will actually play PC games. It's going to play them. It's going to play PC games. It's going to play Xbox, your Xbox games. It's going to play a lot of different games. And it's going to also allow many different storefronts in the Xbox ecosystem, right? They're going to allow many ecosystems. And one of those ecosystems is GOG. So you're going to be able to play older games and newer games, but in the GOG ecosystem, which is great. I support GOG 100%. Again, GOG has zero DRM, no DRM policy. That's great. That means whatever you purchased, you own. You do not need you're not going to need to have an internet plan in order to play those games. You own them. Okay, so Never Sober's in the comments. He says, yo, he says, same with Silent Hill 2 Remake. Silent Hill Remake. Wait, is it still waiting to play it on it? Again, yeah, exactly, Sobers. There you go. Exactly. These guys over here, these dudes love Sony. They just can't get enough of Sony. And I bet you, I'm going to go and I'm going to scroll through this guy's page, and I bet you that comment section here is packed full of these little Sony fucking fanboys. These dudes are so fake. These guys railed against the Xbox. Then they went and they took their dumb ass to the GameStop and bought themselves a PlayStation, which is packed full. Dude, it's DRM. I thought you guys hate DRM. I'm done with Xbox. They got DRM. But then you go and you buy yourself a PlayStation and you buy all your fucking games digital. Bro, you buy a PlayStation, all of it, you don't own anything on that platform. At least on my Xbox, I can go and load in the dev mode and play all this shit from my PC. It turns my Xbox into an open platform where I can run all kinds of stuff. And I currently do that. Right now, my Xbox, I can play GameCube games. I can play OG Xbox. I can play all kinds of stuff. I can load software in there, 360 games. Everything's running locally. It's right in the system, right in the hard drive. They know this. They know this. Xbox, the people that put this together know this. People want to run code on their system. So they've actually enabled you to do this. You download the dev mode, it costs $20. Once you do that, you can run all kinds of software on your Xbox. It could be on the Series S or on the you could also do this on the Xbox One. They have the dev mode on the Xbox One as well. But yeah, you can run all kinds of stuff on there. I run PS2 games on there. Look fucking crazy on the Series consoles. They look really, really good. 4K. I run GameCube games on there. They run at over 4K. I remember I ran Resident Evil 4 on there at above 5K. The thing looked razor sharp. And that's the GameCube version of Resident Evil 4. There's like thousands of games you can run on that thing, on that Xbox Series X. And the hardware is so powerful that the shit looks great. Right? It looks really good. It looks as good as a PC. And look at this guy. Imagine strangling your last golden goose in front of everyone with a smile. Their last golden goose, they've purchased so many golden gooses. They have so many of them. Many, many, many of them. All right. All right, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to look at some of this guy's. We're going to go and look at some of this amazing, amazing channel's videos. This guy's called Smash JT, right? I guess he's a big drinker. Because in the video, it looked like he was drinking something, champagne or something. All right. While he's rage baiting with his idiotic, retarded statements. Okay. Flop. Right. So the new Ghost of Tsushima, the guy tries to pretend to be some hardcore right winger. He ain't no right winger, people. I think a lot of times right wingers have a little more intelligence. They know how to analyze shit. This guy's just some I know people like this. They're like basically left wingers and pretend to be he's an edgelord. That's what he is. It's a cornball. Boring. Flop. Okay, snubbed. Flop. They're just all flops, right? It's all flops. What is this? Expose the real reason Microsoft keeps raising prices, sorry. Xbox, the real reason. Why? Because they want money. That's why. Fired. Rest in peace, Game Pass. Back again. This is all garbage. What is this? 1 month ago, fire. Okay, well, I thought it was fire. Give me a second. Too many whites. What is this? Too gay. What is this? A BioWare, whatever. This guy over here, this is a guy that owns something called Plant-Based News. Kind of creepy. That guy bought EA. Maybe not a good thing coming. The guys are very big into the globalism. The guy who's good buddies with that man recently created a boxing promotion, and he's doing some interesting stuff over there. Okay. He's talking a lot about the 2030 agenda. Sucker punch, disaster. Expose them all. Sweet baby canned. I don't even know who that is. But it looks massive. Yeah, this guy, most of his shit is all clickbait garbage, right? And Mr. Beast. 41,000 views. This lawsuit could end Kotaku. I hate the Kotaku, but this guy takes the cake. He's terrible. Just looking through some of his videos just to see how amazing he is. Moron. Anyway, it looks like a bunch of bullshit, but people giving him subscriptions. That's what they do. I'm not too impressed with. Let's see if he does any live videos. We'll see that. Let's see what a real live video looks like, right? Even IGN. Okay, give me a second. Oh wait. Is he trying to make people subscribe to this? Oh my god, this is beyond pathetic. Yeah, give me a fucking break. Join this channel. Wait, do I need to subscribe, or you got to pay for this content? This guy has paid content, members only. Oh, I see it. So this motherfucker does live videos, people, and he wants people to pay for every single live. All of them. It's that good, huh, man? I'm doing a live video right now, and I tell you this, I put a lot more research into my shit and time, right? A lot more of my time into this than I bet you this fucking guy does. But YouTube doesn't give me the ability to monetize any of my stuff. A guy like this who comes in less than half cocked, he can go and get all these views, fucking 40,000 views, 40 whatever. The shit builds. I bet you he puts out one of these turds and that shit builds. Let's see this snub. I bet you that
was quite the talk of the town when they announced their Golden Joystick Awards, and a particular game was missing from consoles and PC's Game of the Year. Oh, great. Okay, cool. And they start talking about, look at this. Why the F is Lost Records Bloom and Rage being announced for anything unless there's like a wokest game category?
All right. Sorry, people. Yeah. This is what this guy goes on. He talks about woke culture and all that. I mean, it's a going against woke culture is a common thing now with what I call edgelords. Edgelords, for the most part, are fucking leftists. They're leftists, but they like to hate everything. That's what they do. To me, that's a very leftist thing. Right? It's in a fallen state. You're literally a fucking troll. I see these guys all the time in my comment section. They try to fuck with you and push your buttons, right? That's what they do. That's what they do. They just surf around and try to push your buttons, which I think is just so pathetic for a grown man to do that all the time, right? I guess it's something for a little kid. That's the kind of kid that you would, as a father, you probably should slap in the face. But as a grown man, that's kind of a crazy thing. That's what these guys do. All right. So we're going to scroll around. I got Xbox in the search engine. Okay. We're going to check this. There's a lot of this. I just wanted to make this video and talk about these hot takes these people are having. Whoops. Epic fail. All right. They're all saying this. The guys raised their price for their premium program by $10. And the end of the world has come. But you having no ownership, that's not a problem. No one cares about that because that's not the cool thing to complain about, right? Right, guys? Don't complain about that. Just complain about Game Pass being $10 more expensive, right? But guess what? No one's forcing you to get Game Pass. But y'all motherfuckers like video games, don't you? It doesn't bother you the thing that actually affects you, right? The thing that you can't get away from. Because, again, you have the option to not get Game Pass. But nowadays, when it comes to game ownership, you have no options on the consoles. Zero. And a lot of these guys actually went out and they bought digital consoles, which shows even more how retarded they are. Okay? Give me 1 second. Gonna type in Nintendo Switch. Right? Nintendo Switch 2. Let's see how much Mario costs now. Mario Kart, I'm gonna show you this. I know I said it earlier, but I want to show it. You see if that price has changed. Maybe it's gone down, right? Okay, so we're going to GameStop.com or GameStop. GameStop. Let's look at this shit. Look at this. That's what it is. Look at that. Mario Kart World. This shit looks like, I don't know, sub Xbox 360 software. $80. And the added bonus is that you don't own it. You don't own it. When you purchase this for $80, you don't even own it. You don't go on the internet. They're like, yoink, and they just take it from you. And that goes for all the Sony games. That goes for all the Xbox games. People had no problem with that. About the fact that they don't own jack shit. So you're going to need to get your internet plan in order to play your games. You can have a wall covered in games that you spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on. If you don't have that internet plan, boop, goodbye. Your whole collection's gone. You got a bunch of paperweights on a wall that got pictures on them. Right? Boxes with pictures and discs with pictures. You put it in the system and it doesn't fucking work. Sony and their new PS4 Pro, PS5 Pro, that thing actually has a drive in it that's got DRM applied to it. So if you don't go and do that, they could take all the DRM away from the games. Now, if you don't put your system online, guess what? Now your drive needs to get the verification. If you can't get it, then none of your games work. That's that Sony difference, right, guys? At least on the Xbox, I have the dev mode. I can go in there and possibly do something to this software in order to run it, right? It's still on the disc. In some of these titles, it's not on the disc. It's one of the reasons I refuse to buy Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. It's because I found out that it's literally just a CD key. It's just a key. That's all it is. There's not a game on it. There's no game on the disc. But people are okay with this, you know? Again, the standards are dropping. And people are okay with these low standards. But at times when, there's some idiot that gets online and says something like this, like talks about, oh, well, it's up by $10. Now everybody follows and they're just like a bunch of fucking sheep. These people don't have real beliefs, right? They don't have beliefs. They just go along with the crowd. They try to act all outraged, but another month from now, they'll be getting Game Pass anyway. They'll be playing Call of Duty. They hated DRM, but they bought a PlayStation. These dudes are fucking pathetic. Angry Joe! He's so angry! And they're all spreading around these same dumbass pictures of a tombstone. Game Pass is dead. But what they don't understand is that this is just business. And Game Pass for sure is not dead. It's going to go on. And it wouldn't shock me if Xbox actually outlives the PlayStation. And possibly one day actually buys the PlayStation brand. Watch it. Just remember I said it. In a couple of years, don't be shocked if PlayStation is owned by Microsoft. Because those guys, dude, they're on a deck of cards. This shit flip-flops real quick. It changes real quick, this console stuff. I remember back when the 360 came out, it was on top of the world. And then they had that DRM thing and everybody jumped ship, right? But then they jumped ship to the PlayStation that had DRM. That's funny, isn't it? It changes quick. So these guys will complain today and tomorrow they'll go and they'll be buying an Xbox system or whatever. All right, DJ in the comments says, I've never bought a PlayStation. Not a fan. Not a fan of Sony. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the inconsistencies. That's what it is. That's what really pisses me off because, I just hate how fake people are. Just real fake. That's what it is. 1 second. My weird phone thing has some weird graphic that's popping up. It's driving me insane. Give me a second. I'm going to turn this graphic off I got here. Every time I bring the phone up, a graphic pops up behind it. So I can make this phone go down a little quicker. 1 second, people. Technical shit going on here. Okay, 1 second. All right, we're going to watch a little Angry Joe. We're going to analyze a little of this. And I'm going to get out of here. Got another show coming up later today before the big UFC card. All right, people, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV. You're watching Food Gaming live.
Thing that we stand for.
We're going to see Angry Joe. He's just so angry. He's just angry about everything. I saw this guy, Dreamcast guy's video earlier. This guy's over here talking about, give me 1 second. Maybe we'll watch a little Dreamcast guy. Right? Well, we'll watch a couple of seconds of this one. We'll watch a little Dreamcast guy. Look how he's breathing. He's so fake. And you know it's all an act, right? It's all fake.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This motherfucker, I bet you he never came out and talked about all this DRM that's being pushed. This is Groper Joe. I don't know if he's a groper, but he was accused of some sexual misconduct a few years ago.
Xbox is officially dead. Today is the day that Xbox died. The console wars are over. We are declared...
Well, the console wars were over when the Xbox took themselves out of the console wars. They're a platform, an ecosystem now that goes outside of consoles. So I don't know if I don't think the console war, I don't think they're part of the console war anymore.
Xbox dead. The loser. Take a huge L. You have lost. Good day. Goodbye. Canceling your subscription is more preferable than paying $360 a year.
Again, people, you see what they do. They like to juice it up, so they talk about the price. But again, there's only been a $10 increase with the premium, with the top. None of these guys are talking about the added stuff on the other two tiers. The first tier is only like $10, and they've added now PC games to that. That they didn't have that before. Not that I don't think they had any of that. Now you have console and PC software on the first tier. That was reserved for only the top tier. And that's why I have Ultimate, is because I own a PC. And so I like to play both on my PC and on my Xbox. So I like that. And I like that they brought that to the middle tier. Because maybe, look, if I buy my software, then I'll buy my software and then I'll play on the first tier. I don't know, man. I don't know. The way people, they're just entitled. That's what it is. They're just entitled. And they want to cry about everything. If you don't like it, don't get it. There you go.
Xbox has...
It's like, look, I like boxing. I like combat sports. If I think the card is garbage, then I just won't purchase it. That's it. I'm not going to get a pay-per-view card if I think the pay-per-view is garbage, right? Or if I think the pay-per-view is too expensive, you know what I do? I just don't purchase it. There you go. I don't make a video about how expensive it is. I know that a lot of boxing and MMA have very high pay-per-views, especially boxing. They've had a lot of high prices for these pay-per-views. Look, if the fights are really good on the card, then maybe I'll purchase it. And I've done it before. I will purchase it if it's a very good card. But if it's a shitty card and it costs a lot of money, then I just won't purchase it.
Announced that they are raising their Game Pass prices to $30 a month if you want the day one releases, which is...
They're raising their prices by $10. They have a service that's better than the PlayStation service, which costs $20. How dare they raise the price for a product that is superior to another one? That's disgusting. They should have equal pricing to an inferior product. Okay?
What everybody
wants. These guys just don't know what business is. I think what they've done, they've got it. Like I said, these guys got a very high overhead. Sony's shoveling all this old software into their $20 service. Old shit. They don't invest hundreds of millions of dollars into their service. They don't. They do the bare minimum. Enjoy Last of Us Remastered 5. You know? I'll put money that Sony on the next consoles puts another remaster of Last of Us on there. They're going to put it on there. Watch. Just like Last of Us 4, whatever. What they got? 2 now, right? They'll say it'll be Last of Us 1 remastered for $60, right? That's probably what they'll do.
This is unacceptable. This is corporate greed to the extreme.
It's corporate. You know what's corporate greed to the extreme? Putting out a product, not adding any added benefit to it, right? Nothing really added, and then you charge more money. That's what Sony does.
Xbox CEO Sarah Bond said that the Xbox Pass subscription was doing great. $5 billion. $5 billion in revenue.
It's their business, people. It's their business. These guys just spent $70 billion to purchase Activision. I'm guessing they want their money back quicker. They brought up they brought it up by $10, and I think that's a fair deal, and that's the reason I haven't unsubscribed from my Game Pass subscription. And keep in mind, I'm not even using the thing constantly. I just have it. So if I want one day, I just want to play it. I don't want to go through the trouble of resubscribing to it. I just have it there. Okay? Whenever I want to play a game, I just play it. That's it. Just like your cable TV plan. There's people all over the world that have cable TV plans. They're just there. They're not just going to unsubscribe and then resubscribe to the cable TV plans, you know? They just keep it there. And when they want to watch a movie, they turn their TV on. Boom, there it is. You have cable TV. Okay? You want to watch Netflix? A lot of people just have Netflix. And they just always have it. Even if they're not really watching movies for a whole month or months, they still pay for their Netflix subscription. There's a lot of, it's just, people just want to cry.
Right? $5 billion in revenue and profitable. So either it's profitable or you're fucking lying. Which
again, people, it's just, this is just pure entitlement. They're a business. They have a superior product to PlayStation, and so they charged a higher fee for the access. Again, if they wanted to, they could make it where you get no access to Call of Duty and all that. They could do just what Sony's doing. Just have a $20 tier. Don't put any new software into it. Give you a bunch of old shit, and that call it a day. But they're giving you the option to have new games, day and date. You do not have to get the $30 tier. You can get the one that's below it, which is, I think, $15. I think it's $15. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's $15. You don't have to get the $30 tier, but you see the way this guy's acting? Why don't I get... I want to pay less for more. I don't want to pay more for more. I want to pay less for more, which is pure entitlement.
one is it? I think I know which one it is.
They made money, so they shouldn't make more. They already made money, so they should not ask for what's fair. I mean, come on, it's fair. They put all the money up for the thing. They asked a little more again. The product is better.
Sarah Bond is fucking lying. There's no fucking way it's profitable. Apparently, they could not sustain things at this level. It might be $5 billion in revenue or profitable if you don't count the cost of putting day one releases.
You guys know that maybe it's true. Like I said, and I made the example earlier. If you have a bunch of people, and I know people like this. There's people like this that just play Call of Duty for the single player. Now, when you put that in there day and date, there's a lot of people that will pay the $30 and play through the game and then be done with it. That's losing money. That's them losing money, right? And so the way they had it before was like $15-20, right? It was like 15 or 20. And so they're thinking like how much could we allow that, like what price we can make this where we can make back that money, right? Or we need to make more because we're giving people access to this game that we spent a lot of money on and they're being able to access it and beat it really quick, right? Within 1 month. And now we're losing $50 from each one of those customers. That's a big problem. Now, if they buy it for the whole year, then that makes sense. I mean, then it's fine. But if they just get Game Pass for one month and they get that access to that game for $30, they're losing money. They're losing money. So they brought the price up a little bit, and maybe that's what allows them to keep Call of Duty and these day and date games on there. This is a strategy, and so they're thinking about this. This is ongoing. They're just kind of throwing balls at the wall, and they're seeing how this works out.
don't count the cost of developing those games that eventually come onto the subscription service. So it's all fucking corporate lies yet again. And this comes on the heels of Xbox not increasing the price once on their console, but twice on their console. We already went over how that is, again, corporate.
Everybody is raising the prices on their hardware. All of them. Even these graphics cards companies are raising the prices. All the prices of a lot of electronics is going up. So I mean, again, the guy's crying. They raised it to 800. You see there, right? But I don't even know what that is. What is that? Series XL limited edition? I mean, he's probably being dishonest. What the fuck is that limited edition? 2TX. I mean, I don't even know what that is. I know that I go to Walmart. You see here, look. What is this? Disc. This is the price increase of $650. I mean, look. You look at this, I'll point at it. Look, $650. The premier PlayStation console, the top one, top tier, is I think $800. Is it not? Am I wrong? Might be $700, $800. I feel like it might be $800. So they're basically matching up with PlayStation, are they not? That's it. All these guys are raising their prices. On launch day, the Xbox, this is a series console, and here's the X. All right. So the X is now $600. All right. It says $650 here. I don't know why they changed. So they brought it up again. It's probably because Sony set this in motion. They have a $700-800 console on the market right now, Sony. So they went and they brought theirs up. But once again, I guess the prices of this hardware is going up because the prices of these components are going up. Right now, because I guess some of the AI stuff that's happening, the government's buying a lot of these chips. There might be a shortage. I don't know exactly what's causing this rise in the prices of electric components, but this is as a side effect of that. These prices are going up, so these guys have to bring their prices up. This guy's over here crying because he don't know anything about business or what goes into building these boxes. This costs money. When you get an Xbox, the people that you bought that from don't create that for free. That's created from materials that are purchased. They purchase those materials in order to put together these units. So like if those prices go up, then you have to pay, the price goes up for that product. So he's crying over here saying it's greed, but these guys got a big overhead and we don't know how much they're making. They may actually be making nothing on these pieces of hardware. They might actually be making nothing.
Greed. Yes, we understand.
It's corporate greed. That's what it is. Don't buy it. There you go. Don't buy it.
Price hike for the fucking Trump tax tariffs, but then a second
There you go. There's another thing. Tariffs. There's another factor that goes into it. This is another reason why these components are more expensive now.
Is a corporation saying, you know what, our margins aren't good enough. We're going to take this opportunity to gouge you. And that's what this is. Game Pass is over.
They're gouging you. All right. El Barbarino's in there. I don't know how people tolerate listening to that guy. He's super obnoxious and very annoying. And he looks unboiled turnip. Or looks. Wait, is there another thing in there? Yeah, he looks like an unboiled turnip. How do I get rid of this thing? I got like a heart on my screen that won't go away. That's irritating. Blocks some of the words.
The party on Game Pass, which was this fucking badass service at $16.99, it's fucking done. What they're gonna do now is squeeze the fuck out of whatever people remain at $30 a month. You think it's gonna stay?
Again, people, they're just liars. This guy over here got, I think, over 500,000 subscribers, and he's just a fucking bullshit artist. It's all bullshit. It's race bait garbage. The guy this dude Angry Joe should just be fucking ashamed of himself. He really should. He's pathetic. And now they're gonna juice you for all your money. They're giving you an option. You don't have to purchase this. I happen to have it. I'm fine with it. I see the value difference between Sony and Xbox. The value difference is pretty striking. The Xbox has more value in many ways, and in their streaming service, there's a lot of value there. It's got a lot of expensive games right now. The new Call of Duty's coming out very soon. I'm going to play that the day it comes out. That's it. I mean, normally I wouldn't buy them because I just think I don't like the fact that I have to. I just think they're kind of too expensive. I mean, that's what it is. But if I'm going to get it through my Game Pass subscription, then I'll play it. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with it. I would probably buy the game later on. If it wasn't digital only, I might actually purchase some of these games. But I don't own them. They're full of DRM, so I don't buy them anymore. So I kind of rent them. That's what I do. And I'm fine with it. I think that product is extremely expensive to produce, and it's expensive to buy in the store. So if I can access that and play it with the hundreds of other games I have in there, then I'm okay with it, just like I'm okay with cable TV. Okay? Now this guy's over here crying about, oh, it was amazing, $16 for all this fucking software. But guess what? People foot the bill for all that shit. They foot the bill for that. That's expensive. Now they're trying to make a good amount of money, and they know there's a problem there. And I pointed out earlier, they're allowing people to come in there and play these expensive games for $30 and being able to access all that material and then cancel their subscription. That's putting a lot of money on the table and losing it. So Xbox can come out and just say, hey, Joe, Angry Joe, we're just not going to put Call of Duty or any of these games, our new releases, on this service ever, the way that Sony does for a lot of that software. Or Sony puts it on there years later when they've already sucked it dry, when they've already made as much money as they can from it, right? And then they'll throw it up on the service when it's old as fuck. They'll throw it on there. Maybe, right? They are not doing that, Xbox. They're putting it on there the same day it comes out. There is a risk when you do that. There's a risk. And so this is why these games are only in the higher tier. He's angry that, oh, why can't I spend $15, $16 for these games that just came out that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to produce? Why? Right? You're a joke. You don't know shit about business. Nothing. Such a joke. But again, people, put this into perspective. Sony's over here charging $20 for bullshit, for their bullshit service. Complete bullshit. They're so shitty at this that they needed Xbox to come in there and help them. That people don't know that. For that streaming shit they got on the PlayStation, they literally had to employ guys from Xbox in order to help them put that shit together. Right? But again, like, look, they're not giving you shit. These guys are off. They're giving you their biggest and their best, extremely expensive productions on day one. So $30, if you're looking at the difference between hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, we'll say this, look, you're big into games, you want to play these big releases. Back in the day, it used to be that they used to bulk up. December was the big month where they would just throw every game in there. And a lot of guys would get fucked over, right? Because people would just buy the bigger game. People just didn't have enough money to buy everything. So they would get, like, people would, the statistic I think was about 1 or 2 games a year people would get. And so with this new model, what they can do is they could still make money off of everything. People might actually play more games. And actually it allows a lot, if you bring, it's in a lot of ways, it's both good and bad. So you have the games like the Call of Duties in there, the bigger releases, and that kind of drives people to play everything or many different titles. So they'll play a title that they usually might not, right? They might not play otherwise because it's maybe a genre that they're not too into or whatever. But when you mix in those big titles in there with those lesser known titles and all that, you know, it helps the market. This is actually, in a lot of ways, this is kind of an ongoing test. This Game Pass thing, and it's been done sort of in the TV space, but never like this in gaming. Not really. You know, I think they're really testing the waters, and this is why we're seeing some differences and fluctuations in pricing. They're trying to see what's the sweet spot for this. I feel like. I mean, you never really saw this in gaming where day and date, boom, same day you can already access and stuff like this. Maybe a video rental store, but I mean, they don't have the overhead like these guys have, right? Because look, in a video rental store, those guys have only purchased a $60 title, back in the day, $50 title, and now they're renting that out. They'll make their money back, in a month or something. Then they rent it out a couple of times, they made their money back. These guys here, They're putting a lot of money into this. They produce a Call of Duty. They put that on there, and now they're letting people access it for $30. And they're not like a rental store, people. They created this. They put all the money into producing that product, hundreds of millions of dollars. So there's a lot of money for these guys to lose, and I know they know they're losing it. This is why this is going up, because they are losing this money. The guy don't know that for sure. That they have money that's being lost with the way that they're allowing people to access this.
Yeah, $30 a month. You think 5 years from now it's gonna be $30 a month? They're gonna keep raising the prices.
Again, they could just do like Sony did and just take it off. If people want to complain, we'll keep it at $20. We'll just do what Sony does. It'll be $20, and we won't want any day and date games at all. There you go. You're happy now? Now go buy Call of Duty for $70. Enjoy. We won't give you the option. Just buy it for $70. Actually, we're going to bring the price up. We're going to follow a Nintendo's lead, and we're going to make Call of Duty $90. Let's do that for you guys.
They've already built in the fact that people are going to.
But no one's saying Nintendo's dead, right? No one's saying Nintendo's dead. But Xbox is dead. Game Pass is dead. But why? You don't think these guys could charge $90 for Call of Duty? They could definitely do that. They even have tiered systems. They give you more content. People don't know this. There's actually people that go out there and they will buy the higher end version of Call of Duty. They do this all the time. They'll have like a bundle, and it'll come with a poster and some other content, and that shit costs like $100. They do that, but like I said, if they want to do like Nintendo does, they'll have a standard game, Call of Duty, with no added shit to it, just a Call of Duty game with your online, whatever. $90. Boom. That's it. They can do that, right? They actually could do that.
Cancel. They probably want people to fucking cancel. Now it's just third party and microtransactions, which is what they're going to make their money off of instead.
I never understand how these fucking people have been crying about microtransactions for like 20 years. You know that? No joke. I remember when I had the Xbox 360, people were crying about microtransactions. And again, this blind hate, you see this all over the place. That's why these fucking idiots just keep parroting this off. I remember back in the day, look, I remember when Call of Duty 2 came out. I purchased some of these maps they had in there, right? Because those maps were actually created. Obviously, they wanted to make money, these people, right? Now, you purchase these maps. These maps that were created in there, they required a team of people to create. They made those. That company had to pay a development team to come in there and design those maps and build them. So when they charge you for that, they're not only covering their own ass, right? That they have to now, kind of recoup what they've lost on that. But they want to make money because that's what business is. So these idiots think they're just as long as they break even, it's fine. And they make a tiny bit of money. We're happy with that. That's how these guys work. They think if the company, you guys are greedy. Look, you made $5 billion. Yeah, but they lost $70 billion to get Activision. So they're trying to make that money back. And they're constantly losing money. Right? Just because they made $5 billion this quarter doesn't mean they're not going to lose $5 billion the next or whatever. They're going to lose money too.
And attract people that it's over. Xbox is over. I mean, you could already argue that Xbox has lost the console war multiple times.
They gave up the console war. They're not involved in that anymore. And actually, what's funny is Sony's copying them. They're following their lead. Why do you think you see Sony games, PlayStation games on PC now? Why? Because Xbox was ahead of the curve. And in the end, they're going to make way more money than Sony. They're already out there, people. They're already out there. They're going to be Xbox Game Pass is going to be on everything.
Pass. Really, the only fucking time they won, in my opinion.
So Sony, they don't understand. Sony's stuck in that little bubble where they can only, and they know this. They already know this. These guys that console space, they're only going to get a certain amount of money from that, and they're only going to get a certain amount of consumers, audience for that. What these guys are trying to do is they're trying to branch out everywhere. This is why they're bringing the streaming to the cell phones, right? They did this years ago because they know that that's going to bring in a lot more customers. Because a lot of those people aren't gamers, right? They aren't gamers on the cell phone, but they might get sucked in if they can just access that stuff through a cell phone, right? Because it's a kind of lot to ask a person who doesn't play games to go out and buy a fucking $700 console, right? $500 console. They're not going to do that. But guess what they're going to do? They're going to buy a cell phone because everybody has a cell phone. So that's what they're trying to get into, putting this stuff everywhere. That's why it's called Xbox Everywhere. I think that's what they call it. That's the idea. Now, Sony's not everywhere. Sony's stuck in that console box. That's where they are. And again, they're going into the PC space, but they're kind of shit at it. Not a big fan of Sony, the way they're branching out. They don't do it that well. And there's no integration there between the PlayStation and the PC. Like, if I go and I play Xbox games on my PC, I can actually see that game score and all that shit on my Xbox console. I can play on the PC or either one, and it goes into the Game Pass, and that ecosystems are connected. They're like the same. My only issue is that I hate the fact that if I buy a Xbox game on my PC, I can't access that thing I purchased on my Xbox, or vice versa. Like, if I buy an Xbox game on an Xbox, I think I should be able to access that on my PC. But from what I hear, I think they're going to be doing that on the next Xbox.
Xbox 360 fucking kicked ass. I personally liked the Xbox, the original launch, but it may not have gotten as much market share, and I think that's a personal choice. I think we'd all agree 360 won, but since then, just getting their fucking ass kicked. And then
all right, I got Earl Stevenson in there. Battlefield 6 has, okay. Zimpel, is that the guy that made Call of Duty? Give 1 second, people. That's the guy. I think that's the guy behind Titanfall, right? Oh, he was involved in the COD1 MW2 Medal of Honor franchise, so it should be good. Okay, I'd be playing Battlefield 6, fellas, if nobody wants to clan. Anybody wants to clan. Is that Candace Owens? Who is Candace Owens? Xbox and Steam merger could be... Sorry, man, I can't see the rest of that. Can be huge for the handheld market. You know that the Steam is going to be on the next Xbox. You know that, Earl Stevens? Yeah, he was involved in Titanfall. Yeah, you know that Steam is actually going to be accessible on the next Xbox. I said it earlier. Multiple storefronts are going to work on the next Xbox. The next Xbox will allow you to access PlayStation games. It's going to, no joke. No joke. It plays PC games. You can go, and maybe not in the Xbox storefront, but there's some wiggle room there. The next Xbox is basically going to be a PC. That's what it's going to be. It's going to access Steam and many other ecosystems. They're going to make their money back. That one of the reasons they can do this is because they've purchased so many different IPs and development companies that they can do this. They can make their money not just through their ecosystem, but through just software sales, right? They'll do that. And maybe they're going to have some dealings where they get a bigger cut of some of these. They're going to get a cut from some of these sales from companies like Valve, right? Because these people normally would not buy software from Steam because they're exclusively console players. So if they could prove that the people purchasing this is purchasing these games through an Xbox, they probably can get, I bet you that there's a way for them to get revenue through that, right? They could say, oh, well, they're buying this through our system, from your service. Maybe that's how they're going to do it. But from what I heard, they're going to have many storefronts on there. And one of those storefronts on the next Xbox is going to be Steam, right? Their new ecosystem, their new software is actually in the new handheld. That's going to be the software they use in many different devices. The front storefront or whatever you see, the new software that you find in that new handheld they're putting out is what they're going to put in the next Xbox, and they're going to try to put that everywhere. And so, from what I hear, it's basically a PC. It's going to let you. Sony's not going to be happy about this, but legally they can't stop it. So when they run, the only way to stop it is to remove their games from Steam. That's about it. And that's okay. I'm pretty sure Steam will be like, well, you want to remove your games, that's all right. But you cannot block these Xbox players from accessing those games. Right? So you'll not in the next year or two, you're going to be able to play God of War through your Xbox. Right?
Ally is like an eye-watering price. It's just fucking ridiculous at this point.
And look, he's complaining about this handheld. Again, people, look, if that handheld costs loads of money to produce, it's going to cost money. People get just angry because shit is expensive. Okay, it's expensive. Don't buy it. It's that easy. Why is this so expensive? And then they'll come out and they'll say, yeah, because it costs $800 to produce. It's $800 or $900, and we're selling it for $100 profit or less.
Xbox, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, man. The corporate greed is completely out of control. This goes against the Angry Joe show, everything that we stand for.
Everything is corporate greed with these people. Everything. It's all corporate greed. It's just business. I mean, corporate greed is what Nintendo's doing. They put out that piece of shit Mario Kart. You know that shit didn't cost them an arm and a leg to produce, but they have the nerve to charge, $90. I mean, look, that thing is like shovelware, it looks like. That probably was not very hard to produce. It didn't cost much money to put out. So why aren't you selling it for like $60 at the most? Nah. We got to go and sell it for $90.
This is not.
That's corporate greed. It ain't Call of Duty that's got these massive teams putting that thing together. That costs a lot more money to put together than some Mario Kart, okay?
Gamer friendly, and it's bullshit.
But once again, it costs more money to produce than Mario Kart, but guess what? It cost less. It cost, what is it? $20 less than the new Mario game. The next Call of Duty is going to cost like $70 in the store. Mario Kart costs $90. So who's ripping you? Where's the corporate greed, right? I would say it's coming more from Nintendo, but no one's saying Nintendo's dead, right? They're dead. I'm finished. No, they're still buying their fucking Nintendo Switch 2s.
Be a fucking Xbox Game Pass Select where we can say, okay, I want, because the fucking pass library is useless. We've already fucking played those games. Stop pushing that as something that
I don't know, man, but I haven't played every Xbox 360 game. I'm not even close to playing all those games. They have like over 1,000 games, if not more. We've already played all those games. Why do you keep pushing that?
Worth it. Oh, don't worry, the prices are going up. Don't worry, we're giving you fucking Fortnite crew. Who gives a fuck about Fortnite crew? I don't play Fortnite. The majority of people,
other people do.
And the cost of the studios releasing it onto the Game Pass day one. But this fucking artificial. You can release the game whenever. But anyways,
wait, this guy can't even use OBS or anything. He probably hit live on his damn cell phone.
Billion number does not take into account the price of game development and the cost of.
Let me hear this again because he probably got actual people who can think.
Of course, and then you go in depth. The 5 billion number does not take into account the price of game development and the cost.
Exactly. There you go. Like I said, this guys are going in here talking about they made 5 billion, but again, I told you they got that massive overhead. These guys, when they bought these studios, they didn't just buy the studios and they just get the games. No, they have to employ thousands and thousands of people, and then they have to create the software. This is what I said earlier. They have this platform. They're shoveling all this money into the Game Pass, to kind of just keep content flowing in it. So they're constantly putting capital into this, right? This is an ongoing thing. They're not Sony who creates a piece of software and then they fucking milk the fuck out of it. They just milk it for year after year after year. Again, how many remasters of Last of Us we're going to have? It's the same shit. These guys are creating original content and there's new games coming out. It's not just all remasters where they get a little team and they just raise the texture quality. This is what these guys do. These dudes are creating new games. Just a fucking new Halo alone probably costs hundreds of millions of dollars. So they have many projects happening at the same time. These guys, they got full companies. They bought Activision, but now they pay for everything from Activision. Not only did they spend the $70 billion, but now they have all these new people to them. All these new employees. They have to give them money. So these guys there's a huge overhead for what these guys are doing. And these guys are, look, they made $5 billion. Yeah, but their yearly costs for their operation, just the Xbox division alone, probably costs billions. It's got to be ridiculously expensive. Maybe not billions, but it's up there. Maybe it might actually be a few $1 billion a year to fund all this.
the studios releasing it onto the Game Pass day one. But this fucking artificial. You can release the game whenever. But anyways, as a longtime first-party developer, I can attest that Pete Hines is correct. This is Loftus, who worked previously at Xbox. While Game Pass can claim a few victories with games that otherwise would have sunk beneath the waves, Human Fall Flat, the majority of game adoption on Game Pass comes at the expense of retail revenue. That's what this is. Unless the game is engineered from the ground up for post-release monetization. Okay? I could, and many someday, write pages on the weird inner tensions this creates. So I think the CEOs at Xbox and the suits at Xbox have decided we can't sustain this long term. We're going to fucking milk whoever's left on this Game Pass and return to the retail way of doing things. Basically go back to PlayStation, and the rest of this stuff will be there.
Well, there you go. Well, look, if that happens, I'll tell you this. Sony's fucked. If they go back to doing that, they are ridiculously fucked. Because you know what that means? That means that they're going back in-house. That means Call of Duty on PlayStation, yoink, goodbye. That means Minecraft on PlayStation, see you later. That means they're going to start yanking all these games from all these platforms. They're all going to be gone. They're going to go back in-house. They're going to put all the software, and it's all going to stay under the Xbox banner. And that's that. It ain't there. You ain't going to be able to access Call of Duty for $30 and play through the whole thing. They're just going to say, you want it? $70, $80, maybe $90.
It won't be worth it, and it's not going to grow. It's only going to go down from here. Oddly enough, though, this is when GameStop comes in and GameStop says, we got you, fam. What? Says, don't call it a comeback. And then they put images. We're still selling the Ultimate, instead of $30, we're still selling it for $20. How are they fucking doing this? Is it the cards and the codes? Is it all those fucking cards and codes that just stick around and these are old codes at the fucking old price? Or is it actually a deal they worked out with Xbox, which makes no sense that theirs is way cheaper than Xbox? I don't think this is going to...
I don't understand how it doesn't make sense. Those prices were already put into place before this change happened. So, of course... they might keep it that way. They might discontinue those. They might tell GameStop to stop selling those, right? That's the way to do it. I don't understand why he's digging into that, but that's obviously not the pricing they want. If they might actually make it where you'll sign one of those in and it'll say you owe us $10. They might do that. I don't know.
I think it's just like already built-in deals and shit, and without clarification from GameStop, they've given none. It's unclear at whether this is the result of logistics, inventory, or a deliberate move by GameStop to attract customers, because that is fucking pricey, but that is the maximum price I think it can sustain is $20. You can't go any higher than that. You cannot go to $30. Even I will fucking cancel at that point. If I'm considering canceling and I play like a fucking 150 games a month.
Yeah, but he's Angry Joe. His gimmick is to be angry. I mean, I think the video is pathetic. You'll never see anybody come over here and pretty much many of these people say anything of what I'm saying. The fact that it's fair. You got to look at the competition. Sony's doing shit. Garbage. I saw their service today. I'm going to go look at that real quick. I had some more stuff planned for the stream, but we have another stream later today. We're going to be doing our scary story show. Bob's going to be, when she comes back, we're probably going to do that. All right? Give 1 second. I'm going to go look at, I'd say I'm like losing my train of thought. Okay. What did I say? So I'm going to go look at what? What was it? Game Pass, I said? Gotta look at this for a second. I've totally lost my train of thought. Alright, so right now I'm going to the Game Pass website. We're gonna see what's up. Actually, I was gonna look at PlayStation. That's what I was gonna look at, right? PSN.com. We're gonna look at the competition. PlayStation. I don't know why this is not. I'm going to Google right now. I'm gonna go to Google. I'm gonna type in the value because look, PlayStation is basically $20 a month. Google. 1 second. I'm gonna type in this PSN. PSN. Oh. What is it called? PSN something plus? PlayStation Plus? Because this is their direct competitor in the same space. You know, Nintendo's doing like their own kind of thing, even though they're now finally coming around and imitating these other guys. And they're doing a very shitty job, and that's the only reason that they don't charge much for it is because it's kind of a shitty. It's an inferior product. You have to base your pricing on some, you know, you got to base it on what's fair, kind of in a way, right? Okay, give me 1 second. This is a PlayStation right here. 1 second. There's a PlayStation website. Okay. New worlds are waiting with PlayStation Plus. Let's go see what's up with that. Join now. Let's see this. Okay, you got these different tiers. Let's see if we can. There it is. There's the tiers. 1 month, $18. I say taxes and all that. I think it's somewhere around basically $20. We'll say what's like $18, right? The Xbox is now what, $12 more than that. Okay. They got this other, that's a full year, $159. Sometimes people don't know that. They might come out and give you a lower fee. It might not be $30 a month if you buy a full year. This is how this works. It usually is less when you get the full year package, right? That's right. So $17.99 for their top tier Sony. All right, let's see what they got on there, right? What is it called? This is the top one. Is there premium? Okay, what software do we have on here? Let's see. They make this actually really difficult to find what the fuck's going on. I went on here the other day and I couldn't figure out, like, where's the fucking software? Can you show me what the hell you have, what I'm paying for? See all games, right? So I think this is what's on the PlayStation Plus. You'll notice something. Okay, so you see here, games, game trials, monthly games. I mean, they totally like copied Xbox's whole entire. This is basically Xbox Live. It's like fake Xbox Live, you know, monthly games and all that. Classic catalog. Okay. All PlayStation Plus games. Okay, let's see where they all are. Well, I guess this is all the games. Look at this. This is a PS1 game. This game is probably like over 30 years old. It's just like a PS1 game, and I bet you they've done no improvements to it. Alone in the Dark, that shit came out like in 1996. I bet you this ain't even a remaster. It's just like, this is what you're spending basically $20 for. Like Ape Escape. That's a PS1 game. Okay, these are Assassin's Creed game. The guy was what? This is the look. That guy in that other video was laughing about Assassin's Creed, right? But you got to keep in mind these are like the inferior versions of these games. These versions of these games you play are the most likely the Xbox One versions, the Xbox One X. Those are the settings you get. So you're getting these games at higher settings and sometimes higher frame rates on that Xbox. When you get these games in that free service, you're getting better versions of these games, right? You're getting like PC high-end settings. This game here, and many of these games were on the Xbox One X, which had higher settings. They ran basically at PC max settings. This title here, when you play this, most likely when you play this on a PlayStation, it's going to run worse. It's not going to look as good as an Xbox version. I mean, I'll tell you, there's probably many games in here that look and run better on the Xbox. Here's another game. This is like a PS1 game. Like, they got PS1 games in here. Okay. So you're getting this. It's nothing too crazy. You don't see where's that new Ghost of Tsushima game? You're not going to see that in there. Here's another one. I like this game, but these games here are very, very old. No, this is a PS1 game. This game came out probably over 30 years ago. Some of these games. Okay. I mean, look, are you seeing anything mind-blowing? Anything big studio putting anything in there? The Control, I like that game, but that's, again, the inferior version. You're going to be playing these inferior versions of these games. Okay? Days Gone. They put Days Gone. There's the first Sony first-party game we found. This game came out like, what, 8 years ago? So they have that one in there. Death Stranding. These aren't even Sony games. This is from Kojima Productions, but they're both in there. They're the same game. Where's the new one? Where's Death Stranding 2? Oh, they didn't put it in there. But they expect Sony to do it. Right? Not Sony. They expect Xbox to do it, right? $20. You're getting access to this game, which is like 7 years old. Okay? Oh, cool, they put it in there, but did they put it in there the first day? Once again, where's Death Stranding 2? It's not in here, right? But there's your price difference. An extra $12 gives you day and date. Same day, right? They got Doom. These two do this old Doom. These are Xbox products. I hope people know that. These are owned by Microsoft. They could actually pull these off of Sony if they felt like it. They hate Xbox, but if Xbox wanted to pull a Sony move, because I know Sony would do that. They're fucking grungy. If Xbox wanted to, Microsoft, they can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They could pull all these games off of this service. They could tell them, no, you can't have them. That's it. And pull a Sony. Like Sobers was in there earlier. He talked about the Silent Hill games. Now, Sony literally paid Konami to not allow those games on the Xbox. They robbed Xbox owners of playing those titles. And I would not mind if these guys came out and did the same to them. You know, because that's not right to do. I mean, they're basically doing the same thing. But what I'm saying is that it's crazy that people shit on this company so much, but they're nice enough to allow gamers to play these games. They keep, obviously, it's not just being nice. They want this extra revenue because Sony sold more hardware. But one of the reasons they sold more hardware is because people have the impression that this is a good company and they just love gamers, even though this is the company that literally pays game developers and game publishers to not put games on the Xbox. All right? So they left these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if we went back, I bet you there's probably more games that are Xbox owned that are on the Sony platform that Xbox could say you need to remove those from the platform. So right here on this one page alone, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 games that Sony gets to play because the Xbox keeps them there. Now we got more. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 Xbox games that Xbox can come out and say remove them. One thing you're not seeing here is you're not seeing the new Doom. The Dark Ages. That's the new Doom. And guess what system that's on right now? That's on Game Pass. That game costs $70 in the store. It's on Game Pass right now. It's there. Sony don't have that. They got the older Doom. This one that came out like 5 years ago. I haven't finished this one yet either. But I want to finish it. I like it. But they don't have the new one here. And if they were the ones that put the bill to make that new one, I bet you they're not put it on their service. So once again, there's your Xbox difference is that you're getting access to new games, right? But once again, these games are all Xbox. If they wanted to, they can pull these from Sony's service. They can say you cannot have those anymore. Not only could you not have them, but we're no longer putting our games on your system. They have the right to do that. Okay? But everyone hates them for being what? Evil, greedy, right? But Sony, they engage in some dirty practices. People, I'm not seeing no Spider-Man on here, no Spider-Man 2, no new Ghost of Tsushima on here. There's no Death Stranding 2. But people, look, I'll tell you, it's basically $20 a month, right? They say 18. Okay, they have taxes applied to this. When you use your card, they make you pay more. It's like $2. I think the thing's going to be like, it's $20 a month, and you're not getting the value that you get on the Xbox, on Game Pass. Okay, so we're just going through some of this. We're just going to slide through it. All right. Looking at the competition, because this is really what's happening. These guys they're looking at the market and they're saying, we have a better product. We should charge at least $10 more. We got more. We're taking more risks, right? There are big risks associated with that. There's big loss of money, possibly. It's a possibility. Here we got Killzone Shadowfall, the game that Sony removed the online from. And they added no new features to it, right? This is another reason why I really dislike Sony as a company. They do not respect their consumer. They don't. Because I liked Killzone and I liked this game. Why didn't they raise it to 120 frames per second, right? They could have done that with the new PlayStation 5 hardware. They could have raised this. They got a new CPU in there and a new GPU. So this game should be 4K 120. Boom, just like that. But this company, the way they work is they just take their middle finger and they say, go fuck yourself. Even though you've supported us through all these years and purchased all these fucking Killzone games, what we're going to do is we're going to reward you by removing the online. Because this is what Sony did. They removed the online from Killzone Shadowfall. And then after that, they gave it no upgraded features. And if they did put upgraded features, I put money that they would charge you for it. Now, I went out and I bought a PS5, right? Now, what, I got to pay you more money to access some upgrades to these games? Even though you could just basically just do a small amount of coding, probably, just like on the PC. You change a little bit of code, and boom, now it's 4K. Right? Make it 4K. They don't give a fuck about doing that. They'll get around to it one day, maybe. They might go and say, oh, we're putting out Killzone Shadowfall Ultra Collection for $90. And say, hey, does it have online? No, we didn't put online in it. Because that would have cost us money. We're just going to do the bare minimum. We're going to do the least amount of work and then charge you a bunch. They'll call it Ultra Remaster. Even though nothing's remastered. It's just a little change in code. They made a little screen to put a couple of titles in there, right? Right? That's the great Sony there. That's the great Sony. Again, they could have taken that Killzone game and made that shit 4K, at least 4K 60, and put the online maybe, or just had it 4K 60, right? Right now, that game is like sub 1080p on the PlayStation 5. This game here, it's like sub 1080p, and it's 60 frames, and it does. I mean, it's only 60 frames as a side effect of it running on the PlayStation 5 hardware. Sony did nothing to upgrade it. They just don't give a shit. You go on the Xbox, right? They got Gears of War, the original one. This shit goes online, and they've upgraded it. They patched it. They put the work. They created software and they patched it. A game that is 20 years old, they went and patched that shit. And when I bought that Xbox Series X day one, they patched loads of games. Loads of games, tons of them. They literally put out a patch thing one day. I was looked on the internet, and they said, by the way, we've added 76 new games to the backwards compatibility list that all run at higher frame rates now. Higher frame rates, higher resolutions, auto HDR, all kinds of improvements for all these games I owned. And you know how much I paid for that? $0. Zero. Sony's never done this. Ever. They don't do that. They charge you for everything. That's why they are definitely not a better game company. I know this because I owned many of these systems. I own the PS5, I own the Xbox. And as a company, the Xbox is just far, far, far better. Far better. Look at this. Spider-Man. Oh, you're going to give us access to Spider-Man. Nice. But that's the first game. Where's the second one? Nah, not going to do that. Not going to do that. Nope. But they get the thing is the Xbox gets held to a different standard, right? Much different standard. They just got to give you everything for fucking free, and they still get shit on. Like, look at this service, people. It's $20. Look at this shit. Look. Here's another one. Look, I'm going back. See, we'll go back real quick. Hopefully, it doesn't go. Oh, it went way far back. Sorry about that. Well, basically, I saw a Double Fine game in there. Yet another one, right? Double Fine is a studio owned by Microsoft. They still let these guys get these games. 1 second. See if I can get back to where I was before. Just gonna keep going. There was a Double Fine game in there. It's Psychonauts. Psychonauts 2. Let's see if they have the other ones in there. Okay, 1 second. Cannot find this shit. Oh, here it is. Look, Indiana Jones. Yeah, once again, people, they could take that. They don't have to put any of this on this system. None of it. Now, you got a lot of PlayStation dudes. They didn't even have to allow them to do this. And I don't even think I'm in the Game Pass thing anymore, or whatever you call it, the subscription thing, right? Find your next game. Browse the PlayStation Plus Game Finder to discover your next. Okay, so they do have it in there. That is interesting. That's probably Xbox did that. They probably told them you can do that. So they put Indiana Jones in the subscription service. But that's probably a way of fucking with Xbox. So they make less money, right? That could be it. They let them do that. But that's their game. That's their software. What is this? Okay, 1 second, guys. All right, what is this? But all games on Xbox are trash. Really? Do you play Call of Duty? I don't know. I don't know where you get that. They're trash. If they were trash, I wouldn't own an Xbox. Actually, most of the games on Xbox are definitely not trash. I'd say most of the games on PlayStation are trash. They are. Days Gone 2. Days Gone is a Sony game. I don't know, which is Spider-Man 1. Give me a second. Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales are free too. They're not free, buddy. You have to pay to play those. You either purchase them in a store or you get yourself a PlayStation Plus subscription, which costs $20 for the top tier. I don't know what they put in that lower tiers. I don't know if they even have those titles in there. I'd have to look into that. I'm gonna bet you they have made way less games in there. If anything, that these games are probably only in their top tier, but I have to go look into that. Miles Morales, Days Gone, yeah. Days Gone is a very old game. Right? It's an old game, but they put it in there, but that's not my point. My point is that Xbox is putting games in their game service day and date, the day they come out. Yes, the very day that they come out, they're in that service. There's a potential risk there to that company because, again, they foot the bill on these games. And so if people want to come in there and just play the single player, they can now access it for lower money. So any potential customer that would have spent $70 on that title can now get it for $30. Okay? So that's a risk, and this is why you don't see Sony putting their games in here day and date. These games over here, like Miles Morales, these games have been out for years. So what happens is that they've already made the amount they can make from it, right? The majority, the most money they can make from that title. And so then they just throw it up on this platform when it's already been milked. Xbox, they throw it up on there before it's even made before it's even made the maximum amount of money they can get from retail or from their service, buying it for full price. Look, there you go, see? Psychonauts 2. That's an Xbox game. That's owned by Xbox. A lot of these games are owned by Xbox. I could probably go through this all day. There's a lot of stuff on, PlayStation 1 games, right? And I don't even know if they're played locally. They might actually be played. They might be streaming. A lot of this stuff on here is streaming. Anyway, we've seen it. It's not too impressive. I'll just say that, to say the least. Right? $20 there. All right? $20. I think it's fair that these people could ask for, an extra 10. They're putting a lot more. We'll look at Game Pass real quick. Game Pass. We'll go to the Xbox site and slide through their selection of titles. See how it looks. All right, so it is. We'll go to Game Pass. It says join Game Pass, browse games. And they got also another thing they glossed over in those videos we saw is that these guys also offer discounts for people who have Game Pass. Right, so there's another reason to have it. Okay, is this all Game Pass? Browse all games. Game Pass, explore 500 plus games with Game Pass Ultimate. All right, so you get access to over 500 titles. See this? I've heard Sony has over 700, but actually loads of those games are, again, inferior PlayStation 4 versions of these games. The Xbox actually has higher end versions of these titles. I can go on about it all day. One example would be the game Titanfall 2, which runs on the Xbox Series consoles. That game runs at max PC settings at over, I think it was 6K at 120 frames. It actually could run at over 100 it can run at 120 frames, and it has max PC settings, and it can run at resolutions over 4K. And it has HDR. That same title on the PlayStation only runs at 60 frames. And it doesn't have max PC settings. It doesn't have HDR, right? And it doesn't have HDR. And the Xbox also has the vibrating trigger shit. It has like extra features in that way that it has the haptic triggers. That's what it has. A lot of these guys that make a big deal out of Sony's haptic rumble in their control, but the Xbox had done that years before Sony did. They have haptic triggers, which are actually the exact same thing that you find in a PlayStation, except you don't have that stupid ass, like the PlayStation and their triggers now, they have like this kind of resistance. It feels terrible. It's just a stupid gimmick. It actually, in some ways to me, it makes the games worse. And it doesn't feel as good as the Xbox triggers. Triggers on the Xbox are far better than the PlayStations. Let's see what else we got here. 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 All right, so we're gonna go look over. Yeah, there's an example. There's loads of games that look and play better on the Xbox, especially from that 8th gen when they transfer, because they had the Xbox One X, so they had upgraded like loads. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of titles. Another example would be even the first Call of Duty 2019. It's got haptic triggers. It's got higher resolutions. It's got all kinds of stuff. The game Mad Max is another one. Mad Max on the PlayStation runs at 30 frames. On the Xbox, it runs at 120. Right? And then you got all the other games you have on the Xbox. You have the whole the library of Fear games. And if you know the Fear franchise, those are all on the Xbox. None of them are on the PlayStation. The Xbox has all the Dead Space games. PlayStation only has the new one. They don't have any of them. So and those are all in the service too. You can play those through you can play those through Game Pass. 1 second. Rambling on, maybe. All right, the day ones are mostly Microsoft exclusives, which are becoming rare. Yes, I mean, look, they're not rare. I think they're actually not rare at all. Those games, they own those studios there, Earl Stevenson. Xbox owns Call of Duty and all these other titles. It's actually not rare that you see a first-party game on the Game Pass. Game Pass is packed full of first-party games. Now, they can't take games from other companies that are not their IPs and tell them, hey, we're going to put those on there day one. But they do try to do that. The games that are day one on Xbox aren't just Xbox-owned companies. They pay these guys so that they can put from other companies on there. Did you read Phil Spencer's statement to the FTC? He said that if they don't double their subscribers, they'd what? Sorry, I can't see that. They'd exit the video game business by 2030, and seems that's what they'll do. I highly doubt that. If they were going to do that, they wouldn't have purchased Activision and all these other companies. I doubt that's going to happen. They bought those for the long haul so that they could be a third party publisher. That's why they did that. And they're going to make back all their money, and then many, many times that. Just Call of Duty alone will make them back to $70 billion. Okay? Call of Duty rakes in billions of dollars. Call of Duty, people, is the second highest selling video game franchise of all time. I think it's actually the only thing that's above it is Super Mario. And Super Mario was a game that was bundled in with every NES console. People buy Call of Duty in droves every year. I don't know where you got that statement from, but I highly doubt that they're going to get out of this market anytime soon. If anything, they've doubled down and they're buying studios like crazy. Now, they're messing around with the pricing a little bit. Maybe just this increase of $10 has made it where they don't have to step out of any industry. But I highly, highly doubt that they're going to be getting out of this industry anytime, ever. Because they've already purchased, unless these franchises all die out. But the thing is that there's new people born all the time, right? There's new people. If people get sick of Call of Duty right now, the next generation won't be sick of it. There's many, many kids that aren't able to even play this material because their parents are good parents and they don't buy them adult games, you know? I guess that could be it. But there's an audience there, you know? There's an audience there. Just Call of Duty alone is going to make them billions and billions of dollars for many, many, many decades to come. These guys are become a lot more really, really powerful company. All right, so here you go. We're going to look at some of these games they got in here. Want to see if this is all Game Pass. I think these are all Game Pass. Okay, so you got Call of Duty Black Ops 6 right now. You go to store. I think that costs about $70. I think it's in there. Explore. What is this? See what I want to make sure this is all Game Pass. So browse all games. There you go. Is this already there? All right, so you got Diablo. This is the new Diablo. It's in there. All their new stuff. Okay, this is an older game. It's in the classics. So we can go over here. Scott Pilgrim, that's not theirs. This is the new Assassin's Creed Prince of Persia game. That's a new one. That hasn't been out that long. I think that's just come out recently. This Uno's been there for a while. Xbox Game Pass. Explore more. I don't know. It's kind of all over the place. Okay, maybe this is all the Game Pass stuff. I wish I could just... Oh, this is Ultimate. Okay, so it's highlighted here. Maybe that's what it is. All right, so Black Ops, Warzone, Grand Theft. Look, I don't even know if they had Grand Theft Auto in the PlayStation. Did you guys see that in there? I didn't. Forza 5. I don't know if that was in the other one. We'll just scroll through here. I know this game doesn't exist on the PlayStation. A lot of people love this game. Okay, you got the Halo games in there. Those are older, but they've all been upgraded. This isn't very good. Like, look at this. I can't, like, how do I find all the games? I want to search through all of them. It says here, browse all games. Can I just go through and look at all of them? Making this kind of difficult to scroll through all of this. Sorry, people. I'm trying to look at, like, I don't understand. Like, it says browse all games. I click it and, like, why can't I browse all the games? It's just nothing showing up. You got PC here. The Game Pass is a lot more than just that small number of games. Console games, all right. And look, explore more. I clicked on explore more. Am I going to see more? Okay, so there's another section here. Here's Gears of War Reloaded. That just came out just a couple of days ago. That's that remaster one. They've already put it in there. Okay, I'm just going to show you that they put even their new IPs, their new releases go in here. They all go in here. Okay, these are Ubisoft games. Okay, we'll go forward. They really do not show a lot of the software in here. This is actually very irritating because I'm trying to show you this shit and they don't really have any software. Here's an up and coming stuff. Same. I don't know if this one came out yet, but that's in there. That's a newer game. I guess this one, is this already out? Ninja Gaiden 4? This Call of Duty is going to be in there. That's a new game that's just been created. That's going in there first day. Installed to include. Okay, so is that out? Not available. Is this? What is? I didn't even know Ninja Gaiden 4 came out already. Okay, this is sorry people. This is very irritating the way this shit works. It's hard to see what the fuck's on the platform and what's not. I'm gonna see if I open up Game Pass, but that's not gonna show you everything that's on the console. That's the problem. Okay, I'll just look at that for a couple of seconds and see if we can actually see what's on the PC, because I'm on the PC right now. It's the issue. I thought we could go through the Game Pass site and see all the different software they have on here. Here's the okay, give me 1 second. This shit is all locking up. Okay, so what is this? Game Pass. Click on that. This is on the PC right now. I'm on PC. So you see Forza 5 is in there. That's an older game. Gears of War, this one just came out. Is this my library? What is day one releases? Okay. I don't know this game. Maybe that's a new one that just came out. So there's a lot of software. I feel like this stuff is bigger than the stuff that's on the PlayStation. Here's another one. Here's another big one. Senua's Sacrifice. That Senua's Saga. That's a newer game. That's in there. That came out a few months ago. They've already got this one here. Came out day and date. Redfall. Right, same day it came out, it's already in there. Okay. I wish I could look through the console stuff. And you see Black Ops 6 is in there. Obviously, that's not on the PlayStation. That's on the console, but you can't access that on PlayStation without purchasing it. You have to purchase the full title, which is like $70. On here, it's just in here. There's a lot more software here. I don't know. This is just the day one. Let's go through Ultimate. Okay, view. Like, I don't understand why. How do I filter this shit? Maybe I go to all? Okay. Okay, I got my any 4K. So they really let you dial this in, huh? Game Pass Ultimate. Right, so this all, hopefully this is all, there it is, see? Like I told you, somebody in the comments, they said something about, oh, well, they don't put a lot of first party, but here it is. First party. Well, let's say new releases, right? Look at this. This game just came out a few weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago or something. That thing came out. This literally came out days ago. Here's the update to Oblivion. This is a complete remake of Oblivion. It's already in there, right? Then you got Doom. This is another one. They own this. This is the Dark Ages. This is the one that's not on the PlayStation. It's not in their streaming service. That just came out. That's already in there. That came the same day it comes out. It's already in there. Here's Starfield. They didn't have to put that in there. That came in there the same day that came out. that was already in here. That's owned by Xbox, right? This one's owned by Xbox as well. This is a newer Space Marines. Indiana Jones that was put in there same day it came out, right? This is I don't know what that is. They own this too. I don't know if you guys know this, but they own Tony Hawk. So the same day this stuff came out, these Tony Hawk games, these remakes, it's already in the service, right? Like what I'm saying is that these guys own these IPs. There's a lot of IPs that Xbox owns that are put in here the same day they come out. This one, Avowed, was put in there the same day it came out. That's owned by Xbox, right? This one, we already went through that. This Senua Saga, that's same day it came out, it was put in there. That's a big production. That game was for sure expensive to produce. They put that in there the same day. This Hi-Fi Rush was put in there the same day. There's loads of stuff in here that these guys created that was put in here the first day, right? There's a lot more value here. I'll just say that. There's a lot more value here than there is in that PlayStation. And these guys got tons more games. They got a lot of stuff. All right, we're just going to watch a little bit of one more video, which is the Dreamcast guy. I was going to watch it earlier. We're not going to watch Angry Joe anymore. He's just annoying. He's just clickbaiting bullshit. There's more value here than there is on the PlayStation, but Sony can charge $20 for garbage, and these guys can't charge $20 for a product that is just better and more expensive for them to do, right? The Sage is greedy! Okay. The Xbox Game Pass situation just got worse. Okay, we're going to see if I can find Dreamcast guy, because he usually has funny hot takes. Okay, this is the Dreamcast guy. A price hike. Oh my God. Just don't get it. It's that easy. This is called Eastwood, who said, "This is egregious." You should learn what that means.
Called Google Trends, where you can see how. Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here. Today we're talking about Xbox, because obviously just a couple days back,
because it's like a thing to talk about, and it was just rage culture.
They pretty much doubled the price of Xbox Game Pass. But
he said they pretty much doubled the price, which they pretty much didn't. They pretty much didn't double the price. So there you go. The guy's lying again. Straight up fucking lying. They pretty much doubled the price. They didn't double the price. So why would you say that? Right? PlayStation pretty much tripled their price of their garbage games.
Actually,
I just say this because these guys are always all over this company, even though in many ways they're one of the best companies to their customers. Like Nintendo straight up shitting on you all day. Okay? Sony's shitting on you. This is the only one that's doing like actual real shit. Like I said, it's just right now Nintendo is charging a large sum of money for all these like garbage like remasters. Like they re-released a game, a Legend of Zelda game that was like 10 years old or more, and they're charging like $50 I think it is for it or more. Right? For what? You just bought a new system. Why can't I play my Zelda game that I bought on the Switch, the first one, and it just gets an upgrade? No. You got to pay for that upgrade again. You got to pay for it again. All right? I don't know. I can't even tell you. I can't even remember how many games I got that are upgraded on my Xbox. I'll tell you this. Look. Just one thing. I'm going to show you one thing outside of this guy's amazing looks. Real quick. I don't know if you guys seen it. I got some videos where on the gaming portion of this channel where I've spoke about this. About the upgrades. I did it in a gaming video where I pointed out the difference, the Xbox difference compared to these other companies. I just, I respect when these guys do this. In some ways, in a lot of ways, they respect their company, their customers' intelligence. And Xbox is one of those companies that does respect their customers' intelligence. All right? They brought the PC model to console. These other guys are still doing the console model, okay? Right here, look at it. Xbox Series. What's crazy is they brought games, like even more games, to the backwards compatibility program on the OG Xbox, or on the, not the OG, on the Xbox One consoles. They brought even more software a few months ago. All right, so Xbox Series X, 76 titles, 76. I'm looking for, they put out, I remember they put out this big bundle of games. It was crazy. They all got upgrades. They just randomly put these drops out. See if I can find the story about it. So Tom's guide. Xbox Series X backwards compatibly gets a huge boost. Look at this. 1 second, people. Got a lot of stuff on my screen here. Okay, got a bunch of stuff on my screen. 1 moment, please. All right, so this is from 2021. It's kind of a little while ago, but, you know, Sony wasn't doing this shit. So while Sony was charging you upgrade fees, this is what Xbox was doing. It says Xbox Series X backwards compatibility gets a huge boost with 76 new games. They did this just randomly, and they would do this day after day after day after day. They didn't have to do any of this. They could have just done what Sony did. So they added games like right here. This is Max Payne 3. This game was never released for the Xbox One or the Series consoles, but they got it to run on there. They did it through backwards compatibility. They got Max Payne 3 to run. So if you guys own an Xbox Series console, S or the Series X, you could play these titles. This game does not exist on a PlayStation. There are loads of games on here that do not play on the PlayStation, and you shouldn't expect Sony to ever try to make them run because they just don't give a fuck. Okay? So they have a lot of stuff on here. There's probably a list. I don't know. There's a list here. They upgraded a lot of these games where they run at higher frame rates and higher resolutions. All right. So this is. I wish they would have the info in here. They just have the games, but not the actual improvements. Okay. I wish I had that, but they added like they added games and they added different improvements they had to them. Many of them higher frame rates. They did a lot to this stuff. That's one of the cool things about owning an Xbox. Like if you don't own a PC, I mean, the Xbox is really the console to have because they add value to it. They give you a reason to own the thing. Okay. 1 second. I'm going to go over here backwards combat. Look, Xbox Series X or Xbox BC 120. Let's see that. Or FPS boost. Let's see that. FPS boost. See if I can find something with that. 76 games. Okay, I'm just typing it to search engine, see if I can find some info on this, just to show you that difference. They've done a lot of stuff with this. This Xbox, when this thing came out, they added these different systems that allowed it to run at like higher frame rates, better resolutions. All this shit was all free, all of it. That when I go on a PlayStation, there's nothing free on there. So there is a real legitimate reason to dislike Sony. I don't understand all the Xbox hate. I just don't. I can understand why you hate Bill Gates, but I don't understand why people hate the Xbox. How they hate the Xbox as a console. Yeah, here's them pushing some more of this robot shit on us, which I've been talking about on our other shows. See, I go to a video for the Xbox. Look at this. Just random ad with robots.
Fallout 76, we're doing it.
And look, he's trying to fuck a robot. You saw that? He gave it some information. All right, so here's the FPS boost. We're going to watch a little of this guy's video.
Inherited release. And on the right, we have Xbox Series X running Fallout 76 with the FPS boost on. Okay, so on the left, what we're getting is a native 4K resolution at 30 FPS with HDR support. Both of them have HDR support. On the right, with the FPS boost, it drops down to 1080p at 60 FPS. So you're kind of getting a choice. Do you want...
So there you go. They did the FPS boost. You get a higher frame rate. Guess what? They didn't charge you for it. If that was Sony or whatever, Nintendo, they would have charged you money for that shit.
Changes things up a little bit. But I hope you're seeing, the detail in texture, just how much more certain objects stand out. They look better. They look a lot more realistic. I think it makes quite a big difference, and you're seeing how the bridge kind of appears between the two of them. And recently with Wastelanders and then Steel afterwards, they actually add.
All right, guys, sorry, I just got this video real quick. It's a terrible video. I want to see more of these FPS boost titles. Okay, Fallout. This is just individuals. This is why I wanted to show the list. Anyway, can't find a list. I'm just going to tell you that they gave people many upgrades. Okay, many updates, and they were all free, and I appreciate that because I bought that piece of hardware. So I'm happy that they're adding value to it. The other platforms do not do that. Like I said, there's a huge number. That the only reason I bought the PS5 was to play updated versions of my PS4 games. And Sony has failed at upgrading those games miserably. They've done nothing. They haven't gone, like, look, another example is the Nathan Drake collection, which was on the PS4. Why hasn't Sony given us a free patch? Why aren't those Uncharted games, that collection, in 4K? Why? Why is it still 60 frames at 1080p? Why didn't they make it 4K at 120 frames? Why didn't they do anything to it, right? They did nothing. But you know what? It got an upgrade on day one. When that Xbox Series X came out and the S, those games all got upgrades. The OG Gears of War got a 60 frame bump. It got HDR free. The other one, the Gears of War 5, got a 120 frame patch. The thing got ray tracing. It got 4K support. It got all kinds of stuff. And all of it was free. And which company's never given me anything for free? PlayStation.
It's got to.
But no one shits on PlayStation. They only shit on the Xbox.
So much worse. First of all, Xbox has replied to the backlash with a statement that's so bad people are actually even more pissed about that. But there has been a leak today that they're about to roll out Game Pass ads where you can actually play games for free 1 hour at a time. But to do that, you have to watch commercials. And you try to boot the game up, or maybe even in the middle of the game, it'll actually show you a commercial for like McDonald's or GMC cars and stuff like that. And a lot of people are basically saying this is the death of gaming. This is what happens when...
It's the death of gaming because now you can play games for free, but you have to watch an advertisement. But I literally do that to watch your dumbass video. This is the death of YouTube. You gotta watch advertisements now. This is the death of TV. You gotta watch advertisements. You know, businesses like to make money. They're messing around with different ways of making revenue. And the fact that you can watch or play these games for free is a good thing. And what's a good thing is the fact that you can play these for free, especially a family who's on a budget, right? Their kids can play games for free. You can play games for free, right? Maybe you don't have the money to buy games, but you already, but you can definitely watch an advertisement. You already own an Xbox, but you don't have the money to buy games. So now they give you the option to look at a 1 minute of advertisements and then go back to playing your game. That's a bad thing? No, that's just a new way to make revenue that allows people to play these games, right? How is that a bad thing again? This is the death of gaming. Right, once again, this is the death of TV. I'm watching a TV show and it's got an advertisement. Fuck this shit. I'm turning it off.
Corporate entity. Like Microsoft is worth $3 trillion. The only reason they're doing it is to try and maximize every penny of profit, to squeeze every fan, every gamer,
Oh, they're full fucking evil letting you play games for free, but you gotta watch an advertisement. You see how retarded these people are? This is why it bugs me when I go and I go online. I'm looking for other stuff. I'm looking for boxing. YouTube just throws a bunch of suggestions at you. And I see these dumb motherfuckers just crying about everything.
For every penny. And if you don't have the pennies, they want to squeeze it out of your eyeballs.
They want to squeeze it out of you. Again, this piece of shit here gets ad revenue from YouTube for this shit videos that he puts together. Now, if he was consistent about hating advertising, he should turn off his ads. He should turn the advertisements off, right? Just turn your ads off and ask your audience to give you something, right? At least you get monetized for your garbage hot takes.
Extra crappy ads. But let's talk about this. And I want to really just explore this because I do truly think this is not only the end of Xbox. I'm kind of worried that by this time next year, there isn't going to be a console. I feel like there's not even going to be any Xbox developers. But let's get into it.
How dumb are these hot takes? How stupid is this? This is beyond retarded. There's not going to be any developers. No more developers. Why? Why won't there be developers? I mean, maybe if the AI is that good, then yeah, they'll be gone probably. But they'll still be making these games. And people will say, oh my God, I'm angry because AI. Oh, and they'll just go out and buy. Well, they'll say, I don't support Microsoft because they use AI. I only play on PlayStation now who also use AI.
I hope you're having a great day. And if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this video is going to be a bit long because I want to start by talking about these ad leaks, and then I want to take a look at the fact that it actually turns out that, honestly...
You know what? I just saw that, and I see no problem with this at all. I think actually Steam used to do this. Back in the day, they used to do it. They would have an ad that pops up. Nothing, no problem with it at all. Look, if they can go and they can give you... Maybe they'll say this, hey, you can get Game Pass, the $10 tier, for $10, and you could play all the new releases, but... Every 10 minutes, you have to see an advertisement, right? For, you get a $7 game. Or maybe they can make it where you can get the new Call of Duty, and you don't have to pay for it at all. It's completely free. But you got to watch advertisements. They give you that option. And then they have another tier where you don't get any ads, and you pay that money to not have ads. They literally have this on the website I'm on right now, right? They have this on YouTube. They have like a premium that removes all the advertisements, right? Look at this guy's face. That's how he usually looks. He's faking the other faces. That's what I feel. That's his true form, right? He got advertisements. I'm on a site and I have ads on my videos. Xbox, I hate you.
There's more bad news. They've actually removed even more features from Game Pass, and they're just being super quiet about it. But let's start with this. So
yeah.
The Verge has now leaked that Microsoft is getting ready to announce a free version of Xbox Cloud Gaming with ads. Currently, in internal testing, you can play the game 1 hour at a time for up to 5 hours free per month. This is an ad-supported version which will include streaming games you own, eligible free-to-play titles, Xbox retro games. Pre-roll ads are around 2 minutes before a game. Now, honestly, this to me is so incredibly infuriating because I'll be honest, the way I game a lot, I'm the kind of person where I will sit down and play a game for hours and hours and hours, but when I'm feeling kind of ADD, when I'm just wanting to try stuff out, sometimes I'll flip through a couple different games at once, or I'll turn a game on for like 10 minutes, do one battle in Final Fantasy Tactics or something like that, and then, switch games or go get a drink or something like that. My concern is the fact that... All
right, El Barbarino, and it says the point is, I really hate the way this is. Like right now, I'm looking at that heart's blocking the different words she said here. All right, she says the point is, it's completely. Oh my God, sorry people, I can't even see the words that's behind this thing. It's. Oh, there's nothing behind it. I thought there was words behind there. She says it's completely disingenuous. Over a $10 price increase when the monthly cost is already insanely low. I mean, look, that's like Bob's saying. It's I don't understand why YouTube has this heart that blocks the damn letters. That's really irritating, right? Because like, you see how I have to move this shit? That's what I have to do in order to see what the word is. I have to kind of like move this around. That's really irritating. Like, does anybody know how to remove that icon from there? Because this shit's beyond annoying. Look, I'm hitting the heart. Can you please leave? Like, why is that stuck there? Anyway, yes, I don't know if it's extremely low there, Bob. I mean, it's not super high, but there is a value there. There's value, and when you compare it to the competition who has a $20 product that has way less than Xbox, then you kind of understand the increase. These guys think they're just increasing it just to increase it. No, they're looking at the market and they're looking at what they need. What they need, that's a big risk to take this game that you spent this huge amount of money on, and not just this game. Many games that they've created are going on this service, so they've put it on the higher tier. If you want to access that material, it's on the high tier, which is $30. And I've said it a million times ad nauseum at this point that many different companies do this. When cable TV has multiple different plans, different kind of bundles that have more channels, no one complains. You just don't get the one that you don't want, right? You don't complain, oh, why is this plan more expensive? Because it's got more content. That's why. It's got more there. There's more value. There's more added value. And I say this is one of the reasons I like the Xbox more than the PlayStation, because the Xbox actually upgrade gives you free upgrades, and they give you loads of content, and it's all comes with when you buy the console, they add value to it. When I buy a PlayStation, which used to be equal price to the Series X console, you were not getting the same amount of stuff. The Xbox had more. but there's more value in that product. What's crazy is that the Xbox was priced the same way. But that has more to do with hardware, which is funny because look, the Xbox Series X is actually more powerful than the baseline PlayStation 5. Okay, Earl Stevenson says straight punches always.
Honestly, with a service
What does that mean?
like this, I got a feeling every time I turn on my console, every time
Look at this guy, like LM says, COD games are not Xbox games. These games existed before ABK was purchased. No, those are Xbox games. You know that, right, LM? They purchased, look, those are theirs. They own those now. They can actually go to Sony and pull all those Call of Duty games off of PlayStation. Now, obviously, the physical copies, those stay, right? But on the service, they can go dictate that. They could say you cannot sell any of those games on your digital storefront. They can say, no, you can't have that on there. They already, I'm pretty sure they're not allowing them to put it in a streaming form. They can't put Call of Duty in their PSN service. I don't think they're allowing that. But you know what's funny is that when they were buying Activision originally, Xbox, Sony was in there dictating all kinds of shit to the Foreign Trade Commission, and they said one of their demands from Sony, which is insane, they were demanding things. They were saying that Xbox cannot put Call of Duty into Game Pass. They didn't want them to put it into Game Pass because they were afraid. And they have so much power, Sony, so much power that they were able to dictate, make demands, and have the Foreign Trade Commission come in there and lie on their behalf and pretend that they're doing this because of consumers. They came out and said, but what about consumers? If Xbox buys Call of Duty, and so they did all this shit, and in the end, these guys had to agree to allow Sony to have 10 years with Call of Duty to still have it, right? That's the only reason that they even have Call of Duty is because those motherfuckers paid off the Foreign Trade Commission. Very, very dirty stuff, right? And these guys could have taken it further and said this is what they're doing is illegal. They're paying these guys off, Sony. But it ended up happening, and so now we still have Call of Duty on PlayStation, right? But I'm pretty sure these guys would have left it there anyway. But eventually, they might pull it off of there. But everyone hates them, even though they allow Call of Duty to stay on there. But once again, COD is it's owned by Microsoft, Call of Duty, and they could do all kinds of stuff. They could tell Sony, you can no longer put this in your storefront. They could say we only allow this to be sold on a physical disc. They can do all kinds of stuff, probably.
When I boot up that stream, it's going to actually make me rewatch an ad every single time. Now, everybody...
And this is another rage culture thing where these guys just cry about everything. So they're giving you another option that allows you to play games through their cloud service for free for an hour, about 5 hours in a month. So for 1 hour, if you're bored and you're on your phone, you can access a streaming service from Xbox without paying $1, without giving them a penny, right? It's free, except you got to watch ads or an ad here and there. This guy has ads on his videos, but he hates ads. It's like no one's forcing you to do this. This is just another option, but he needs to cry about it.
Is immediately making fun of this in the comments. Bro, imagine having to watch a commercial before playing a video game. What happened to the gaming industry? And
oh my God, the gaming industry's over. They're finding new avenues for revenue. There's nothing wrong with this, right? That's it. One thing is they might be making some money on the ad revenue. Maybe they're getting people eyeballs on these ads. They're doing that, but that's a way of offsetting the cost, I guess, of streaming this to possibly millions of people, because millions of people might be using this, right? It's all running from their data centers.
I think this is an interesting point.
Which I think actually has to use physical hardware. It also requires electricity. Who do you think's footing the bill for that electricity that they're using, right? To run this shit, to run this operation. So when you're using those systems and running that software, that electricity is coming from their end, from the Xbox data centers. But again, the guys don't know how anything works. They just think everything it should all be free. Ad revenue used in order to pay to allow you to play this for free. No, it's stupid. I hate it.
People, imagine you're midway through a boss battle and you get...
Imagine that they did none of this and they didn't even try. They're, in a way, maybe they're innovating. But I guess when Sony does this, it'll be amazing, right? Or Nintendo. Since these guys are doing it, it's all terrible.
Slapped with an ad. There were actually these patents. These got leaked a while back. People were super pissed about it. There is talks about
But what are they not pissed about?
making it where you have to plug a microphone in, or if you're playing on your phone, it'll actually detect the microphone in your phone. While you're watching an ad, you have to verbally acknowledge what ad you're watching in order to actually make it continue back with your content. You can see here it's like watching a movie.
And now the guys are looking at patents, right? That's what they're looking at. It never came to be. They never did it, but they're going to go and they're going to look at that. Like, the dudes are pathetic.
Everybody is unsubbing to Game Pass.
It's literally just an idea. That's all it was. And it was an idea that never happened.
Such record numbers. Not only is the site going down, there is like a tracking metric called Google Trends where you can see how popular something is. So many people have unsubbed from Game Pass. It's actually at the maximum limit of trending. Literally, the scale is 1 to 100 in popularity of a topic. This is the first time ever that a topic has hit #1 on it. Literally, everybody that is Googling about Xbox is literally about how do I cancel Game Pass. But I want to talk about this other thing as well here, which is a secret thing they removed. Microsoft quietly removes Xbox Game Pass DLC discounts. Following the Game Pass price hike, players have noticed that 10% discounts of DLCs is gone. One more perk quietly stripped away as backlash over rising costs continues. Now, I'll be honest, I use this a lot.
All right, so here we go. This is something that came out 19 hours ago. I'm going to show you this right now. This is one of the reasons Sony doesn't do this. You see this? Reports Microsoft gave up $300 million in Call of Duty sales as a result of Game Pass. So there you go. That's probably why you see that price hike. Because I told you, there's a lot of risk associated with doing what they're doing. They're putting these out day one. There's people accessing this who would probably otherwise buy the full version for $70. And instead of doing that, they're going on there and they're accessing this for $30 or $20, right? It was $20 before. Now they've raised the price to $30. Saying Xbox gave up more than $300 million in sales of Call of Duty on console and PCs last year, according to one of the former employees who asked not to be identified discussing internal estimates. First of all, what did they think was going to happen? Of course, you'd lose out on potential sales with it being part of Game Pass. The idea, or so I thought, was to make up the lost revenue in a different way. According to, okay, so this is, wait, give me 1 second. This is the Nadella guy, CEO of Microsoft. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 had the largest launch of any Call of Duty ever. Thanks to Game Pass, the question at the time wasn't how many people would play it, but whether they spilled into actual gross revenue. Because the thinking of this, one of the things Phil Spencer said a few years ago is that they thought that maybe people would play some of the software and then buy the full version. I mean, it probably happens at times, but it also could be that people are just getting this cheaper and then just unsubscribing from Game Pass, right? All right, so it says, but whether spilled into gross revenue. Xbox gave up more than $300 million in sales of Call of Duty on consoles and PC last year. Earlier this year, Call of Duty continued to dominate the sales charts as the #1 highest selling title in the United States. Later in May, Tweaktown reported, whatever that is, what, Tweakers? Reported that Black Ops 6 was the highest grossing title in the franchise's history. So what gives? Question mark. How much did Xbox really lose as a result of all this? And how much does it look to gain as a result of the price increase? That's a number only Microsoft knows, and the rest of us will have to guess on it. But let's look at some numbers if you'll bear with me. Okay? So they're just saying they lost money. They lost money, people. That's what happened. So in order to, I guess, keep this in Game Pass, like I've said this earlier, that this is a risk. These games are expensive to produce, and they're giving these to you the day they come out. All right? So these guys are all crying, but what would you rather have? Would you rather have a tiered system where you can have the option to play this game for $30, right? To play a game that's expensive. Unless you want to purchase it for $70, that's fine, I guess. But if you simply want to just play through the single player, and they're giving you an option to do that for $30, is that the worst thing in the world? Or would you rather just have one option, which is to purchase it for $70, right? you purchase it, and then you'll still need your internet thing. We already know that. They've already taken away people's ownership, and people don't even care about it. It's fucking pathetic. Like, in the grand scheme of things in the gaming world, a $10 increase on Game Pass, I don't really see as being a big deal. I think not having ownership is a much bigger deal. It requires you to have an expensive internet provider, right? In order to access your games, which is expensive. It's a lot more expensive than $10, okay? And that cost is monthly. Monthly. Again, though some of these providers, some of these plans are going to be over $60 a month. Sometimes $100, right? Sometimes more. Okay, give me 1 second. I think people just cry about everything, and they're mostly full of shit. Okay? All right, the point is completely... Okay, I think I already read that. Okay, Straight Punch is always the only COD game that can choose Xbox is... I mean, I didn't think Black Ops 6 was a disaster. I don't know. What do you mean it's a disaster? I don't know if you know LM, but Xbox has been good with Activision for a long time. That's why they were able to buy the company. They've been doing all kinds of stuff for that company for a long time, going back to I think the first Xbox. It says instead of being in denial, they should see. I'm gonna see if I can turn this phone. This shit is so annoying that I have to keep moving this phone around in order to see this. 1 second, people. Okay, they should see 3 or see. Okay, they should see the benefits of. Oh, wait. Instead of being in denial, they should see the benefits of PlayStation. I don't understand. See the benefits of PlayStation. Did you know there will be 3 different PS6 versions, a cheap version for low income players? I mean, I don't see the point of having 3 SKUs. I mean, 3? Why? I'm gonna guess what. Let me guess. I mean, dude, it wouldn't shock me if they took the disc drives off of every one of those PlayStations, and then people go in there and they're totally fine with that, even though they all supposedly hate DRM, right? But yeah, I don't see the benefit of what PlayStation is doing. I mean, what are they doing that's special? I don't think there's anything. I think I really despise Sony the way they do stuff. I said it earlier. Those guys charge you. They nickel and dime the fuck out of you. They charge you for every little tiny upgrade. And they under deliver when it comes to any kind of respect towards their customer. Look, I go in there, I bought this new piece of hardware, right? Why aren't you upgrading any of the games I have? Why? And also, why do I have to get charged for every fucking upgrade I do? Like I said it earlier, just a little. You just got to change a little bit of the code in that game, and now you can get 4K. So why is not Killzone Shadowfall not 4K? Why is Until Dawn and all these other games that these guys created on that PS4 4K? None of them, you know? Xbox is over here upgrading OG Xbox games. Like right now, I have a bunch of OG Xbox games. I can take the Splinter Cell games, the first one, the Pandora Tomorrow, and Chaos Theory. I could put those all in my Xbox One X, and they run at 4K with HDR. And guess how much I paid for them? Nothing. How much did I pay for those upgrades? Nothing. They just put the money in the investment. The Xbox division and Microsoft put the investment in to actually upgrade those titles and give them to their customer as an added bonus. And they made it, not only do you not have to go and buy it digitally through their storefront, which is probably what Sony would have done. They made it where you can take that old game from over 20 years ago and just pop it in your system and it works. The old game, you can literally go to a flea market and buy that game for a quarter and put that thing in your Xbox Series X, which just came out not too long ago. And the thing not only runs on the system, but it runs it upgraded. It's upgraded. Sometimes these games actually have frame rate boosts on these 20 plus year old games. And they've made nothing on that. That's just an added bonus on your console that they've given to you, right? They're just giving you that added value to that piece of hardware you purchased. They don't even ask you to give them a penny. They just say, by the way, if you own this amount of these Xbox 360 games, those games will run on this console you have. And not only will they run, but they're going to look 10 times better, and they're going to run better. Now you go to the Sony side. Why can't I just pop my PS1 games into my PlayStation 5? There's nothing to stop them from doing that, really. You know that, guys, right? They can probably very easily make an emulator for PS1s that just lets you take all your PS1 games and just put them into the system and they just work, right? Or your PS2 games. Maybe even do some kind of programming to make PS3 games just work on it. When you just take the game and put it right in the system and it works. They're not doing any of that. And obviously the PS1 is PS1 and 2 is very easy for these guys to do that. To make it where you could just take your catalog of older games and just put them in there. I mean, you look at you look at modern Blu-ray players right now, or 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray players. They play DVDs. You could put DVDs in those things, right? They'll play a DVD. They do that. Why? Because people have software on different platforms, right, or different hardwares. So look, if I own Xbox, right? I own the Xbox, so why can't I play my other discs from my other Xbox into this system? That's their thinking. They get that. So from kind of in a way, a lot of the thinking comes from the PC platform, I think, because PC plays like everything. I mean, if you get the right software and to modify your system, you might be able to play systems from all over different generations and different platforms. I mean, my PC can run like everything. It can run all kinds of different emulators, you know. But when it comes to actual software, these guys, and in their ecosystem, so they go all the way back to the original Xbox. So this Xbox here will run a lot of different software, and that just goes to how they view their customers, you know. They're not completely disrespecting their customers the way that Sony does. That's why I'm not a big Sony fan. I have many reasons why I really don't like Sony anymore as a company. They really do not care about the added value. You buy their shit and they're just like, here, buy it or don't. And also, we're releasing another version of this game you loved, and we've stripped a bunch of the features, and if you want 4K and that shit, give us more money. But actually, most times, we won't even do anything. We won't even upgrade anything. They don't even for games, like, again, they put out a collection of Uncharted back on the PS4. That is a beloved franchise. That game only just runs on the system. It has no upgrades at all. It does not take advantage of any of the features of the new PS5. It just runs on there. And then you got to thank the Xbox for that, because they're the ones that normalize backwards compatibility. If they didn't put that into their Xbox Series X, the ability, all this, I mean, they were obsessed with backwards compatibility, the Xbox, right? They're talking about it constantly. Oh, it plays Xbox, OG Xbox. Oh, it plays Xbox 360. Oh, it plays Xbox One, right? It does all that. And now Sony's like, oh, shit, we got to put some of this stuff in here. Because back when the Xbox One came out, guess what? Those guys, the Xbox team, was like, we're going to play Xbox 360 games in the Xbox One. They made a big note of that, right? And they played Xbox OG Xbox One games in there. What did Sony do? They didn't play no PS3 games in there. They didn't do that at all. Guess what they did? They charged you for all of these PS3 games. They were doing remasters, right? Were really just 4K ports. And the fact that they got those games running on there, they probably could have actually run a lot more games. But they chose to charge you for every individual one of these. While the Xbox was just trying to make as many of them backwards compatible as they could. Right? And they put a lot on there. There's hundreds of Xbox 360 games that runs on the Xbox One. They worked pretty hard to do that. And they had a lot of dealings there. They had to talk to the third-party publishers in order to get that on there, I guess. But, Sony's not doing any of that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand. These guys are hated to no end. All right, so there you go. I showed you. Xbox lost over $300 million, right? That's a lot of money. Now, and what did they do? I guess in response, they brought up the price of Game Pass. And I made I guessed that I bet you it has something to do with losing money, that they brought these prices up. And I'll tell you this, it's completely fair, all right? It's completely fair, I think. All right, I got a little article here. It says Call of Duty tops 500 million copies sold as Black Ops 6 becomes biggest release in franchise history, right? There it is right there. So yeah, the series has sold 500 million copies. Right, it's a lot. I said it earlier. They're the second, I think, highest selling game in history. We're gonna just watch a little bit more Dreamcast guy, and then I'm gonna get out of here.
A lot. Because, I mean, honestly, I buy a lot of DLC, but also it's cool that if I already have Game Pass, which I did until this week, I always
it's fucking garbage. I'm getting rid of it. It's garbage. Even though it's got more games than PlayStation, PSN, garbage shit that has nothing new on it.
Cool thing where, hey, if you buy a game, the reason this was so great is that the whole selling point of Game Pass for a lot of people is that, oh, I've already paid for the service. I'm happy to install something outside my comfort zone, a weird puzzle game, a roguelike, a first-person shooter that doesn't have an art style I super gel with. Okay, I've already paid for Game Pass, I'll play it. And then if I loved it, I did like the idea that, okay, now that I already have the game, let's check out the DLC. Oh, the DLC is marked down because I'm getting it through Game Pass. I actually did this with Starfield, where I bought Starfield, but then I had Game Pass later on. And then when I was playing Starfield, oh, here's the DLC. I get the DLC for cheaper. I always thought that was a smart idea because it sort of incentivizes people to not just buy.
Yeah, they have discounts. I said that earlier. There's discounts on all the software in there. Once you get Game Pass, they give you discounts.
DLC that maybe they wouldn't have, but it makes you feel like you're getting a good deal. They remove this just to screw over their fans. Hey, thanks for supporting Game Pass. Pay an extra $2 or $3 on every single piece of DLC. This to me is ridiculous. And the reason this extra pisses me off is that this is their official statement. This is literally...
Maybe what they're doing is they're just meeting their competition in that way because their competition does less but gets more. You ever notice that? Like, why are these guys going to keep trying to cater to you? If you shit on them all the time, why the fuck are they going to keep doing it? Obviously, they're a business, and they give a lot of value to their platform, but they're not just going to keep bending over backwards for these people that just keep shitting on them. With all the good stuff they do for the gaming community, they get the short end of the stick all the time. While Sony gives you less, they get more. They get more money. They get more respect. You know, at some point they're like, well, our competition doesn't do any of this shit. Well, why are we still doing this? Like, we should not do this anymore. Oh, well, you know, obviously they want to make money, so they're going to keep doing it, but they're going to maybe lower in some ways. They're going to get rid of some of these systems, right? But again, these guys just go on and shit on these guys. This is what they do. This is what people do. But they never shit on Sony, ever. That's my problem, is that they're very not even with what they do. They're not fair with any of this. They just shit on one company and then they let the other ones just slide by. Nintendo with its $90 games and its cartridges with no games on them, right? Now they're charging for online. They're doing all this, but Nintendo ain't dead, right?
The Xbox exec that's job it is to defend this. Price increases are never fun for anybody, but we're listening to player feedback. I want to read the execs.
I'm not going to even hear that because, look, there are price increases. They have to do it when they are having to spend more, and now they have to raise the prices. That's the way it works. That's why we have this thing called tariffs, right? That means that the prices are going to go up because these guys got a higher overhead, so they have to raise the prices. This is how business works. They can't just keep it the same when they're losing more. They have to raise their prices in order to balance this out, you know, because if you're not making money, then you don't have a business anymore. Because the business is the objective of a business is to make money. Okay. And obviously, if you have customers, you want to keep your customers happy. And the Xbox does a very good job of that. Right. But people over here crying over $10, you saw it. They thought they lost $300 million. They might have lost more. But they're still trying to keep these day one releases on there. They've already made that promise to the customers. So they're trying to keep it going, but they have to raise the prices. All right. Now, it's not a huge amount of money. These motherfuckers want to make it out like it is. It's $10. And I'd say, look, if Sony didn't have a $20 service and there wasn't all these cable TV plans that were like over fucking $30 or $50 and all these other businesses that's doing this, then maybe we would look at this a little differently. But if you look at the market, you look at Sony over here with a $20 service, that's garbage. That's absolute garbage, where they're putting almost no effort into it. There's no big overhead there. They're just giving you old-ass shovelware. While these guys are giving you the latest and greatest, the shit they put hundreds of millions of dollars into. And so they're giving you day one. They're giving you access to it day one for $30 for hundreds and hundreds of titles, and all of their first party, which is a lot. There's a lot of first party there. You know, that I think it's a fair trade off for a $10 extra. And again, you look at the competition. The guys don't have Spider-Man 2 in there. They don't have the new Ghost of Tsushima. They don't have nothing new in there. Okay.
Features. This is just a flat out lie. These are
also, again, they have multiple tiers. The middle tier of the Xbox is actually cheaper than the PlayStation platforms. A top tier, it's cheaper. So I mean, you could go to get the first tier. No one's forcing you to get this $30 plan. No one. So for these fucking idiots like this moron over here to cry like this is just fucking pathetic.
Executives that are literally being paid to lie to gamers. They don't have any other job.
We don't own anything anymore. He should probably use his big platform. This fucking guy, I think he got like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, right? You're never going to see him coming over there and go say, don't buy games anymore. They're all DRM. You own none of them. But he got a Dreamcast hat on, which is funny because if you want to know what's funny about Dreamcast, guess who helped create the Dreamcast? It was Microsoft. Xbox. The guys that made the Xbox literally helped create the Dreamcast. Okay?
It's just purely about misinformation and lies. It's something we don't take lightly, and we're listening to the feedback of the players and the community to try and provide more of what they're asking for. This is so funny because let's just be honest. The main thing people are mad about is the price of Game Pass Ultimate. They just keep jacking up the price of it again and again and again
dude, it's not like it's fucking milk. Or it's like food. It's a gaming service. You can choose not to get it. Okay? And again, we saw the 300 million loss, and that's probably a part of it.
Less games, less features, less stuff to get you excited.
Did he say less features? They have more features. We already saw the video. It's got more features. The lower tiers have more features on there. Right? The top tier has more games and the latest and the greatest. That's what they got on there.
I'm a big believer in the fact that gaming at this point is...
What would be a ripoff is if they brought up the price and they changed nothing. And even then, it wouldn't be a ripoff because they offered a very good service, I thought. All right? But again, these guys are just going to cry all day. And they annoy me, and that's why I've been on here talking about this. All right? Fu, Gran Turismo, or Horizon? I think Horizon, for sure. Gran Turismo is kind of garbage. I like Gran Turismo back on the PlayStation, on the PS1 and PS2. I kind of played it a little bit, but Gran Turismo is nowhere near to the Forza series. Not even close. All right, LM says that you complain a lot about remasters, but they sell well on PlayStation. Maybe you don't like them. I don't either. Sorry, man. I'm having to move this text down because this heart's in the way, so that's why I'm reading it kind of slow. He says, but I don't either, but they sell well. Yes, I understand that, LM, but if you respect your customers, then when they buy that new piece of hardware, you give them more value. You give them a reason to be happy about purchasing that new piece of hardware. So you give them upgrades for what they already own, right? What Sony does is that when you buy that PS5, they tell you, by the way, we have Horizon in 4K. Do you want to buy it again? Right? That's what they say. They're like, here you go, Super Ultra Remastered Edition. Give us some more money. Where on the Xbox, they say, hey, by the way, you purchase an Xbox Series X. Here's a free remaster of Gears of War, of many, I'm talking about hundreds of games. Hundreds. They upgraded all those, like over 500 Xbox 360 games. Like another example is the game. You can play none of the Fear games run on the PlayStation, but that Fear 1 is 60 frames on the Xbox Series X, and and it runs now it's 100 and what is it? No, it's 60 frames. They upgraded it, and it's free. These are all free. They got all these games that run at 4K that are Xbox 360 games. I mean, they literally look like remasters, and there's hundreds of them on the Xbox console, and they're all free. They're like, by the way, you bought an Xbox One X? When I got the One X, they're like, here you go. All those games have been upgraded. We've now made it. We've done some software tweaking. We got it where all those 360 games now run at 4K. and they have 16x anisotropic filtering and all this shit. And you look at the game, you're like, wow, these look like remasters. These are like remasters I would spend $40 on the PlayStation 4, and they're all free, and I have hundreds of them, right? Because they have that kind of PC mindset, and they're also thinking of value, added value. Another one, you look at like a game like Half-Life, the Orange Box. That thing is 4K, looks amazing on the Xbox consoles. That shit doesn't even run on a PS4 or 5. Doesn't even run on it. They didn't even try to make it run. Also, you go into the newer titles. There's loads of them on there that all got upgrades. You look at the Forza series, the Gears of War series, the Halo series. They just upgraded the fuck out of so many different titles on that Xbox. And they were all free upgrades. Loads and loads of free upgrades. You look at the PlayStation, give us money, 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 money. Every little fucking tweak on every game, they want more money. That's what Sony does. And that's my big issue with remasters, is that it's bullshit. There's no fucking remaster. You do a reimagining or a complete remake, or that's it. Like, look, if you're not doing a remake, I'm not giving you money. I just bought. Look. This happened on the PS4. Last of Us literally just came out, right? It didn't come out that long before it came out in like 2012 or something. And now they put out the PS4, and they're like, here, look, look, it's an HD remaster. It's just the same game. And now it's at 60 frames and 1080p, and they want like $40 for it, or $50 or something. Like, that game just came out. I just bought your new system. Can you not patch that thing? You can't patch it to give me an upgrade? Nah, they can't do that. They got to charge you full price. Again, that's what they did. And that's one thing. But when your competition over here, Xbox, is giving you all these remasters of 360 games for free, while the competition is nickel and diming, not even nickel and diming you, they're charging you almost full price for these remasters, right? How are you shitting on the Xbox and the competition's doing that? That's my issue, is like, how do you keep shitting on this company when they're giving you all this shit for free, when the other one is just ripping you off to no end? That's just never made sense to me. And that's some crazy fanboy shit that people didn't point that out. Because I said it, there's like hundreds of upgraded Xbox 360 games on the Xbox One and on the Series consoles. There's hundreds of them, and it was all free. Where's those hundreds of upgraded free PS3 games on the PlayStation platform? Where I could just take my copy of Killzone 2, and now boom, it just runs at, my copy for the PS3 Killzone 2, and I pop that in my PS5, and boom, for free, it's now 4K, 160 frames. None of it exists. That doesn't happen. I'll take my copy of Nathan Drake Collection, right? Put it in my PS5. Oh man, it's 120 frames at 4K. Whoa, it's got HDR. None of that's happening, but it happens on the Xbox all the time. But they just want to shit on this company forever. But the other, that other company, don't say nothing about them, right?
Separate halves of a pie. I do think that part of it is playing the games, enjoying the community, but I do think part of the fun of gaming is that hype, is watching trailers, is talking to your friends, is, waiting at line at GameStop, or literally if you get it on Amazon, just waiting for the mail to come for that second you get to play it. I do think the hype is part of how we game now, 100%. And when you announce stuff like this, I do think it tampers that hype. It makes it where a lot of gaming is the excitement for that next big game. And at this point, I feel like there's zero excitement inside the Xbox community, and for good reason. I want to end with this tweet by Paul Tassi at Forbes.com.
They don't even make any sense. They put a $10 increase on their highest tier. How is this such a big deal?
This guy is a very big gaming journalist, does a lot of game reviews and stuff, but he made a big viral article basically talking about why he specifically decided to give up on Game Pass, where even though it is a good deal at one point, it's just gotten so prohibitively expensive. But he said
it was a good deal at one point, not anymore. It's not a good deal anymore. It's like, why? Because it doesn't have the games that just came out yesterday. The PlayStation doesn't either, right? And again, it's cheaper. Their mid-tier is actually cheaper than PSN. Than the top tier on PSN, and their mid tiers better than PSN. It has PC games in there, people. It has cloud gaming of games you own, and you could just play them in the cloud, and you go somewhere you can play it. They have the cloud gaming in there. They got PC games in there, and then they got games, the newer games than the PlayStation. They're saying, oh, we'll put them in there in less than a year, or in a year at the most. We'll be playing the newest Call of Duty. Oh, we're all crying about that, but I'm here like, bro, where's Spider-Man 2 in your PSN? Oh, it's never gonna get put in there. Oh, sorry, it'll be put in there in 5 years. But you're spending $20 a month on there. $20 a month for that, and somehow the mid-tier Xbox mid-tier is better than it.
Maybe it's possible
better and cheaper
that Xbox rolls back the Game Pass price increase, but this just seems like something that is much more core to their entire business. Some would even call it essential. I don't care core to their
What is this? Outer Worlds to $80. What is this? They were bullied out of the also absurd Outer Worlds to $80 price. This is, I mean, I don't know why a guy's crying about this. He's talking about Outer Worlds $80 price. Nintendo's right now is charging $90 for Mario Kart. Like, why is it always the worst when this company does it and everyone else does it and it's okay? Right? Just dudes always crying. I mean, look, like I said, this is what rage culture is. It's brainless. It's just mindless bitching. And there's nothing honest about these people because they pick targets. They don't look at what's going on around these in the market. They'll just point at one target and talk shit. For the millionth time, they hate Xbox because of DRM, but then all these motherfuckers went out and bought a PS5. It's pathetic.
Entire business. Some would even call it essential. I don't care if they make it $5 a month. They've shown their utter contempt for their customers. I give them
their utter contempt for their customers, where they give them free upgrades all the time on hundreds and hundreds of titles. I only play on PlayStation.
24 years of brand loyalty.
Where they fucking rip me off all day.
I won't piss on them if they're on fire. Literally every single person. I can't believe that literally we're at a point. This won't erase their intent. The backlash should surpass everything that EA got with Battlefield 2. Literally every single comment. I don't think they will, because ultimately this is a way to price people out of day one games and get them to buy stuff again. The day one cheap model.
That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. This is a way of pricing people out of day one. Price them out, a $10 increase. Like, you're retarded. They don't have to price you out. You know what they do? What they do is they just don't put the games on the service. That's it. They don't have to price you out. They don't have to work that hard. They'll just they'll do what Sony did. Give you a $20 service at the top tier, and then not put Call of Duty on there ever. Put none of them on there. None of those bigger games. And just charge you for them full price. That's it. What are the things that this, I said it earlier, and these guys will never think about this, is that you own nothing anymore. You don't own anything, right? So these higher prices, all they do, these higher prices on games, is incentivize streaming services. Xbox knows this. This is where the market's going, right? And since you own nothing, this is like, I guess, this is really the way this industry's going. In my mind, I have no desire to buy games anymore and to buy them for the long haul unless they're older games and I own them, right? If I don't own a game, I am not spending $80 on it. I'm not spending even $50 on a game I don't own, right? That's just what it is. You're just trying to push people into buying full price games. What, like Sony does? They're not pushing you into it, but I mean, they literally don't support them on their streaming, on their storefront or in their subscription service. They don't put them in there unless they're very old.
Only viable if the service kept growing, which it isn't. It is wild to me that really we're witnessing the final chapter of Xbox.
You know how dumb this sounds? This is like beyond retarded. We're seeing the final chapter of Xbox, where they're branching out and putting their games everywhere and making probably more money than ever. The only place they're losing some money on the Call of Duty is because of Game Pass. It's because they put it on there day one. Like I told you guys earlier, those games cost $60 to $70. When they put it on here, the people who just want to play the single player can do that. This is one of the reasons Sony's fucked, because Sony makes games that are very linear, story-based games. So anybody could just buy PSN, the shitty service, for $20 and play through their whole catalog of movie games. And once they've finished with those movie games, there's no reason to have PSN anymore. It's not like you could play those games online. You've already gone through their stories. So that's the whole thing with the Xbox, is that the Xbox is actually, their catalog is very well suited towards a subscription model, because they have many games that have upgrade systems in them and a lot of different layers and a lot of substance there, right? So there's community in these games. Sony has single player experiences. Microsoft has community games. They have online multiplayer shooters and whatever else, RTS games and everything co-op. They got co-op games. They got all this stuff. It's all about community gaming. Sony's about basically being a recluse and playing single player experiences that are just movies. And once you're done, they're done. Where Xbox, the game's got online play, and they just go on. They have literally hundreds, if not thousands, of hours worth of replayability. Their games have a lot of replayability. Sony's do if you want to just keep playing the same story-based game over and over again. And I'm not too into it. Like, I can't even finish God of War Ragnarok. I can't even finish it. I feel like Sony, they knock it out the park with one game story-wise, and then the next is fucking garbage. I cannot play. Like, if they put out God of War 3 or whatever of the new series, I wouldn't even give a shit. I don't think it's that good. I think Sony is the one who probably is on their last legs. Because, I mean, what are they putting out? What have they put out? Right? I see they got this game Interstellar. The shit, everyone's taking a shit on it. It looks like garbage. The Last of Us is dead. God of War is like kind of like, it's long in the tooth there. That Ragnarok was garbage, kind of garbage. Like, I could barely play it. That's how much it's just not very good. And then what else do they have? They got what? Gran Turismo? People, come on. Freaking look. Forza Motorsport blows Gran Turismo away. The Gran Turismo. What does Sony have? Sony has false marketing that tells the general public that these games are exclusive to their platform. They treat third party like they're first party. Anytime you see one of these Sony ads on TV or a game being advertised, it could be Call of Duty, even Call of Duty, right? They'll come up and at the end of the ad, it'll say PlayStation, as if it's only on the PlayStation. That was the magic of the PlayStation through the PS4 generation, is that they pretended that third party was first party. That's really what sold that shit. That and this hype around Xbox being garbage because of DRM, even though Sony does DRM, right? I think I already read this. Oh, I already read that. Okay. Just watch a little bit more of the Dreamcast guy and I'm going to get out of here. But again, I just fucking despise these guys' videos. I see him. These two guys are obviously not the only two. I mean, there's like hundreds of people saying the same stupid shit. They're all saying the same thing. Again, they got multiple tiers to this. This is just rage for the sake of rage.
54 years of success. I do feel like people
and I don't think any of it's real.
Didn't grow up when the original Xbox and Xbox 360 were out. You guys can't imagine now, but Xbox used to be the console. Like the way that PS5 right now is the default console, way PS4 and Nintendo Switch.
It's a default console because it gives you less value when it nickel and dimes the fuck out of you, but it's number one. We love it. You guys, look. You want to go and buy Horizon Remaster 5? Go do that, PlayStation. They got now the hair looks smoother now. Sony's charging $50 for that. Yeah. A Horizon Zero Dawn remaster now in fake 4K on PlayStation 5. Sony wants a $10 upgrade fee. Well, Microsoft over here doing a Halo 120 upgrade with HDR and all kinds of new upgrades. That's free, but they're garbage. Sony over here is nickel and dime the fuck out of you. They're really, really good. Default console there.
It's so much last gen. There used to be a time where if you said, do you play video games? You didn't even say that. People literally would say, do you play Xbox? Can you even imagine that today? It just seems ridiculous that they have managed to fall so far, so
Yeah,
fast.
and the reason they fell is because of dumb motherfuckers like you who bought into media hype in order to hate them. Once again, the Xbox 360 did very well all over the whole world. The thing that brought them down was this hype around DRM. And I agree, I dislike DRM. But the same motherfuckers that smashed and destroyed the Xbox and said it was trash because of DRM went and bought a PS5, which is filled with DRM. So why the fuck do you hate this console so much? Because you guys are a bunch of dumb motherfuckers that don't think for yourselves. And you go in there and go with the choir. You go with the crowd. So if the media comes out and Sony pays them a good amount of money to come in there and do all these little interesting articles about how Xbox is anti-consumer, they'll go out there and they will buy a PlayStation, who's actually way more anti-consumer, way more anti-consumer. They nickel and dime you for everything. I'm telling you, I got a PS5 right here, and every single upgrade, you got to pay for all of them for shit you already own. This other company doesn't do that, and that alone makes them better than Sony and PlayStation. Already, just the fact that I purchased the system and they just keep upgrading products for free. Why? Because I've already upgraded my hardware. That's the reason you get a hardware upgrade, is in order to make the other stuff look better. This is the idea behind one of the ideas behind buying a new piece of PC hardware, is that your older games now run better. They run and look better, right? They get that upgrade for free, but actually they're not for free because you've already purchased that piece of hardware. This is the way the Xbox works. Sony doesn't work that way. When you buy their new piece of hardware, they want to charge you again. They charge you an upgrade fee. Microsoft doesn't do that. The Xbox doesn't do that, and that's just one of the reasons I prefer the Xbox over the PlayStation garbage scam ecosystem, which is not following the PC formula. It's following a very shitty console formula. Right? That Xbox really doesn't follow.
Asked for literally no reason. They just chose to get more and more greedy, and they've sacrificed a lead that was so ridiculously big. But what do you guys think? Tell me your thoughts.
I think you're a fucking idiot, and you're full of shit. Again, it was people like this guy who are a sheep, a dumbass fucking sheep, who's a rage baiter. Who is the kind of person that made the Xbox lose a lot of its market share, because they just hype up everything. That's what they do. That's the reason why the Xbox stopped. The hardware, starting with the Xbox One, didn't sell as well as the PS4, because it was all based on lies. It wasn't really lies. They did have DRM, and they do have DRM currently. But all this Xbox hate started with DRM. But the funny part is that Nintendo has DRM and Sony has DRM. Sony had DRM from the beginning. So how is it that you hate the Xbox? Why do you hate them but not hate Sony? I mean, you could hate them if you want, but why do you hate them but love Sony? That doesn't make any logical sense. But you're a fucking idiot, so that's just the way it works, right? I'm just gonna scroll around through some of this stuff, and I'm gonna get out of here. I've been here for a little while now, guys. You know, we're not as cool as a Dreamcast guy. He's very, very intelligent. All right, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV. People, you're watching Food Gaming Live, right? If you want to donate to the Real Food TV, since YouTube hates us, our Venmo's in the description for the video. All right, you got some guys really over here. It keeps getting worse. Just gonna click it. We're not gonna watch this.
Does it keep getting worse?
Not gonna watch the whole thing again, people. This is the same.
Google.
This is the same kind of person that built up the DRM shit and still bought a PS4. Okay, so it keeps getting worse, right? We're gonna click on Dreamcast guy shit, all right?
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy
Let's
here.
do this.
And
I'll do this.
This is my brutally honest review for Gears of War Reloaded on the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Yeah, so he's playing Gears of War on a PlayStation. Yeah, cool. All right, we'll look at this Xbox DRM. We'll look at that. We'll see. We're just gonna go back through the memory lane, right? Xbox Series X has a big DRM. Okay, so I'm gonna look around it. Maybe you can't find these older videos. New Xbox leak. Dreamcast guy has a video from 5 hours ago. It says new leak shows Xbox was ruined by Game Pass. Microsoft is mad. So now they're gonna go into that, and he has a trash thing. The dude's just corny. Maybe he makes a living off this. I have no idea. All right, I'm just scrolling through. So you can't really find DRM, I guess, like IGN News, Microsoft reveals DRM policies. We're going to look at a little bit of this. This is going to show you guys a kind of brief history of this kind of shit.
Figure it out.
Hello, this is Adam Korlick with Figure It Out Productions.
So this is back when the Xbox One came out. You see DRM policies. You see the Xbox sitting in the trash. Once again, keep in mind that the PlayStation 4 sold better than the Xbox. And the PS5 is selling better than the Xbox. This has nothing to do with gaming software because the Xbox has better software. They really do. They have more games on there. They have five. Just those 500 Xbox 360 games alone blows away the PlayStation 5. Because those games, those are very good games that are on there. If you love games, you know, and then you have these AAA, high budget, you know, games that everyone loves, like Call of Duty and all that, right? Now, and they're also on there where you can access them for $30. You know, you don't have that option on the PlayStation, okay? But everybody hates the Xbox because of DRM, even though they bought a PlayStation which has DRM.
Video is part of our Quick Shoot series.
Hey guys, it's Adam here. So a bunch of people have been asking me what my thoughts are on the Xbox One and the PS4 and E3 in general. So I kind of want to talk about that. But
all right, I'm going to go forward a little. This is revolving around DRM and how these kind of sheeple that just follow each other and parrot stuff off. What's funny is he had the red ring. You know what's funny about red ring? That they think that actually might have had something to do with Sony. That they did like basically they did a espionage where they went in there and had these guys fuck with their hardware. And that's why they came out with that assembly line with a bunch of faulty units. Cost them a couple $2 billion. This is another thing to remember. The Xbox actually gave people a warranty because the red rings, where they would go and free of charge, they would take your units, your systems, take them to their facility, fix them, and send them back to you for free. They did this, and it actually cost them billions of dollars to do it. If that was Sony, who had this thing called the yellow light of death, I don't know if you guys know about this. Obviously, this media is skewed towards loving Sony and hating all the competition, or the Xbox mostly, I guess, because they're an American company. So they had this thing called the yellow light of death, right? And you know what that Sony did for these people when their system would crap out after like a year or two of owning it? They'd give you nothing. They wouldn't give you a free replacement or a free repair. They would charge you money for it. Okay? No one talks about the yellow light of death, but they go on about the red ring of death, which these guys put billions of dollars into giving people free repairs. Now, maybe they should have given you a full refund, but when you have the fucking system for over a year and you have a 3-month warranty, which is what most products give you, that's just the way it is. And actually, I think the Xbox gave people a 1-year warranty. And when the thing craps out in 2-3 years, you know, that's just the way it is. And it was a very good system. So, of course, people were going to play it till it overheated, right?
Not even remotely interested in that debate. But those two groups are of two very different philosophies on things. PC gamers typically are the kind of group I honestly think won't have too much of a problem with the Xbox One. Now, I'm not a PC gamer at all. I don't hate PC gaming. It's nothing like that. It's just not.
Okay, so here goes. Xbox was the poster boy for DRM. I'm not going to watch too much because this shit is way too slow. All right. This guy was actually, I think this guy worked for IGN. Dudes went all crazy. We got Mr. Angry Joe over here. Let's see Mr. Angry Joe because we saw some of his shit earlier. This guy's been on the internet rage baiting for a long time. Here it is. I told you, these guys took all the blame for this shit. I mean, does this guy have audio? What the fuck is this?
You fucking idiots! Part 2!
You fucking idiots! I hate you! You're garbage! That's why you can't really watch a guy like this, because he's just completely fake.
You have to be so stupid to try to pull this off. Okay, hold on 1 minute. Okay, so no. I want you. So when you say that
I'm just showing this to show that this is when the Xbox sales went down. This is when they stopped being the #1 console in America and the UK. It's all because of DRM. But again, if you get past that, which I'm not a fan of it. I think it's terrible, but they're all doing it, all of them. So why would you point at this one console and not all the other ones, right? Why would this one would get the brunt of all the negativity, right? Not Sony, who lied to you, right? Who straight up lied to you. They said, "Oh, fuck that company. They're doing DRM," and then they're doing DRM also.
Listen to our feedback. What exactly do you mean? Did the Xbox One require a blood sacrifice in order to operate before? Would it explode if it played offline?
I'm going to get out of this because it irritates me. I mean, really what it is that the company's just a bit too honest. They should have just lied like Sony and just done the DRM under the table and not told you jack shit, right? This is what these people like. They like to be lied to. They rather the company just lie to you. Just lie to, hey man, just lie to us like Sony does. We're fine with it. Just as long as you lie. The problem is I think these guys couldn't lie because they, since I guess Sony, I'm pretty sure Sony was paying these guys off real well, these different outlets. And so if they didn't tell people this, they would have dug it up, right? But then they would just like turn a blind eye to Sony with all their practices with DRM and nickeling and diming the fuck out of you. I put out a video a few months ago and showed what these guys did with Uncharted 4, where they took the online out of the fucking remaster, but then left it in the old game. And they didn't even discontinue it. They left it. It's just crazy shit. Right? No one's ever talked about that in the gaming media, that these guys, they made it where you have to buy multiple versions of the same game in order to get the full package. Right? All right, so we got all this. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit. I'll tell you people, it's just very dishonest. All right, here's another thing. Xbox 180, Microsoft, no DRM. Okay. I'm just looking through these old articles where Microsoft proclaims advantage of Xbox One DRM, no DRM. All right, so we're going to see this. Look. We're going to see this right here. So this isn't even true. This was 12 years ago. I'm just showing you where the Xbox started going wrong. So they had DRM, right? They're saying that their policies is Xbox News, Microsoft reverses DRM policies. That didn't happen. That never happened. They still have DRM. And guess who also has it? Sony. Now, people got angry and they still didn't purchase the Xbox because DRM. But they got a PlayStation.
And you can take your Xbox One anywhere you want and play your games on it, just like you can do it with the Xbox 360. You can also trade in, lend, resell, give away, make sweet penetrative love to, and rent disc-based games. There will be...
All right, so you see they thought they undid some of the policies. There was actually some good stuff in there. They would let you install your games and run them without the disc, which I thought was cool. They took that away because, you know, people were complaining about the DRM. Yes, they did some stuff, you know. What they were doing, when you really look at what Xbox was doing back then, is that they were doing a slow transition into a digital-only future. I feel like that's really what it was. And so they were trying to make it where these stores like GameStop could still make money. Because what they were going to do is what was happening is that GameStop was, they were doing some dirty practices where they made it where they would, charge almost the same price for used software, right? But they wouldn't give the producers of this software any of that income. So any of the money they were getting from these used game sales, they would never give any to the companies that produced this stuff. So what happened is that these guys did the DRM and they said that, yeah, you could still sell your games used, but there's going to be a code on there and we're going to take a little bit of the revenue from that. And it wasn't just Xbox, it was the publishers of these games. This was all of the publishers on there. And I'm pretty sure they would have no problem with it. Those guys who developed these titles, because it's very expensive. So people got all pissed off and they didn't like it. So you know what companies like Sony did and even Xbox and so on? They made it where they sped up the process. Now, I mean, this is why you guys are seeing GameStop is going under. In a lot of ways, this is kind of karma, because instead of these guys making some money from these games, these used games, now where they made it is they're putting out digital consoles, right? So GameStop would have had more money. They would have had more. But they didn't want to do that process, right, where they would take a little from all the used games. So now what's happening is that these guys are going to go completely digital and then goodbye GameStop. I mean, maybe if they would have played okay and played fair, I guess, in a way, and not got their attack dogs after these guys, maybe the transition would have been slower. but it's not. I mean, look, most games on the PlayStation are purchased, because I bring up PlayStation because they're the biggest seller of consoles this generation, I think. Oh, not I think, they were last generation and this generation. So now what's happening is that Sony's selling most of their games digitally. So guess who loses out on all that money? It plays GameStop. GameStop is going under. They're going under now. Okay? I'm going to look at the comments. I'm going to be getting out of here in a minute. Yeah. All right, you complain. Okay, I already read that. Okay, Earl Stevenson in there. He says, 1 second. My throat is killing me. I've been talking for so long. The new God of War are not true to the originals. Not as epic or brutally violent. They're not. I'm not a big fan of them. That stupid thing of boy, right? Boy. It's corny. And a lot of that stuff I feel like comes from, I mean, Never Sober said it. He said it well. He came in here. He said he compared it to Terminator 2, and I agree with that. That's really what it is. It's just fucking Terminator 2 over and over again. It's also a ripoff of in a lot of ways. It's kind of a ripoff of Gears of War. I mean, that's what Last of Us was. It was a fake ass Gears of War mixed with Terminator, right? You have this little kid. It's also like the movie The Road and all that, but it's the same story. It's this grizzled guy and this young kid. Oh, he's innocent and all that, right? And also, in Gears of War, you had the journey where you had to go, and like there was this objective at the end, and you would plant what they called the resonator, right, to destroy the locust. There was that one mission, and you would cross through this vast terrain in order to get there, and along the way you would have all these different obstacles and enemies to go through, right, and to get to that one objective. And this was the objective of the story of the game Halo as well, the first one. And you had it, that was again, the Gears of War, the Resonator. Now you see games like God of War, and it's this journey, and you're gonna go through this vast land in order to get this one objective, right? It's all the same shit. And the first time I saw that was like, I saw it in Gears of War. It was the first in the post-apocalypse. That was the first one. You had that ragtag team of like dudes or whatever. It was all, and then you go across this land and you plant that thing. It's similar to Lord of the Rings, I guess, in a way. It's that hero's journey, you kind of. But I feel like Gears of War was the real first one to really do that. And Last of Us took a lot of influence from Gears of War. It's undeniable, really. But to go back to God of War, it really needs to go back. I feel like they need to go back to what made God of War. Maybe they will. But I'm not a big fan of them nowadays. I can't even get through Ragnarok. I'm just kind of shitty. It's kind of a shitty game. I feel like it's like this dead semi-open world game where you fight frogs and have bad dialogue, and it's just not very good. It's not very good. Its pacing is bad. Combat is kind of tired. I'll try to finish it on the channel maybe, but I'm gonna get out of here, man. Got to do it. We're going to be back real soon. We might be coming back later today with a Bob's reading. I don't know where Bob is. I don't know if she's around here somewhere. I'll go get her. I might come back. We might do another show. It's our reading show. And we're not teaching you reading, but we're reading scary movies or scary books for the month of October. The name of the show is Horror Radio, all right? Once again, guys, don't trust any of these assholes on here. They're just rage baiting. My biggest issue is the fact that they don't actually look at the market or understand how business works in any kind of way. And they really are what I said. They're what I wrote on the poster for the show. Right? Wait, give me 1 second. Where the hell is this thing? Sorry if you've been pressing all the wrong buttons. They're really a mindless rage culture. That's what I call it, the rage culture. And it's mindless because they don't actually analyze the stupid shit that they say. And the biggest example I could show you is that whole argument about DRM. They literally sunk a company that was actually offering a pretty good value to their customer, and sunk them in favor of a company that nickel and dimes and basically rips them off to no end. And that is Sony. Sony is a company that is constantly ripping off their customers. Again, they charge you upgrade fees, like large upgrade fees. Because like it's something when you look at like God of War 3 remaster, that's just simply an upgrade fee that they put it out as a full-fledged release, right? It's not just a patch, it's a release. And so now they're charging you like $40 for something that you should have got for free, right? But the other company comes out and they give you these free upgrades, as they should. You've purchased a higher end piece of hardware in order to have these upgrades, and they give you those. And they get the shit end of the stick, while Sony does not, right? But that's what it is, people. People are fucking idiots, right? They're going to cry over $10. Okay. But really, look, if the value wasn't there, I'd say maybe they got something to say here, but they don't. They really don't. This is an exaggeration, as it usually is. I think the biggest thing that these people should be railing against when it comes to the world of gaming is DRM. I think DRM should be gone. But there's not enough of these useful idiots to be not these useless idiots. I'd say they're useless because they really don't add anything to anything. But if these, if I had some useful idiots to be useful, then I'd have it where they would join together and boycott DRM and say, we want to own what we purchase. If I paid $80, $90 for a fucking game, I better be able to play it without an internet service provider. Okay? But this is the shit that we have to deal with nowadays. Look, you're gonna cry about $10, but you're okay with buying a $70 game and then having to pay an internet service provider $50, $60, $100 a month in order to access your $70 game. That's why they're mindless. They're mindless retards, really. I got mindless rage culture, but the majority of people in this mindless culture are truly mindless, and they just target whoever they're told to target. And in this case, it's the Xbox, right? It usually is the people that offer you something, and this company does offer value, and I appreciate that. When I buy a product, I want value there. I don't want to buy something from a company like a Sony who doesn't really offer any value. They don't. There's not much there. Especially this PS5 people. These guys haven't put out anything really this generation. Almost everything is a fucking remaster. It's disgusting. But with that said, you're getting out of here. Thanks a lot, guys, for coming in here. See you later. Okay. But again, remember, you can donate to the Real Food TV. Our Venmo's in the description of every video. Remember to subscribe. The greatest channel on demand. See you guys later.